the looping video.
Sound check down the stream. Sound check down the stream. Sound check down the stream. All right. Okay.
are about to begin. Everyone, please take their seats. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 4th edition of the Brazil Climate Summit in New York City. My name is Sofia Spire, and I'm a Columbia student pursuing my master's in sustainability management. On behalf of our entire team, I'm delighted to welcome you, both the audience here and also just those joining us online. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few guidelines. We strongly recommend everyone downloading the event app that is available on the App Store and also on the QR codes throughout the event. You can also scan the QR code here. On the app, you will be able to connect with the participants and set up meetings. For that, we recommend using the networking lounge on the 3rd floor, where coffee and water will be available during the day. You will also be able to access the updated program and receive notifications if anything changes. Second of all, we have Wi-Fi. It's free and open, so you can join. We'll also have side events on the 3rd floor. If you are not registered, feel free to wait in line, and after the event starts, we will let walk-ins if seats are available. Here are the programmation of the side events. This event is fully booked, so we kindly ask you not to reserve seats in the auditorium. If you need to leave, please use the back doors on the top and take your belongings with you. Front doors will be closed during the sessions. Eating and drinking is not allowed on the auditorium. Due to time constraints, we won't have Q&A sessions. However, you may use the app to connect with the speakers. This event is live streamed, so feel free to share the link from our website with anyone that was unable to attend in person. Also, please feel free to take photos and share them on social media, tagging Brazil Climate Summit or using the hashtags that we have here on the screen. And finally, don't miss our reception at 6:30 on the ground floor to close out the day. Now that we have covered the essentials, I'm thrilled to see such a great audience gather here today. Together, we will explore Brazil's leadership in climate solutions and its potential to serve as a global hub for climate innovation. I hope that throughout our discussions and shared insights, we can leave the summit not only inspired and engaged, but also united in our commitment to actionable collaboration. Last but not least, I want to thank our sponsors who made this day possible: Vale, Atvos, Citibank, EY, Arapiaú, KPMG, Mosaic, Mercuria, BMA, Bradesco, and EB Capital. And to start the day, I'd like to invite Luciana Antonini Ribeiro, founder of EB Capital and co-founder of the Brazil Climate Summit, to the stage for her opening remarks.
Hello, everyone. I can't believe, honestly, we are in the 4th edition of the Brazil Climate Summit. It has been such an amazing journey. And I usually do this speech, and I was thinking, what should I say? It's the 4th year. How can I get some inspiration? And I was in Inhotim a couple of weeks ago. By the way, if you don't know Inhotim, you should go. It's one of the largest open-air museums, and it's in Brazil, in Minas Gerais. And there is this beautiful artwork from this Chinese artist. And the artwork is called The Foolish Man Who Moves the Mountains. And the tale goes that back many years ago, there was this Chinese, a very old man, who had 2 mountains in front of his house. And it was burdensome for him because he couldn't go to the city because of the mountains. So he decided to change the mountain, to move the mountain. And little by little, he would have transferred small bits of the mountain. And everybody would look at him and say, listen, you are foolish. You are not going to be able to do that. And he kept going. And he said, you know what? I'm going to do that. My son is going to do that. My grandson is going to do it. And then, after a long time, they moved the mountains. there are some versions of the tale that say that the gods have helped him as well at the end. And when I look at the journey that we have been here, in the Brazil Climate Summit, but also in the climate journey that we are doing, it is such a difficult problem to solve, but we need resilience. As the same way that the tale goes on the resilience, on persistence, we need resilience. The times change, things change, but we have to keep going. And that's what we are talking here today. We have been trying to showcase how Brazil can help on the decarbonization journey, how Brazil can also grow in the process of bringing solutions. And that's a journey. The climate journey is a journey that we have to adapt through all the conditions that are happening. Being the 4th edition, it's kind of a looking back to everything that we have done. And this year we have a very special moment because one of our partners here, Tom Trebat, is retiring from the Brazil, from the Global Center. And Tom, I have to just stop here one moment and thank you for all the support. You have represented Colombia for us, and it has been such an amazing journey. And I really want to thank you for all the efforts and all the help that you gave us. But when I stop here to talk about Tom, you know, this is a voluntary effort. Believe it or not, the group that put this together meets every Friday for the entire year. From our husbands and wives doesn't like that very much, but we meet at every Friday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. to put this together through the entire year. We are in 4th year. We have been doing that for 4 years right now. And the power of collective effort has been so important. So I cannot, that's not traditional from me, but I need to stop here and say, thank you, Jorge, for being such a warrior in the process. Usually we don't agree at the beginning, but we always converge to a common point. And you have been always the voice of reason. Marina, I cannot stop here and not tell about you. You have been the big connector of everything. You are an amazing person. Thank you so much for being here with us. Arthur, our counselor for everything. When the tide is not so easy, Arthur is the guy that's going to help us to put things down and understand what's the next move. I don't know where is Natalia, but Natalia is the engine of everything. She keeps on doing. If you give her something, she will do that for sure, and you will never realize how fast it has come. Zé, our architect of all the agenda and the content, you can't imagine how many times we stop to discuss the agenda. There's not a coincidence the content here is good. We stay an entire year discussing content and what's relevant. And Zé here is a relevant part of it. Baldivia, Marina, also very relevant in all and Carlos, all very relevant here in executing this and putting together. Sophia, thank you very much for organizing everything. Gabrielas, I don't know where you are, thank you so much. Luic, my dear French, Brazilian, I don't know where you are, but thank you so much. Malu, thank you for all the help. And Fernanda, you have done this entire process so much easier. So as we celebrate Tom, I think we are also ending a cycle, and it's very important to acknowledge the work that we have done. The same way that of the tale, we are moving mountains, and we have to keep going. We need to be resilient. And I would ask everyone that I cited if you can just stand up for one moment, because I really think that you deserve a round of applause. Tom, come on. Let's move mountains. And Tom, please.
First time anybody has mentioned that in public, to my knowledge, that I will be retiring at the end of the year. It came as a shock to me to hear it. So I'm a little off my script already, but thank you so very much, Luciana, Jorge, Mariana, Arthur, Fernanda, the whole Brazil climate Arturo, não sei se eu mencionei, the whole Brazil Climate Institute. It's been a wonderful pleasure, and all the wonderful people, please say hello to them during the day. They're wearing these, I didn't get my green camiseta, but they're going to this. I need GG, I need an extra large one, but they're going to get one for me. So you can thank me too if you want. But thank you, Luciano. Those are heartfelt words here. I'm Tom Treyvot. By the way, I know this isn't in my talking points, but that picture I noticed they're using here today, that was taken in your house, Luciana, some years ago, okay, some years ago. And it was kind of when we began a long collaboration in climate, which is a collaboration, and I'll get to my remarks here in a moment. It's a collaboration, in my judgment, clearly revolving around Columbia University. Lucian and so many others, many of the young people here in the green shirts, Columbia students, Columbia alumni, friends, all of them friends of Columbia. It's a collaboration with the Brazilian private sector. It's a collaboration with the great, wonderful faculty and research staff of Columbia University. And it's a collaboration more particularly here, and I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of Columbia and Columbia Global to welcome all of you here to this beautiful forum created by our own President Lee Bollinger, and bears his name now today. I speak on behalf of Columbia Global. Our Executive Vice President will be with you later in the day, at some point in the day, if we all make it to the end of the day, right? I think we will. Columbia Global is, as the name implies, an attempt for Columbia to be out in the world, to touch the world, to learn from the world, to bring the world back here to the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I have the great privilege, and I've had it, I don't want to think about not having it anymore, but I have had a great privilege for the last 13 years to direct the center in Rio. So I live in Rio. People always ask me that. I love living in Rio. We work elsewhere in Brazil, and I think whatever has been done, more could have been done, but we've made many connections between Colombia and Brazil, and that, I think, has been hopefully in the mutual benefit of our stakeholders in Brazil and of the university. So thank you on behalf of the university. Thank you for being here. Lucian has made such wonderful acknowledgments of all the help. I'll go on from that, but a special mention to all the business partners and the government advisors in Brazil who have helped us and encouraged us to do this event. It's a very high-profile event, as you can imagine, and you can't do that without a lot of friends helping you and encouraging you. And that's what's kept me going for 13 years, working in that wonderful Brazilian spirit of collaboration and resolution of conflict and creativity. So that all comes together today. So this is the 4th edition, as Lou says, Luciana's told us, but I think it's a very special one. It's different from the other 3 years, maybe different from the ones that will come after us. So just 2 points. Why does this matter so much that we are here in 2025? Obviously, the eyes of the world on Brazil, COP30, COP30 coming up in Belém, G20 last year, Brazil very much in the spotlight. But so this conference, it's a recognition, in my judgment. It's not a celebration. It's not self-congratulatory in any sense, but it's a recognition of Brazil's leadership, public and private leadership, in the global climate change challenge. Brazil has very much to teach to the rest of the world. I firmly believe this. After 13 years, I believe it more than ever. Has much to teach to the world about a peaceful rise to power and to public and private leadership in such areas as, but the list goes on, an enviable energy matrix, resources for renewable energy, bioenergy, green hydrogen, carbon markets, critical minerals, rare earths, low-carbon agriculture. You see what I mean? The list, and even the future of oil and gas, very importantly dependent upon Brazil. Brazil's vision of regional and global leadership, does it matter at the end of the day? Will the rest of the world encourage and collaborate with Brazil's peaceful rise to global climate leadership? It's been a vision long delayed in turning into practice. Is it happening now in 2025, and will it continue to gain momentum in succeeding years? I'm going to allow myself, maybe with a hint of nostalgia here, I'm going to allow myself to be optimistic in arguing that this is Another, what did you say, Luciana, about moving mountains? This is one more step forward in Brazil's claiming climate leadership, but leadership in other spheres where the world so much needs leadership. So that's the first point, a recognition of Brazil's leadership. The second is where this takes place. We're not in a generic hotel, a conference room, in an office building. This is the role of Columbia University, representing the great network of knowledge transmitters who are the world's treasures of knowledge, stores of knowledge, inventors, researchers, scientific advances, all come from that network of which Columbia is a proud charter member. So that I think is important, and I think you'll see it more as we go through the course of the day. And it's a leadership that often goes unrecognized. The universities kind of work a little bit on the shadows, on the sidelines, but the advances in science and math and so many fields are critical to the progress of the world. So much has always depended on it, and maybe needs more than ever today. So to have the business sector here, to have the support of the Brazilian government, to be in the midst of a great university is meaningful for me. And I think for all of us. So those are the two things that I wanted to say to you. As we do in Brazil, bom dia, bom debate to everybody here. Prazer tê-los todos. Sejam todos bem-vindos, bem-vindas. And it's an honor, and especially I think you'll understand coming from me, a wonderful honor to have you all here today. Great event. Vamos então continuar com a nossa agenda. Muito obrigado.
Good morning, everyone. My name is José Baldívia, and I'm a Master in Public Administration candidate at Columbia University. Throughout the summit, we will recognize how Brazil stands as a reliable partner in advanced climate solutions, reflecting the hard work of the private sector, government, international organizations, civil society, in laying the ground for the future of global economy, and also COP30. Our program begins by grounding us in the realities shaping today's world. To guide us through these dynamics, reflect on Brazil's role, and suggest pathways forward, we now turn to our panel. I'm delighted to welcome Jason Bordoff, Founding Director of the Center of Global Energy Policy at Columbia University, Jack Hurd, Head of the Earth Systems Agenda of the World Economic Forum, Sherry Friedman, Managing Director for Climate and Sustainability of Eurasia Group, Maria Neto, Executive Director of Instituto Clima e Sociedade, and Jorge Algarve, Director at Maraé Investimentos, will be moderating this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to open the 4th edition of the Brazil Climate Summit. I'm very happy to be so many familiar faces and some other new faces, which is also good, and of my friends and colleagues who have been building this together with me over the last years. It's been an incredible journey, hope to a long one. So there's no better way in this very volatile world. So there's no better way to start the day than thinking about the very easy topics of geopolitics and climate politics. But we're good. We're happy to have so many experts who are going to help us navigate through these easy topics. So Sherry, as you work with the geopolitics and climate politics, I'll start with you. So what are the most significant trends that we need to be observing, and how are these trends shaping climate-related choices that economies have to make, and how should Brazil navigate this?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers, to everybody for having me again. So appreciate it. This is evolved into an incredibly well-run forum. So Eurasia Group, where I work, we are a geopolitical risk firm. So we help the world's largest multinational companies figure out what trends are going on, how to navigate them, and what's probably about to happen in the different scenarios that could fall through. So when I'm going to say these trends that I think are going to happen, it's what we tend to be talking to our clients a lot. It's what our clients are really interested in. But I will say, I'll be here throughout a lot of the day, so I'd be interested to hear if people have other things that are on the top of their mind that I'm not covering. I would be very interested to hear what your thoughts are as well. So I'm going to throw out a few of them. The first one, and I think nobody will be surprised, is weaponized trade. So what we're seeing is this incredibly dynamic, very shifting trade environment, largely instigated by the United States kind of shifting around its trade pieces. So you're seeing a lot of conversations around this tariff rate and that tariff rate, and we're going to do this for 3 months, and there's just a lot of consternation going on. But what's going on underneath all of that movement is there's shifting supply chains. And I think that that's really important. And it's important for Brazil because Brazil is also considering decoupling out of the United States. And when it starts to think about where it's moving toward, there's a lot of conversation about, Brazil either going US or China, but it's not quite like that. There's a much more robust dance card that Brazil is putting together. And one of the really important trade partners that it's building up is Europe and the European Union and the countries in there. And I think when you think about that, that means that Brazil is going to have to think a lot more about the policies that are going on in Europe, which I know is on top of mind for a lot of people, including the agriculture and the forestry sectors. The other one that I would say is these increased pressures that we're seeing on sustainable policies. And I think that's really relevant in Europe, but it's relevant elsewhere. You're seeing an increase in defense spending. You're seeing an increase in concerns about competitiveness, and that kind of ties into a lot of the trade issues. So, when you see this, I think Europe is a great example. There, you're seeing the influx of populism. They have a very robust environmental policy structure, and these different pieces are starting to make them readjust their policy structure. So far, not a retrenchment, but so far it's a readjustment, but it's a space to watch for sure. Then you also have this continuation of a reduction of technologies. So you have a price reduction, not reduction of technologies, a price reduction of clean technologies. And this isn't just technologies, but it's also really interesting financial instruments coming on. So what this means is that people can move faster, industries and companies can move faster in countries on decarbonization because you have these other options. You've got these interesting financial mechanisms for nature-based solutions. You have very cheap batteries. You've got very cheap solar and wind. And solar and wind is important even in Brazil with an incredibly green grid, because the grid is expanding rapidly, and you have to know how you're going to expand it in a place where hydro may not always be the answer because of changing climate. So what I would say is where a few years ago I would have said that the overall movement on sustainability trends was pretty clearly going in one direction. Now it feels like you've got these varying currents going on, and they're not, and they're pulling in different directions. I think, to take Luciana's mountain metaphor, you have people all over the mountain. Some are adding some dirt, some are taking some dirt away. And so it's really complicated to be able to see where you're seeing the divots and where you're seeing the additional mounds going on. And that's what we're doing a lot of time tracking.
Thanks, Sherry. Jason, I'll turn now to you. You've written a lot about the new geopolitics of energy, right? So how are these technological advancements that Sherry was mentioning, how are they creating a new landscape of geopolitical competition, but also cooperation? And where do you see Brazil fitting in this new scenario?
Yeah, well, first, thanks for the invitation to be here. And as you heard, I run the Center on Global Energy Policy. It's now the largest energy think tank in the country, started that 12 years ago. And I remember arriving at a great research university like Columbia and saying, we're going to hire a bunch of people who don't look exactly like all the other academics here, and we're going to try to build a center of excellence on energy geopolitics that measures its success by whether it's helping decision makers outside of academia understand the world better and make better decisions. And for some people, that was like a little different or confusing. but no one has been more supportive of what we've been doing than Tom for the entire duration of the time that I've been here, and the need to take a global perspective and take advantage of the extraordinary network of global centers. So I just want to congratulate you on your run leading the Rio Center, and thanks for the great partnership for so long. Look, I mean, for that whole time we've been doing this, again, I came out of the National Security Council, so the idea of building a center focused on energy and climate through the lens of foreign policy, national security, geopolitics. One of the first people I hired at the Center on Global Energy Policy is one of the leading experts in the world on sanctions. And it was confusing, like, I thought you were working on climate change. Why do we need to understand sanctions? I don't think anyone's confused anymore that, like, these are the same thing. And one of the biggest challenges we're going to have moving forward is going to be how to think about issues of economic security, national security, energy security, competition, rivalry, and this new era of fragmentation. I think it was unfortunate that we pulled back a lot of support for the inflation, through the Inflation Reduction Act for renewable energy. But whether you have those tax credits or not, there's still a growth trajectory for renewables unless the United States decides that it is an energy security risk to import any pieces of supply chains and components from China, because you can't think about a global energy transition or think about solar and EVs and batteries without recognizing the dominant position China has in those supply chains. I think the other thing to sort of acknowledge is it was sounded like a downer at these sorts of events for the last decade, because there was so much progress, so much excitement, so much advancement. If you went back 10 years ago and said, how much are the costs of wind and solar and batteries and EVs going to fall over the next decade, we've exceeded anyone's wildest expectations. You know, the amount invested in clean energy globally last year was 2 times what was invested in fossil fuels. The vast majority of the investment in new power generation is zero carbon sources of energy. And other than a pandemic and a global recession, oil use is going up, gas use is going up, coal use is going up, and emissions are going up. So this idea that, like, 2 things can both be true at the same time, and it is really important to not just get excited about the growth in clean energy, but take seriously the scale and magnitude of the global energy system and how daunting the challenge of transition is, not just clean energy addition, where we meet the growth in global energy demand. I just think we haven't had an honest conversation about that. Nevertheless, if you want to take seriously not just providing access to electricity to charge cell phones or turn light bulbs on, but have meaningful levels of economic growth in emerging and developing economies. The numbers are enormous. And then you layer on top of that this new world of, as I said, geopolitical competition and fragmentation. And then the history of energy is one of competition. It is one of energy's use as a weapon. It is deeply responsible in various ways for outcomes in World War I, World War II, the Suez Canal crisis, the Arab oil embargo. You go through the history of the 20th century, energy, particularly oil, is like a coercive tool of global foreign policy. The last couple of years, we've kind of been lulled into a sense of complacency because that largely hasn't been true. There's obviously exceptions, and we can list them. But we've had relatively abundant energy supplies. We've had relative affordability of energy. We had a sort of 20, 30-year period of copacetic geopolitics and more economic integration and optimism about globalization and China's entry into the WTO. And after the Cold War, the US and Russia did a deal to take the uranium from Russian warheads and turn it into nuclear fuel for the US to import, without much concern that we were becoming dependent on Russia for our nuclear fuel. That world is over. And we're now moving to a world of increasing uses of coercive tools of economic statecraft to drive outcomes, much more concern about interdependencies created by all of that globalization. And I think energy is squarely in the crosshairs of the kind of new world of economic weaponization of various tools that we've just barely started to see. Obviously, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and cutting off gas supply is a prominent example. China has started to restrict, some rare earth elements in a few ways, but it's like just the tip of the iceberg for the potential energy weaponization, the return of energy weaponization. And I think on the one hand, if you're in a world where energy security is much more front and center, and you're not the largest oil and gas producer in the world, like the United States, we can come back to the US in a minute, what would you want to do? Say if you're in Europe, you'd want to be less dependent on global trade. You'd want to have more that is domestic, which means more electrification, more sources of domestic electricity generation, like renewables, maybe nuclear. For some parts of the world, that may mean coal. But then you have to think about the extent to which the risk of supply chain concentration is also an energy security risk. And I think that's just a topic we don't know how to think about yet. There's a lot of rhetoric. We don't want to go from dependence on the Middle East for oil to dependence on China for batteries. But what those risks actually are and how problematic they are and what we should do to de-risk them, because it's impossible to think about mining everything within your own borders. I think that's all an opportunity for Brazil, really, but also a challenge, because Brazil is going to get caught in the middle between this new era of great power competition and rivalry. Where does it align itself? It could be on the receiving end of some of those sources of coercion that I talked about, but it's a pretty clean economy. The world is still recognizing more and more, even the International Energy Agency, that the world needs oil supply and needs investment in oil. Brazil's a really important player in that regard. It has enormous opportunity if we want to diversify critical mineral supplies to play a role in that. So there's a lot of opportunity there, but also that sort of middle power emerging market risk, figuring out how to align oneself in this new era of rivalry and competition.
Thanks, Jason. Jack, I'll turn to you now. How do you translate all of this to Brazil, like to Brazilian companies, Brazilian stakeholders? How can they build competitive advantage out of this changing world, to get the segue from what Jason was saying?
Well, that's no small question, given what's been said already. But first of all, I do want to thank you, Georgie and Luciana, Marina, and Artur for the invitation to be here today. This is great. This is my third opportunity to come to the Brazil Climate Summit, and I enjoy it every year. So a couple things that are on my mind when I think about this. One is that Brazil's in a relatively unique situation globally. So we know that approximately 60-65% of its emissions come from the land use sector. And that's relatively unique for a middle-income country. And that is largely because it has A, a lot of renewables, and B, it has a pretty robust agriculture sector. So it's in a relatively unique situation. Some countries have one of those, few countries have both of those. So there's a lot of opportunities, I think, for Brazil to take advantage of the situation and to utilize that renewable energy in the area of industry decarbonization or mobility. But the real opportunity, I think, for Brazil is on the agricultural side of things, and the linkage between agriculture and natural habitats, forests being the primary one. And so I just want to maybe say a few words about that and those opportunities. There's a lot of countries in the tropics, but also in the temperate zones and the boreal, where land use change will really drive emissions, and where land use opportunities are pretty strong. And I think that there is this emerging thinking that you can try to find the way to balance production and protection on the land use sector. With colleagues at Systemic a couple of years ago, we did a big report on the Cerrado that suggested that this production protection dynamic can yield about $72 billion worth of economic activity on an annual basis, if you get this right. So there's ways to get this right, and I think I just want to mention 4 things that are part of Brazil's ability to get this right. One, and the role of the private sector in that. So one is on the conservation of forests, right? We're increasingly understanding the impact of deforestation on agricultural productivity. So we know we need to do a better job of managing the forest that is currently standing. Innovative finance instruments around the use of carbon credits or the emerging Tropical Forest Forever facility create opportunities for the private sector to invest in conservation of forests. The second one is on forest restoration. I think Brazil is really leading a global charge, and a number of people in the room here are actively engaged in efforts around restoration. And I think, under the auspices of the Brazil Restoration and Bioeconomy Finance Coalition and Capital for Climate and other people, there's a lot of really good models, business models being developed that's attracting real financial resources into this space on restoration. The third one is on the sustainable management of fiber. So, eventually the world has to find sources of fiber for paper, pulp, packaging, construction materials, bioplastics, and all these things that are emerging. And I think Brazil is in a really unique opportunity to capitalize on that increasing global demand, especially as the global demand shifts from temperate and boreal forests into the tropics. And so companies like BTG Pactual's Timberland Investment Group and Suzano and others are really showing different ways to integrate sustainable forest management and the restoration agenda. And then the last one, which is probably the most important, and I'll finish here, is on the intensification of agriculture. So Brazil has a significant amount of degraded land. So whether it's 100 million hectares or 40 million hectares or 12 million hectares, pick your number, there's a lot of degraded land in Brazil. And I think there's been a very strong demand incentive for deforestation and conversion-free agricultural products coming out of the European Union. There's conversations between China and Brazil on this. There will be conversations between the UK and Brazil on this. And I think that a lot of the private sector actors, whether they're consumer-facing companies that are global in nature or they are global commodity trading firms, they've all made commitments in this space around intensification. And so I think there's really good opportunities there. In all these four areas, public policy sets the framework, finance sort of drives decision-making, but ultimately private sector corporations execute on this. And I think there's a lot of good space here.
Thanks a lot, Jack. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Maria Neto, so Jack mentioned financing as one of his last points. So if you can get this segue of, so from a financial perspective, how would you characterize the current state of Brazil's green finance landscape?
Okay, thank you. Nice to be here with all of you. A couple of things. I think Brazil has quite a sophisticated financial sector. Our economy relies much more on borrowing and lending and banking, but we, for example, in the green agenda, I think have had a very relevant role also on the capital markets. So I wanted to start a bit with that because the fact that Brazilian government has started issuing sovereign green and sustainable bonds was a very important opportunity, not only to dedicate investments in important infrastructure in Brazil aligned to climate and green, but because the resources are being used to the development bank, Brazilian Development Bank, to finance Fundo Clima. Also, on the private sector, the green debentures incentivize debentures that has a lot of the financing available, for example, for renewables, but also for sustainable infrastructure, amount to over $19 billion. So it's an important amount. But I think there are new innovative mechanisms that have been lately developed, partially by the government. I would like to talk about EcoInvest, which has been a very important instrument that Brazil designed recently, which provides for a kind of guarantee and blended that supports international investors to be able to actually invest in Brazil through financial sector. And that initially was designed to support investments in PPPs and large infrastructure, but more recently, and I think thanks to a lot of the connections and dialogues with private sector and some of us here, have been piloted as well for what Jack was mentioning, sustainable agriculture. The latest EcoInvest actually call for proposals managed to leverage about 30 billion reais, which is about $6 billion. So I think just wanted to give these figures, like the Brazilian bonds have been about 2.7 billion a year. We are talking about debentures that have $19 billion. And just this call from EcoInvest was able to leverage about 30 billion reais. So we're talking about large numbers, and this is being able to push for the market. But I also wanted to mention the fact that, in addition to that, we do have quite a few, I think, innovative mechanisms that are not necessarily yet at this scale that we would love to be, but that are important. And so I wanted to highlight some. We are seeing, for instance, many asset managers and fund developers developing innovative mechanisms, trying, for example, to do with the off-taker, for example, guarantee some kind of development of local value chains. or having blended finance between resources from philanthropies, for example, with resources of private sector to do very innovative initiatives, particularly, for example, bioeconomy. And they are not large, but they are really very emblematic and could be scaled. And I wanted also to highlight other kind of innovations as well that are happening at the subnational level. We were talking here about the renewables and the energy and the minerals. One important part of it is also the royalties that come from those sectors. And in Brazil was interesting because one of the movements with the royalties was to create subnational sovereign funds, small funds. But the example of Espírito Santo, which is a subnational state in Brazil, was to take the money of the royalties of oil and gas and mining and put it in a sovereign fund, and more recently, take out of the sovereign fund the resources and create an asset manager fund that is now financing the decarbonization of the local industry. The beauty is that this state has some of the largest industries in Brazil, pulp and paper, mining, steel, and oil and gas. And the state also, talking about value chains, is a state that can have what we call the green corridors, the opportunity of not only investing in the value chain in terms of MSMEs and the decarbonization, but also in innovation in terms of technology. For instance, shipping, reducing emissions for shipping, and so on. So I think there is quite a lot of innovation as well, not yet at this scale. But if we can work more on that, that's also a great opportunity to develop further in Brazil.
Thanks, Maria Neto. So now turning to talk a little bit about challenges, right? So, and Sherry, in some countries, not to say in all countries, the climate agenda became a very polarizing topic, right? I can't mention names, otherwise it's going to take a lot of time. But so, what is your view on how can Brazil build like a long-term consensus about this agenda and also de-risk investments and create this like a predictable policy environment to make climate a consensus topic as opposed to a polarizing topic?
Yeah. I mean, a predictable policy environment is like, it's the holy grail of all policy environments. It's what every company wants. And I would say that there's really only one country that really has, one large economy that has a predictable policy environment, and that's China. And all the rest of us have this messy democratic thing that we've got to deal with that creates like kind of back and forth stuff that can be very complicated. That said, I think that there are things that create more durable policies that can withstand kind of flip-flopping of different regime changes. So I think the main thing that we look for is who holds the political power inside of a country and making sure that you create incentives rather than disincentives for those places. And I want to, Jason had touched on the US Inflation Reduction Act. And I know that when I'm talking about policy durability, to bring that up probably seems odd because it just pretty much got largely dismantled under the new administration. But when you look at, I think it was a really well-structured policy because what they did is they created incentives, financial incentives, to build up a clean supply chain, focusing on areas inside of Republican districts, right? And so I think if you were going to have any other situation, that strategy probably would have worked. We just have an unusual situation right now, but I don't think that you can say, oh, that whole strategy doesn't work. It was very smart. And I think it does have some durability in some sectors. I don't think it's a whole wash. When you look at batteries, there is still a lot of political support now on both sides of the aisle to build up the local battery chain, which I think is going to have a really big impact on the long-term ability for decarbonization in the country. So like you take that back over to Brazil, which I think is your main question. And I think the biggest threat and the biggest opportunity is, of course, on agriculture. And the farmers on deforested areas have a lot of political power. And so I think when you do this, you take what Jack said, I think it was really, really important. And what he was saying was that you've got a lot of opportunities. He sort of demarcated all the different opportunities you can build on, and the financial incentives that are coming in. I think what Jack was saying was you have all of these different international markets that are demanding decarbonized agricultural products. And so if you can build up the structures and the incentives that enable the farmers in Brazil to be able to tap into these markets to create within a very powerful structure inside of Brazil, a much more durable policy, because a command and control approach inside of a very powerful political area, constituency is not going to be durable through different policies. And I think you can take this inside of Brazil into a lot of different, there's a lot of opportunity there. You have a clean grid, so you've got a lot of industrial policy, a lot of industrial opportunities to bring in that sector for international trade that is trying to decarbonize supply chains. You also have biofuels. And Maria had noted the biofuel market growing on sustainable aviation fuel, on maritime. It's going to be a really big deal. Those are allies in this. So I think the main thing is finding where you can build it up. And I just want to say one other thing, which is I think that Brazil has been very clever in being able to figure out how you can create these incentives that don't rely on Brazil's fiscal budget. So the Tropical Forest Forever facility, for example, is a really good example of how you can start to get other money in. I think that the way that Brazil has structured its carbon market is also incredibly clever, because what it did is it put the cap on certain industries, and it allowed the agricultural industry to buy in. So again, you're creating an economic incentive for the agricultural industry to buy in and get carbon credits without having to actually use the fiscal, use Brazil's own fiscal resources to be able to pay them. So I feel like this is, sorry, I'll cut off, I know we're running out of time. I'll just leave it there.
Don't worry, thank you, Sherry. Jason, coming back to critical minerals in this new era where critical minerals are the new oil, how can Brazil use critical minerals, its renewable energy and green hydrogen potential to create a new form of geopolitical power?
Well, I guess first the premise of the question that critical minerals are the new oil, I think, is worth thinking hard about and kicking the tires on. There are very significant differences between the daily flow of energy, without which economies shut down, mobility grinds to a halt, and the input to finished products that would potentially raise the cost or create supply chain bottlenecks and delays in, buying new batteries to store energy. You're not, if the U.S. is concerned about dependence on China for refining and processing of critical minerals, and there are legitimate things to be concerned about, not just for energy, but inputs to heavy rare earths, with applications for sensitive magnets with military purposes. But we're not buying electricity from China. They can't turn the lights out or cut off oil in some of the ways that we saw shortages in the 1970s. And that, I think, is an important thing to recognize, because it leads to a potentially different set of policy solutions for how you think about that. They're still, I think, and whether it's personal masks or personal protective gear for a pandemic or medical equipment or pharmaceuticals, diversification is pretty important, right? That when Winston Churchill famously said, security in oil lies in variety and variety alone, that still is as true today as when he said it, and it's true for things other than oil. So the idea that nearly all the world's graphite is mined in China, or many critical minerals are refined and processed there, whether it's for geopolitical reasons or natural disaster or something else, diversification is sort of smart. And I think you see that. You just saw the United States Development Finance Corporation sort of announce a multi-billion-dollar potential fund to think about making investments for U.S. firms to try to invest in mining operations in other countries. And there's huge opportunities throughout Africa and Latin America to diversify these supply chains, as well as maybe domestically. And I think that's a big opportunity for Brazil. You asked about green hydrogen, and I think there's kind of it is both a necessary part of the toolkit for getting to net zero, and I think people are realizing now that there are a lot of obstacles as well, and there seems to be a lot of interest in making green hydrogen and a lot less interest in buying it because it's kind of expensive right now. And so I think, but even if there was, you sort of have to roll the clock forward in an oil market that's 100 million barrels a day and deeply integrated into the global economy, and ask, a decade from now or 2 decades from now, how big is the market for green hydrogen? Who are the buyers? There are certain industrial firms in certain sectors. Even if Brazil is a major supplier of that product, it's just basically a way to store energy and ship it. Does geopolitical power come from that? I mean, it's just never going to be as critical an input to an economy of a country as oil is. I think if you want to ask the question about geopolitical power, the International Energy Agency just came out with a major study on how decline rates are accelerating for global oil supply. U.S. shale production may be close to plateauing. The idea that global oil demand is going to peak and fall off a cliff seems not to sort of be playing out if people thought that that was true. And we'll probably see the IEA come out with different scenarios now, some that show oil demand flatlining, some that show it growing, but nowhere close to the kind of projections that one would see if we were on track for our climate goals. And the conversation now is about whether we're setting up for another super cycle, and by the end of this decade, we're short oil supply, which is going to mean there's going to be a lot of interest in investing in new projects. We can talk about whether that makes sense from a climate standpoint, but this is going to be the economic and geopolitical driver. And countries like Brazil are very high on the list of the places people are going to look, along with Canada and a few other places. So the geopolitical power that traditionally comes from energy, oil more than anything else, again, whether people are happy to hear this or not from a climate standpoint is not the point I'm making, but that's going to remain true for quite a while to come for a country like Brazil.
Very tough and realistic view, but good to ground us. Jack, you work on an international organization, right? So, and with the whole geopolitical mess that is going on right now, what is the role of international organizations, and how to overcome the challenges to keep advancing the climate agenda, and how can Brazil help it?
It's tricky. So I work at the World Economic Forum, and we like to think that in periods of disruption and maybe not quite chaos, but uncertainty, it enhances the need for organizations like ours, where people can get together, have conversations, and work on things that are a little bit removed from the day-to-day political interactions. So I think there's maybe 3 big challenges that we see in this space: science, finance, and collaboration. I want to say a few words about each of those. On the science, so the science around climate and the science around nature, the biophysical science aspects of that are very clear and generally accepted as consensus knowledge. I think the economic implications of the climate and the nature crises is increasingly well understood. What's not really well understood, and maybe it's never going to be understood, is the political science aspect of this. And yet politics is informed more often than not by economics, by popular sentiment, and by sort of data. And in this case, I'm talking about data around the biophysical data. And so I feel like one of the big challenges that international organizations need to try to help overcome is, how do we continue to make the case that the climate and the nature issues are risks to be confronted, but they're also opportunities to be taken advantage of. And so we, on the risk side, we sort of know that the cost of action right now is high, but the cost of inaction is significantly higher. So we're going to either pay now or we're going to pay later. And so I think international organizations have a role to play in trying to frame these issues around the science, again, biophysical science, but also social science, that can really advance the thinking and the action on them. Number 2, on finances. So there's 2 ways that I think to look at this. One is absolute amounts, and we often talk about the lack of public investment going from, let's call it, the global north into the global south. specifically around public investment. There is a significant amount of public investment out there. It's not all been used at the levels that it said it was going to be used at. So I think there's a continued role for international organizations in championing the need to make investments in the climate and in the nature space in the global south to help mobilize the transition, whether it's transition in energy, transition in mobility, transition in industry decarbonization, or transition in land use. At the same time, there's a role to play in the structuring of finance, right? We know that not one sector can finance everything that needs to be done, but we know that there's a role for public investment. We know there's a role for impact investment. We know there's a role for philanthropy. We know there's a role for catalytic capital, and we know there's a massive role for commercial capital. Structuring financial products, structuring financial services is something that I think international organizations can start to help financial institutions of various stripes think about. And the third one is what I think about the linkages between policy and practice. I work for the World Economic Forum. As mentioned, we only do three things. We can do thought leadership, we can do convenings and management of communities of practitioners, and we can do amplification work or strategic communications work. Taking ideas from one country, moving them around into places there they haven't been tested, there's really good opportunities for this. And I think in just closing, Brazil has a leadership role to play in all of these. When we think about the scientific credibility and the experiences of Brazil, when we think about the financial mechanisms, and I think Maria mentioned this in her statements earlier around the complexity and sophistication of financial mechanisms, and I think about the global leadership role of Brazil, specifically with the Global South, specifically with the tropical countries around something like the Tropical Forest Forever facility. I think there's a big role and an opportunity for Brazil to help and work with international organizations to overcome some of these challenges.
Thanks, Jack. But Renato, to continue the finance conversation, we're going to talk a lot about finance later today, but so there's still lots of risks and geopolitical risks and risk perceptions among countries. What Brazil has to do to enhance this risk perception about Brazil and reduce the cost of finance in Brazil, still on top of everything you've mentioned already?
So I think Brazil, as Jack was mentioning before, I mean, it has a huge comparative advantage, but to become competitive, the question is how this can be made at scale. We do have, as I mentioned before, quite a few things that are dynamically happening already, but not necessarily all of them are happening at the needed scale. Some of the barriers are barriers that we have on our financial regulations that don't have the flexibility, let's say, yet for example, scaling blended solutions. Some of the barriers are that we do have, as I mentioned, a very, let's say, strong banking market, but very little still in terms of risk-sharing mechanisms. To scale, for instance, the potential that Brazil could have on what Sherry was mentioning in terms of value chains, reshaping value chains, and thinking about, for instance, IX is looking and working with other partners as how Brazil could take the potential of excess renewables in the Northeast, make it a power shorting, so a space where we could attract investments, but also take advantage of this to become a green corridor for exports, requires policy, requires development of pipelines and so on. But from the finance point of view, there is also a lot of de-risking that is needed in terms of innovation. If we want to take advantage of becoming a major sustainable aviation fuel producer, restoring land, and Brazil has about 100 million hectares of land to be restored, and some of it can be used, for example, from Macaúba, as we are doing already with the private sector in ACLM. How can we have this kind of possibilities scaling? Requires guarantees, requires equity, and that kind of finance is not, let's say, in a scale available. So that is something we need to work with, and this is still a barrier. A lot of the businesses we are talking that we could have in terms of innovation on nature base have risks that are associated to these businesses, right? So in addition to technologies that indeed have a initial high capex and long payback, nature as well, you know, if you are financing restoration, you are talking about financing something that will have 4, 5, or maybe even 6-year payback, with a banking system that is used to finance 6 months, 8 month kind of a payback period. This is a big barrier, and it's interesting because in Brazil, a lot of this innovation, that's why I was mentioned, is at the end being invested rather by funds than necessarily banking. But then it's still, if I'm an investor, a farmer, this is a big risk that I have to take a loan. And then on the off-taking, we also don't know exactly what will be the price, if the off-taking is going to be secured or standardized. It's not all about financing, because I think financing depends on also the business models and how we are precisely standardizing some of these practices. But for instance, if my forest burns between the moment I plant it and I get the payback, I don't have insurance. Or if I go to a bank and I want to get financed, even if I have a secured, let's say, off-taking contract, I don't have any guarantees, and I will have to present 100% collateral. So these kind of very specific problems that I'm just giving to be very concrete, the fact that we have a market that has, you know, quite active players, but does not yet have a strong de-risking mechanism structures and blending that can be further facilitate, cannot yet be scalable. And I think that's an area we need to work much more on.
Thanks, Mariana. We only have 3 minutes to go, so I'll ask you to do like 30 seconds to close. So if you had to leave one advice for Brazilian companies, financial institutions, like on how to navigate this changing world, what would that be, Sherry? In 30 seconds.
We did have a lightning round. We were talking about this before. I would say pay, for any, you're talking about for companies, for financial institutions, for everybody. I would say right now, can I have 2 things very quickly? I think that everybody has to do scenario analysis and not just go down on one path. Everybody has to track what you think is about to happen, the other alternatives, and the factors by which you think might switch you from one scenario into another. We spend a lot of time, but this is a super dynamic world. And if you're going to be looking at where you're going to be going, you have to be prepared to switch and understand what's going to make you switch. But within that, I would also say that international trade is something that's really something to keep an eye on, because carbon and other environmental factors are increasingly getting put in place there. So that is I think that's one of the major things to track.
Jack?
I think Brazil has the opportunity to lean into its strength, and its strength is in the agriculture and the forestry sector. The world is desperate for leadership in this space. Other tropical forest nations are desperate for leadership in this space, and there are financial returns to be had in this space. So I would love to see Brazil emphasize this at COP30. I'd love to see Brazilian companies get on board with that and show the world what it takes to do so. Because at the end of the day, we all have to eat.
Thanks, Jack. Jason, for 30 seconds.
I guess I would just, sorry?
For 30 seconds advice.
Advice. I guess I would just say, if next week at Climate Week or in any other setting, the conversations you're participating in sound like the ones we've been having as a climate community for the last several years, you're not having the right conversation. And so economic security, national security issues, in the energy world, security and affordability, like these are all going to be much more powerful drivers of how the energy system unfolds and how policy unfolds than the conversation we've been having in climate communities. And it's really important for the climate community to participate in those conversations and sort of meet the world on those terms.
Thanks, Jason. Mariana?
So to close, I think I will talk more about Brazil. It is extremely important that we have better platforms of private sector to discuss with public sector, but also have different parts of the private sector. We need to have investors, banking, at the table discussing with the project developers. Some of these platforms are things we are piloting with the Bioeconomy Restoration Coalition that some of us are part, the Nature Investment Lab. There are a number of these kind of platforms being developed, but it's extremely important, this kind of dialogue, because we need to get to the detail, but it's not a one silver bullet and an institution alone that will make these financial reforms that we need to scale the opportunities in Brazil.
I'd like to thank all the panelists. Please join me in a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. We'll start our agriculture panel right now, so if you want to stay. No? Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Tá funcionando? Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. We'll start our agriculture presentation here right now. So, okay. So, I'm Carlos Castrucci, and I'm a first-year MBA student at Columbia. The next panel opens a series of discussions dedicated to examine the strategies for strengthening the resilience of Brazil's supply chains and the emerging market opportunities. For this panel, we turn to one of Brazil's most defining sectors, agriculture. Few countries in the world carry the same responsibility as Brazil to prove that productivity and sustainability can advance together at scale. New findings from Virginia Tech provide compelling information on this topic. They show that Brazil's growth is not coming from expanding farmland, which averaged less than 0.2% per year since 2011. The real engine has been total factor productivity, a measure of innovation. This sets the stage perfectly for our discussion. Future investments in technology and regenerative practices are needed to sustain high output growth levels. This session will explore how Brazil has the potential not only to feed the world, but also to fuel it sustainably. I'm delighted to introduce our panelists, Gabriel Moreira Pinto, Energy and Carbon Executive Director of Atvos, Fabiana Alves, South America General Manager of Rabobank, Arthur Liacre, Vice President of Strategy and Development of Mosaic, Eduardo Bastos, CEO of Instituto Equilíbrio, and leading this discussion, our moderator, Silvia Coutinho, former CEO of Bank UBS for Brazil and Latin America, board member of COSAN and Edenred, and senior advisor of Ambipar. Please come join me.
Thank you, Carlos. It's a great pleasure to be here talking about agribusiness, which is close to my heart, and also being at Columbia, since I'm an alumni of Columbia, so it's my alma mater as well. So love, carinho, and congratulations to everybody who has been. I had the luck to be in the 4 sessions. This is the 4th. Thomas, you're amazing. Luciana and everybody organizing, so thank you very much for inviting me. So I want to thank, of course, all the participants, and we have lots of content to discuss. So I will excuse myself from introducing each of the panelists, knowing that their full bio is in the program. And I wanted just to make a couple of remarks before we start. When we talk about emissions in Brazil, we know that the majority comes from what we call land use, different from many industrialized countries. This also includes, of course, deforestation. And I think it is important to note that in Brazil, over 90% of deforestation is linked to illegal or criminal activity. So when we talk about legal land use, I see Brazilian agriculture more as part of the solution than part of the problem, and I hope this panel will help clarify that. We all know, and Carlos talked about that the agenda of food security is becoming more and more prominent globally, and Brazil is today the largest exporter of food. And more importantly, Brazil could double its production without having to cut one single tree. It's estimated today that Brazil is feeding over 1 billion people around the world, besides its own population. And the agribusiness as a whole not only is important, I think, strategically for the world because of food security, but also for Brazil. Brazil, when you look at the whole agribusiness sector in Brazil, the entire value chain, it represents over 30% of GDP. So it has become a very important part of Brazilian economy. Also, thanks to the agribusiness sector, Brazil is one of the largest producers of biofuels and also green energy. So we thought it would be important to have in this summit a double click on the agribusiness sector. And again, the idea is for us here to discuss through our panel how the agribusiness can become more and more part of the solution and less part of the problem. So with that said, I'm going to turn to my good friend, and also both of us are agriculture engineers from Exalc. So we are, right? Even though I graduated before you, so, right? Edu Bastos. So Edu, it would be great if you could give us an overview of the current state, how do you see the current state of the art of the agribusiness sector in Brazil? But it would be interesting for you to give us kind of a quick historical overview of how we got to where we are today. So it was mentioned, it's about productivity, it's about embedding a lot of research, a lot of technology, so it would be great to have your views. And in the mix, as you explain this evolution, how do you see the sustainability aspects of it? Edu.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. It's a real pleasure to be here. Tom, so good to see you, my friend. And good to see a lot of familiar faces. And my job here, though, is try to explain in probably 7 minutes a little bit about the Brazil. Brazil, it's a food and nature powerhouse. We are the 4th largest producer in the world, China, India, US, Brazil, but we are the #1 in exports. So we are feeding more people than any other country in the world, as you mentioned, at least 1 billion people every day. It's fully dependent of Brazil production. We are much more a powerhouse in proteins, some carbs, I can say, like sugar. We are the #1 in sugar. We are the #1 in coffee. 1 in every 3 cups of coffee all over the world come from Brazil. Soybean, we surpassed US 10 years ago. We are still today, we are the #1 in soybean. Corn, we are not the biggest producer, but we are the biggest exporter. Cotton, we are the biggest, the 2nd largest producer, but the biggest exporter. Beef, we are the 2nd largest producer, but the biggest exporter. So in a lot of value chains, we learn, mostly in the last 50 years, due to the conquer, we can say, of Cerrado. We made this joke for the Brazilian ones. No, I think the first letter from Pedro Vaz de Caminha to Portugal said, oh, here, if you plant, everything will grow. And we made this joke, say, this is probably one of the first fake news, dated. Because Brazil, we do have the poorest and the worst soils in the world. due to UN. It's not me saying that. And we became a powerhouse, even with that kind of challenge. And mostly because we bring good science, we bring good producers, and a whole value chain that helped to convert this land, mostly in the Cerrado, the center of Brazil. Is like a savanna, for those that don't know. I strongly recommend for you, all of you, to visit. But what is interesting, it's because we did that in the last 50 years, we create a lot of challenges for ourselves. No, when you think about deforestation and you say, oh, okay, you have legal and illegal. Okay, folks, deforestation is a bad word. So it's hard to explain something bad in a good name. Say, no, but it's legal. I will try to explain for those that are not Brazilian. When you talk about hunting, if you are all over the world, except in Brazil, most of the countries in the world, hunting, it's a good thing to do. But if you do that without permits, it's illegal hunting. But you don't call illegal hunting because hunting is a good thing. So you call poaching. Poaching is a word, no, to do illegal things with hunting. In Brazil, it's exactly the same thing. Hunting and poaching is caçar. There's just one word, caçar, which is bad by definition. It's the same challenge that we're facing with deforestation, because they say, okay, farmers, some farmers, they have the legal rights to convert the land, but when they do that, oh, it's deforestation, which means it's bad. So this is one of the challenges that we have. But again, when you talk about the not just in common, but just a powerhouse for food, but it's also a powerhouse for nature. We have the third largest forest in the world. Forests only in Russia are bigger than any other country in the world, so it's, no, we don't have the biggest forest in the world. But we have the third largest, no, Russia, Canada, us. But it's the most diverse. Almost 1/4 or 1/5 of the global biodiversity are there. And besides of the good things that we've been done in food, we still kept 65% of the country intact. So we convert 35% in crops. Most of the countries in the global north converted something around 70 to 80%. And again, folks, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. No, we must produce food in order to keep ourselves alive. But what we learn in Brazil, because we enter late in the game, say, okay, you will have to produce, but you have to produce more in less land because they don't have the permits to convert more. And we learned to do that. In the last mostly 50 years, we learned to do 2 crops, in some cases 3 crops, in some cases like some places like ICLF, integration crop livestock forests, that we call in Brazil ILPF. We are producing 4 crops in 1 year. So it changed everything. And finally, when you think about the future, the world is consuming something around 2.1 billion tons of grains today. We will consume 3 billion tons in 2050. FAO is saying that, OECD, a lot of players. So we need 900 million more. Remember, Brazil is the 4th largest producer. We have a super crop this year, 350 million tons. The world will need 900 million. Which means that they put a lot of pressure to say, folks, please, keep doing your job, increasing your productivity, and we do have a solution for that, recovering degraded lands. That's our main goal for the future, and I hope to have some time to explain that later. Thank you.
Thanks, Edu. And I think it's worth mentioning as well, of the 60+% of the land that is still preserved, half of that is in private properties of farmers. And in Brazil, we have something called the Forest Code, which no other country has. For instance, I have a farm in São Paulo, which is the most expensive land in Brazil. I have to keep 20% of my farm untouched. In the Amazon is 80%. I mean, and you go from 80 to a graduation, from 20%, which is the least, to 80%, depending on the biome. So we just have seen in Europe, everybody screaming and kicking because they wanted to increase, I think, to something like 4%, right? The percentage of preserved land. I think it's important to mention that as well. Good, so Gabriel, thanks for being here with us. Brazil is the second largest producer of biofuels after the US, mainly, of course, sugarcane-based ethanol. In the case of Brazil, in the US, it's basically corn-based. And we have often heard discussions about biofuels compete with food, talking about food, right? So, of course, this will more and more become eventually an issue. And I even heard once, which was quite interesting, somebody tell me that they didn't like the Brazilian ethanol because it was causing deforestation in the Amazon. I heard that from a very senior official once. And let me tell you that the ethanol in Brazil is produced in the state of São Paulo, where I have my farm. I don't produce ethanol, but you know, it's a small farm. But it is at least 3.5 hours by plane to the Amazon. So definitely, I think it's important to make that straight. So, Gabriel, it would be great to hear your views on how the Brazilian model is unique in clean and renewable energy. And if we could zoom on ethanol and how important it is today for the Brazilian energy matrix.
Thank you, Silvia. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So our vision about this topic is that food and fuel are very complementary. They can grow together, and we don't see this a trade-off in the Brazilian case. I'd like to structure this in 3 main reasons. The first is that land availability is not a bottleneck for Brazil in the foreseeable future that we can imagine. Just to give an order of magnitude, today only 1% of the land in Brazil produces sugarcane. Less than 10% of the land in Brazil produces agriculture products. So, and most of the expansion of at least of sugarcane in the case, and most of agriculture is being in pasture land, as you mentioned, not in the Amazon region, but most in the center-south. Therefore, there are many technical studies about this that show that we could grow 5 to 6 times the production of biofuels in Brazil without needing any preserved land, and also in economic terms, in good economic terms, right, already with these 2 restrictions. So, and also, a large part of this land that we grow is already degraded land. So when we grow more biofuels, we're actually making good for the environment because we're preserving, restoring this degraded land. Therefore, this is the first reason, so we could grow a lot without deforestation. The second point is based on productivity, as you guys mentioned before. Sugarcane, differently from other crops, especially grains, has not grown so much productivity in the last decades. So there is still a lot of room for that. Most studies estimate 30 to 40% that we could grow in this regard, only thinking about sugarcane. But also most of the expansion of ethanol, recent expansion of ethanol in Brazil is based on corn. And corn in Brazil is being grown for ethanol as a second harvest, right? A second crop in the year, as was mentioned. And this is amazing because in terms of productivity and resources, you're using the same land and most of the same inputs for producing much more corn in a soybean production, right? Only today, less than 40% of soybean production in Brazil already explores this second harvest corn. So there's a lot of growth in this regard without needing any additional land and producing much more ethanol in Brazil. And the third point is based on the governance and economic incentives in Brazil for biofuels. We have a program in Brazil called RenovaBio, which is inspired by US LCFS, low carbon fuel standards, which give us, it's like similar to a carbon cap and trade market, but it's inspired in that idea. And it gives a relevant revenue for ethanol, for biofuel producers in Brazil based on emission reduction, right? So, for example, in the case of sugarcane, depending on the player, it can get up to 10% of cash generation based on this carbon credit-like tool. And for this program, there's a very strict 0 deforestation requirement. So land that has recent reforestation cannot be eligible, so you lose all these credits. So this is a very important topic for producers. And for example, at Ativus, our expansion team, our land team has in the economic model, the criteria, we don't buy this land because we know that we won't be getting carbon credits, right? So, and all the players in the sector are seeing like this. So, and besides that, Brazil is growing as an export, right? There's this important avenue of growth exporting ethanol for other countries. And the international criteria, the certifications such as ISCC and Bonsucro, they don't allow as well deforestation. So this government make important incentives to avoid deforestation in biofuels in Brazil. So for these three reasons, we don't see it as a trade-off, but also very important synergies and avenue for growth.
And Gabriel, I would add also second-generation ethanol, which is now beginning to, and I know Paul is around here. I'm in Cosan. Cosan is one of the, the companies that have launched to try to scale. So you use it from biomass. So it's definitely not competing with food. Thanks, Gabriel. Arthur, thank you. So we know that for Brazil to, of course, have these increased levels of productivity and production, and Edu mentioned our soils are not fertile at all, so it requires a lot of inputs. And today this ends up being one of Brazilians' agriculture Achilles heel, because we depend a lot on imported fertilizers. I think, if I'm not mistaken, around 80% or something like that. So my question to you is, what is the importance, of course, first, what is the importance of Brazil as a market for Mosaic? But how is Mosaic integrating sustainability in its core business, while, of course, at the same time maintaining its competitiveness globally?
Okay, thank you, Sylvia, for the good question. Lots to unpack. I hope I'll be able to bring some useful thoughts here to the discussion. Thank you to the organization for having Mosaic on the panel. Also a pleasure to be back on campus as a Columbia alumni. It's been some time, but that's good. Maybe before jumping to the key concepts of your questions, in 30 seconds, give some information about Mosaic. We are an American company traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We are the largest combined producer of phosphates and potash fertilizer products. We have a couple of specificities. We connect two sectors, mining and agriculture, and we have a very big American continent geographic anchor. We mine potash in Canada, phosphates in Central Florida, and we have a sizable business in Brazil, in fact, which I will describe now. I think Mosaic recognized about 20 years ago that to be a relevant player in agriculture, having a footprint in Brazil was first and foremost, and so we've been partnering with tropical agriculture since then. In Brazil, we operate 6 mines. We are present in about 12 states. We've had a journey of organic and inorganic growth up to the point that now the business represents anywhere between 30 to 40% of our global revenue. Moving to your question, Sylvia, I think there are 3 points I would make on this. At the risk of, very high risk of stating the very obvious, when you have at your core of your business model mining and agriculture in 3 of the most nature-endowed countries, Canada, US, and Brazil, it sounds like a good idea to put at the very center of your corporate values sustainability, right? And so we really strive to demonstrate that we are, good partners with our host communities, that we have, sound environmental stewardship programs, and this is what we do in different fields through the Mosaic Institute, in education, food, water stewardship, local development, you name it. We've also done, a lot to green our energy procurement in Brazil. We have a sizable partnership with Casa dos Ventos. Casa dos Ventos today is a wind power company that procures about 50% of our energy needs as a business. But if I move down the value chain of what we do, maybe starting about mining, sustainability-related practices and programs are completely embedded in what we do in every step of what we do. There is no way you can operate a business wherever on the planet, but in particular in Brazil, where I take note that standards are generally even go above and beyond international standards, and so it's important to reinforce that. And we really strive to make sure our partners in the public sector understand that we put this as the very core of what we do. This is how you get your license to operate, your social license to operate, and you get business continuity. And if I move from the mine to the field, which is the discussion, the topic at hand today, I think our stance is really to promote and represent responsible productivity. This is how we kind of encapsulate what we do. First, because the centrality of Brazil in our strategy is such that we get our nutrients in the Brazil soil in time and at scale, working with our customers on a day-to-day basis, so that we are a reliable and predictable source of fertilizers. We do have our business objectives like any company, but we also think of ourselves as part of the essential food industry, so really getting our system as efficient as possible to get the nutrients in the Brazil soil is really something that we have at the core of our mission. We do a lot of advice to our customers. We, our 200+ agronomists spread across the country work with the customers to advise them on effective application of fertilizers. There's a program that we follow called the 4R nutrient stewardship. It's the right source, the right rate, the right location, the right time. We have, I don't mean to catalog a lot of initiatives, but these would be the more meaningful, I guess. A good partnership with Embrapa, where we train technicians in livestock production to the correct use of fertilizers for pastures. And then we empower communities. We work with small-scale farmers up north in the country to advise them on sound agronomic practices, how they need to look after the water cycle to improve livelihoods, but also to be able to expand potentially their small business. So all that said, what I'm trying to demonstrate, and I hope I'm able to demonstrate it, is that strategy is a key cross-cutting business process that actually empowers our strategy and is completely synergistic with the notion of competitiveness. I mean, there's no antagonism. On the contrary, I think most of this audience knows that. They work really hand in hand. And so this is how we believe we can execute on our mission best. And to conclude, I mean, we're of course following the preparation work for the COP30 discussions, and it's very good to see that those concepts are being framed a bit that way to position the Brazil Ag as a thought partner rather than a passive stakeholder. So I think, for Mosaic, it's very pleasant to see that, the movement is clear in that direction. So.
Thanks, Artur. Fabi, my good friend and also partner in crime of many initiatives. So, and Fabi came a couple of days sooner than she was supposed to be here to be with us here. So thank you very much. So Fabi, we know how crucial it is financing for agriculture, for agribusiness in general, and especially for Brazil, where interest rates have been traditionally much higher than global averages, and more so these days, I must say. So if financing for traditional agriculture is already a challenge, it must be even more so a challenge to finance non-traditional, low carbon, regenerative agriculture. So that must be a bigger challenge in a way, because it's those are new spaces. And I know you have been quite yourself involved in that, in trying to find this right balance. Fabi, how you think that innovative financing models, how can innovative financing models be structured to incentivize climate resilient agriculture, all the practices, but at scale? The issue is we see a lot of projects going on, small projects, and I think Maria mentioned that as well. How can we scale that? and financing has to be the big push for that.
Thank you, Sylvia. An honor to be here in this very important school. First of all, I'd like to introduce a little bit Rabobank, because I don't know if everyone is familiar with this weird name bank. We are a Dutch cooperative bank, full of purpose, founded more than 120 years ago by Dutch farmers, meaning that this allows us a unique strategical positioning. We are not listed, we even don't have owners. Ultimately, our owners are the Dutch society. That said, you can imagine that this allows us to be a kind of a different bank. Nowadays, extremely focused on the transition in the food and agricultural chain. Outside of the Netherlands, we are mainly focused on food and agriculture, and transitioning, it's a key strategical driver for us. That said, I would say that the whole financial industry has a great opportunity and challenge to elevate sustainability, the sustainability agenda, to the same strategical level as the traditional risk return. Meaning now that the financial industry should look at a triangle, risk return and sustainability as a balance. And that, of course, is very challenging because financing low-carbon agriculture, regenerative agriculture, reforestation, restoration, and all the climate-related projects bring different risks and different needs. Although we want to see these at scale, somehow these still require tailor-made financial solutions. Not only because of tenor, some of those investments, those capex require long-term facilities, financial facilities to combine with their returns, but also because the transition in farming brings, of course, more risk of volatility on the production, and therefore does require that the financial instruments can cope with that. Not to mention that the financial incentives must come from the value chain. Of course, investing on those projects compete with the traditional OPEX and CAPEX and growth opportunities that we have, especially in Brazil. So the Rabobank Group as a whole nowadays has more or less 10% of its assets related with sustainability, with sustainable linked loans or facilities, you name it. And we aim at reaching 20% by 2030. In Brazil specifically, in the last years, we have led more than $10 billion transactions related with sustainability, being bonds, supporting issuing bonds, green loans, sustainability-linked transactions. 10 years ago, we structured together with the UN, FMO, and also IDB, the Agri-3 Fund. It's a blended impacted fund focused on bringing the transition to reality and financing projects, regenerative projects, and avoid deforestation projects, and all related with agriculture regenerative. The results nowadays is that we have supported projects related with almost 100,000 hectares in agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and 140,000 hectares in forest protection. Agri-T is a global fund, but of course, Brazil has been the main client because of our efforts on really pushing the sustainable financial on our portfolio in Brazil. Another example, it's the Responsible Commodities Facility. It's a facility for crop financing that offers special conditions to farmers, backed up by the de-risking offered by European retailers. So European retailers are willing to de-risk the transaction, considering that those credits are going to be linked with preserving nature beyond our forest code, with requiring excess of natural vegetation on the farms beyond the forest code, meaning that farmers that will be entitled to this facility with a financial incentive must keep excess of nature on their farms. And that it's one very important example to be scalable, because it comes with the commitment of the whole value chain. Quite often, it's expected that farmers and financial services solve the problem by themselves, but it's necessary actually to engage beyond that. And last but not least, nowadays we are putting lots of efforts to actually understand in depth with our clients what is their sustainable growth plan, to make sure that we can scale up all the transactions that are sustainably, that are linked with the climate and sustainability agenda. And when we say sustainable growth plan, we are not only focused on sustainability as like initiatives to produce more sustainably, but sustainability has to come with a broader understanding. They must be sustainable environmental, socially, and economically. I also come from a school in US that is pretty much focused on positive impact, and there I've learned that green is not sustainable if it's not minimally profitable. So we need to make sure that the economics fit as well, to allow for scalable solutions and solutions that are attractive for those farmers. Because indeed, implementing low-carbon agriculture, as you mentioned, regenerative agriculture, restoring degraded land, preserving more land than they are required to preserve by our law, all of that brings additional risks. And costs. And costs, of course, for an activity that is already a way too risky. So.
Great, thank you. So we have round 2 and round 3. I'll ask you guys to kind of try to so that we can go to the third round. So Edu, I know you've been kind of bringing the different stakeholders to the game. So how do you think that, multi-stakeholder partnerships between the private sector, government, and academia can accelerate, you think, the scaling of some of those sustainable agricultural solutions that I know you're involved? And I think one point that it's interesting is the metrics, right? In Brazil, as we know, today we use current metrics that are from temperate agriculture, from the developed countries, let's put it this way, not from the south. And in tropical agriculture, and specifically in Brazil, because of the practices we have, like direct planting and others, we store much more carbon in the soil than the parameters that are currently used. So that's part of it. How are you seeing? I know Embrapa is trying to push that agenda together with Exalc, our alma mater, of course. But how do you see that and the importance of that? Because, as you said, it has to be economically viable. And for that to be economically viable, the economic equation has to close. And for that to close, you have to have the proper evaluation of how much you're bringing to the table in terms of carbon footprint, as an example, which currently is not correct, right?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question. Actually, we always said that, no, if you are in the lunch, you have to choose if you are sit on the table or if you will be the menu. In Brazil, most of the times we were the menu and say, guys, no, I want to sit on the table. But in order to do that, we have to publish more. Publish in tier 1 magazines, publish in English, of course. And it's really sad to say that, but that's the reality. If you want to have these approved from UN, the IPCC, all those players, we have to get the approvals from the global north, which is really sad, but that's the reality. So I say, okay, guys, let's not fight against that. Let's work together. So we built a center, a carbon center in Piracicaba at our alma mater, Exalc. I am the chairman of the center, actually. But that's what we decided to do, to say, okay, globally, you have to dig at 30 centimeters of soil, no, to understand the carbon content. Why 30? Because most of the soils in the global north, the carbon content, there are content in those 30. Because all the other from down, it's too cold to have life. So life resides in the 30 centimeters. Okay, we don't have snow in Brazil. Good. So the carbon content, we have in the first 30 centimeters, something around 50%. But because I have to dig only 30 centimeters, I lose the other 50. We start doing the MRVs wrong. When we start the game as Brazilians, we lose 50%. And not because the global north is evil, but because we were not capable to deliver basic science showing we do have carbon content in the first 100 centimeters, which is a meter. And that's the beauty here. We do not build that only with the public sector. We rose 40 million reais from USP, the largest university in Brazil. But when we started that, a lot of companies said, oh, we want to do that. We want to help you. So nowadays, we have the largest group of scientists in the Global South, 80 PhDs working every day. I hope till the end of the year we will be the largest in the world, but I still have a lot of job to do. But we rose almost 200 million from the private sector. And again, it's possible to bring all the partners together, because in the end of the day, what do you want to show? Okay, what we've done in the last 40 years is really good, because in the 70s, we import food. We are one of the fifth largest country, the fifth largest also in population. We imported food. Come on, it's not right. So now we export, it's really good, but we need to increase the productivity in those kind of soils. So how can we use better the potential that we have? We must include biological aspects in the game, not just the physical, chemical, which is really important. And I'm an agronomist, I will never say no to the fertilizers. Don't get me wrong. But if we don't have life in the soils, which means organic matter, which means carbon, but carbon is just a cherry in the cake. It's not the cake. The cake is productivity. The cake is organic matter. Because when you have organic matter, we have more capacity to store water and all those things. So we will not move without financing. We will not move without partners. And that's the beauty of that. We are doing that. We are moving, but we need more partners. Please join us. We're more than open to do that. Thank you.
Brazil is the largest user of bio-inputs, right, in the world, and expanding at 30% a year, which is amazing. Gabriel, can you give us some concrete cases where you think innovation in biofuels are delivering clear climate and productivity benefits?
Thank you, Silvia. Yes, I believe that what's the most exciting and most fantastic thing, in my opinion, in this biofuels space in Brazil is the circularity of sugarcane ecosystem. We, Ativos, are the second largest producer of ethanol in Brazil. And from the ethanol production, we use the juice of the sugarcane, but then we have the leftovers, right? So the bagasse, the fiber, we use it for producing electricity that feeds in our own production system, and we produce ethanol from this electricity, and we also export this to the system. So today we have 830 megawatts of, it's a lot, it's almost 0.5% of Brazilian whole power system installed capacity. And besides that, which is already more traditional, what's going on? Different usages for different sub-products, even for the own bagasse. So for the bagasse, we are exploring producing corn ethanol right, co-located with our sugarcane ethanol plants, so we can use this heat and power to further increase productivity, which is very efficient. And also, besides that, we are also looking into biochar, which is a technology that via pyrolysis, we can produce this product that we throw in the soil, and we can both have two benefits. One is to store carbon for hundreds of years, and also increase soil productivity and fertility, right? So this we already have signed a MOU to develop a pilot project of biochar in our plants. And looking ahead, what else is going on? Besides the bagasse, which is more traditional that I just mentioned, we have other co-products in sugarcane, which is vinasse and filter cake. And this historically was an environmental challenge to deal with that. But in most recent years, we transformed it in fertilizers. So we use the vinasse and the filter cake in both in the soil to improve our productivity in our production. And now, more recently, we are producing biogas out of these items. And from biogas, we purify it and make it biomethane. And this biomethane is very identical to a natural gas. So we can both use it to transform our diesel freight, our diesel trucks and equipments into biomethane equipments. So reducing the carbon footprint of our production, besides exporting natural gas. So these are just some examples. There are more avenues here that we could mention. As you mentioned, second generation ethanol from bagasse, and also green ammonia, green fertilizer that we can produce via green hydrogen. So this is the most amazing thing.
We're running out. I'm terrible at managing time, as you can see. So I'm going to try to steal a couple of minutes, can I? So that we just close. So if in 1 minute, each one of you here, Artur, you are investing in bio-inputs. Since we talked about bio-inputs, biofertilizers. So just in 1 minute, how important that is. And Fabi, we talked about insurance in Brazil, right? One of the Achilles heels, as we mentioned, the Brazilian crops are not insured. We have less than 50% insured in Brazil. It's the other way around in the US. 85 is insured, 15 is not. Brazil, 85 is not insured, and this was part of the parametric and how to decrease and to de-risk agriculture. So those would be the two questions. If you can, I know it's challenging in 1 minute, but 1 minute and 1 minute.
That's question 3, actually, right? That you're asking. Yeah, but I'll try to reorganize. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yes, I thought that was more important than question 2.
Good, perfect. Just a general consideration, we understand full well at Mosaic the size of the challenge that is being asked to Brazil agriculture. It's about producing more food in a more productive way, in a more climate resilient way, and less carbon intensive. That's a lot to ask to a sector, right? The good news is I think Brazil has never waited for the provocation to already implement cutting edge, agriculture sustainable practices, and so we've got prominent agronomists with international recognition and awards that have been actually granted earlier this year on biological nitrogen fixation. I read an article the other day that said very eloquently that the Brazil agriculture is becoming more biointelligent, and so we really believe in that, and so that leads me to say 2 things. We continue investing in innovation on our mineral fertilizers, on our advanced crop nutrition program, so that our products become more efficient. The nutrient use efficiency is really increasing at the farm level. We develop in labs, test in farms, of course. And the big news is that since last year, we've launched our Mosaic Bioscience division, to your point, Sylvia, in bionutrition, not biocontrol. We do think that the good biologicals are synergistic for better efficiency when combined to mineral fertilizers. We've got a sizable pipeline of products that is being prepared. Some of them will reach Brazil very, very soon, and ambitious development plans in terms of revenue generation. So,
thanks, Artur.
Well, lack of insurance definitely impacts the scalability. For obvious reasons, I don't think I need to explain further than that. But in order to unlock the insurance market in Brazil, we need data analytics, we need science, we need geodata, and this is probably the one of the greatest opportunities that we have in terms of the financial industry. As we mentioned before, implementing the transition agenda, the sustainability practices, you name it, brings more risk and more costs, and perhaps more volatility on productivity. To aim at scaling up the solutions, we need to unlock the insurance market.
Definitely, and as we bring more science to the game with all the metrics and the parameters, that will hopefully help. Listen, thank you very much for the panel. I hope we were able to explain a little bit more some of the interesting characteristics. I truly believe I have been around, and I'm an agricultural engineer, as I mentioned. I've been around in different countries. I think Brazil has Brazil is probably the most sustainable agriculture on earth these days. I know well how it's done in the US. We were discussing with Edu that at scale, right? Talking about agriculture at scale. And I think what I see is people very concerned. Producers in Brazil, no other sector is as exposed to climate as agriculture, definitely. Everybody's quite concerned, and I think there is I see a lot of producers, they keep forests, they keep on in excess. I'm one of them, I have 50% of my land with forests, but because they understand today the value of environmental services, the value of nature for water and all of that. So I think more and more, agriculture is at the intersection of health, human health, ecological health, and I think this is something that I hear a lot in Brazil and the concerns about that. So thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. I'm sorry
Hello again, everyone. We are pleased to continue our long-term partnership with the Boston Consulting Group. Every year, they bring insights to help us explore fresh frontiers in climate solutions. This year, I'm delighted to welcome Arthur Ramos, Managing Director and Partner of BCG, to present the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sophia. It's a pleasure to be here again, speaking about our climate report as part of the knowledge partner of this conference. Amazing, this 4th edition. I think Luciana was very gentle, recognizing all the importance and impact of this group that's been working together. I think this is a good example of this word that everybody knows now, multirão. I think it's a clear example that we have on this bringing this multirão together on this Brazil Climate Summit. So a big thank for everyone. I have also to say a big thank you for the BCG team that prepared this report. And I'd like to highlight Luisa Boechat, that should be here. I haven't seen her, but should be here as a key component of this team and how it was driven, this report. Today, we're going to be talking about how we can seize the opportunity into a very specific market. I think it was mentioned on the 2 panels before, okay? Both in terms of the geopolitical side, international side, and also the agriculture potential that Brazil have on supplying biofuels. But how can bring solutions to this segment, to this marine fuels, as we described. Okay? We have been in the last years presenting several of the reports touching about most of the points, and on really trying to frame the discussion that we have on this Brazil as a climate hub, Brazil as climate solutions for the markets. Okay, so we have several of these reports around that we described before. This year, we're going to be talking specifically about this opportunity, and more than one detailed example. I think we like this framework here on the marine sector is really a hint on how how it's possible to decarbonize a very interesting, intelligent mechanism here. So this is much more than the specific case. I think it's very important that this could provide a lot of solutions, a lot of important ideas how we move forward on that. First of all, we're going to be covering here what we call the hard-to-abate sectors. Okay, typically the hard-to-abate sectors are about a quarter of emissions. No? Not the other ones are easy to abate, but I think this is the way we talk about that. And particularly on the let's say, when we talk about that, we think about the industry side as the most important areas that we cover. But the key offender in hard-to-abate is in transportation. Okay, of course, the trucking, the road transportation is the largest one, but also the shipping industry is just beside that is even larger than aviation. If shipping were a country, it would be the 6th largest emitter in the world. Okay, so this is very important. Just after Brazil. Okay, so it's just after Brazil in this discussion. What we have there on this framework, and why do like it's important? Okay, for the IMO, because it's an international jurisdiction. And I think the design of this framework relates to creating incentives, but penalties as well. Okay, so in both aspects, this also builds on a track record of the IMO that they were very successful in reducing the sulfur content of bunker fuels in the last few years. It was recently voted on its committee of environmental committee, so creating the framework for that discussion. And also this is an important theme for the whole decarbonization in the world. We are talking about COP30. There is one item on the action agenda on COP30, the key objective number 2, talking about hard-to-abate and talking about solutions exactly for this situation. So this is the discussion we have right now. This discussion was also led by Luciana and Paula that's here now on our task force of finance for SB COP. We covered this. A lot of the things we're being here are built on that context. Okay. So let me describe a little bit of how it works. It seems very complicated, and it is, okay? So let's not be simplifying, okay? This is something, but basically the regulations that you have on the vertical axis, the carbon intensity of the fuels you're using, okay? And you have 2 lines there that sets a threshold, a tier 1 and tier 2 threshold, where you're gonna be, along the years, reducing, making more stringent throughout the time, okay? So in a very simplified way here, if you are in the green zone, this is just the animation here. If you're on the green zone, you basically have the opportunity to sell additional surplus, okay? So you're emitting less than the regulation of the framework here is starting, so you could sell to the other players here to compensate their emission. If you're on the yellow zone, on the middle of the 2 tier, you have to pay $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent on that. Okay, so that's the middle zone. If you're on the red zone, you're above, you're non-compliant on that, you have to pay both for the $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent, but also pay the high penalty, that's 380. So a very intense, a very strong price incentive for you to get out of that red zone. The penalties collected will be part of a fund, and also the market balance around the price of the surplus units will be defined in the private negotiations around that. But we believe this is really a clear incentive and a clear model how you can do, and clearly stating throughout the time how you need to be productive and increase or reduce your own footprint. So basically, what's the need for Brazil? Okay, so this is I think the key aspects we are bringing here to the discussion. First, we do a kind of supply curve alternative we have. So how the bio discussion, the agriculture discussion related that we had here, we're taking into consideration and part of that. But we see that this, in the short to medium term, there's a very important opportunity of 2 consolidated value chains, okay, to achieving those objectives of reducing the impact on that sector. And that comes from ethanol and it comes from biodiesel. So the two important areas. There below, I think the one on the is very, there's cost-effective solutions in using LNG or bio-LNG here, as stated on the supply curve, but they're still not material. Okay, so this is something more for the medium term, something important. I think we heard about in the last panel about biomethane. So there are important opportunities here that can be covered, but it will take more time to be developed. And more on the long term, we are enthusiastic that there are potential related to the electrification, to low carbon hydrogen solutions that will lead to green ammonia, green methanol, synthetic fuels, but they will take time, okay, and they are very much expensive. The other aspect is that why is it important for Brazil? Brazil, the two charts there and I show you, is very important for seaborne trade. So there's the 50th largest country there, and also the largest supplier of feedstock that can be used for biofuels. And the third aspect, it was extensively discussed here in the previous two panels, is that we have availability of degraded land. So moving on that, and talking about this expression, and I was here listening to the conversation. It's very good that we're converging in terms of the numbers. Now we're using the numbers of 110. But I would like to emphasize very clear two messages here. Besides the production here, the potential to produce about 50 billion liters of biofuels, you can do that without deforesting, and you can do that without threatening food security. Okay, so very important to have those messages here. If we're talking about about 70% of the equivalent area for the area that we have today, use it as farmland in Brazil, can be part of recovery. That will roughly be something like Spain, Italy, and UK together. Okay, this is 110 million areas of degraded land that we have here on this chart. We're talking about a reforestation potential of 30 million. Okay, so this is one important aspect that we have here. The numbers are a little bit squeezed on that area, but this will be equivalent to Italy, more or less. If we talk about that will be equivalent to Italy. And here we're concentrating on using 25 million hectares that will be oriented to farmland for biofuels potential. But as you mentioned here, and besides the increase in the productivity that will lead to additional supply of fuels, as Eduardo was mentioned, very important. The production of this, about 50 billion liters of ethanol from corn, from sugarcane, and also biodiesel from soy, they produce additional energy, power, electricity, they produce biomethane. But also there are several side products here that also are part of our feed for the food supply chains. Okay, so we're talking about the GG, we're talking about brand. So a lot of things here, and as I say, we believe that the biofuels potential here to produce will help reforestation in Brazil, and also will help supply of additional fuel. The last point that we're being here, the last question is that how does that compares in terms of cost competitiveness of the solutions? And given this design, we did simulations, in this case on the biodiesel side, and for that we used a combination, a blend, that's B24, that's currently already used, okay? And that shows that you have the penalties that you described. It shows that the biodiesel in Brazil, though it's more expensive in the beginning, it can be competitive in 2030. Moving forward, when the regulation gets more stringent, you get 6% difference, okay? So important sign that we have here that this is a competitive situation. It's a competitive also on the ports like Singapore or Rotterdam that are important ports for that, okay? So they're below the threshold of 390 that we mentioned before. The other aspect here for the ethanol, I think is a similar story with different components here, because the ethanol is low emissions, it can generate the surplus units, okay? So although it's more expensive, now if you see the the blue side here, the surplus units, they work just like a credit, okay? So you could have a credit on that. And they also, they make it more competitive, almost $7 different per unit of energy that you have there, okay? So this is something that in 2030 is already competitive, 2035 also very important. So in both aspects, we believe that there is also a strong competitiveness in all the sides. So basically now we see here a good design of a framework, the potential that the current value chains already structured can take advantage of that. We see the potential of Brazil, the role of Brazil in terms of the international trade and use of bunker fuels, and also the relative competitiveness that you see on that, using and of issues and taking a virtuous circle for investment in the recover or degrade the land. Okay, so I think this is with important side benefits. What is missing here? What we need to believe on that? Okay. First, I think the most important one, this regulated will have a final voting for this regulation. I have a final voting for consolidation just in early October. Okay, so very important vote to make this pathway real. Going to be happening here. There is an important discussion on carbon intensity standards. Everything here is based on the carbon intensity standards, and there are very relevant conversations around improving the way we define carbon standards and taking the carbon standards, the carbon accounting, to the product level. Okay, so this is something very important here that we have on this side. And also, everything here depends on the mechanism that I was describing. Okay, so this is very important how they are, how these incentives are well defined. Besides incentives, you need also compliance, you need the enforcement of what you have there, which is something very, very relevant, very important. And also for the technology to advance, particularly because you need more engines on the ships that can use methanol and that are compatible also with ethanol. Okay. So these are the four elements we have here. What is the bottom line? What's the important thing we see? We believe that there is a potential for Brazil to supply about 15% of the global demand of fuels in a very sustainable way. Okay, so this is something very relevant that we discuss here. Within that, we have 25 million hectares of land recovered. We reduce about more than 10% of the emissions of the sector, and also can attract about $100 billion of investments in this value chain. Okay. So far, it's a very interesting stories. I'd like to close in here with this. This report is available for you to download that. So as we do that in every year. I think I close here with a word from Milor Fernandes, which is an intellectual in Brazil, a humorist, but he says, livre pensar e só pensar. Free thinking is all about thinking that we have here. And I think it's important like that when we discuss with the teams here of the Brazil Climate Summit, what are the critical topics, it's very important to bring to the table how we have the opportunities, how to make that tangible. So having said that, thanks a lot again. Thanks for your attention. Hope you enjoy this conference here.
Thank you, Artur. We shift now to a critical pillar of Brazil's climate leadership, building and strengthening its carbon markets. I'm honored to welcome Annette Nazareth, Chair of Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, who will give a keynote and frame the discussion from our next panel.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a privilege to be here today, back at Columbia University, where I feel like others have noted when they went to Columbia. I'm a graduate of the law school, so it is a privilege to be here to help set the stage for a timely conversation about Brazil's carbon market shift. We meet at a very important inflection point. In the next year, Brazil will move from concept to implementation on core elements of its carbon market architecture, which the world looks ahead to COP30 in Belém. The decisions taken now on governance, transparency, and interoperability will shape not only Brazil's markets, but how global cooperation advances on climate. This is an opportunity to invest in integrity and credibility to drive scale. Carbon markets only work when they are trusted, connected, and deliver real outcomes for people and the planet. That is why the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, the ICVCM, and our core carbon principles exist. Our mission is very straightforward: to define and uphold a clear, credible, quality threshold for carbon credits so buyers, investors, regulators, and communities can have confidence that any credit they buy is backed by robust safeguards and transparent information. We do this through what we call our core carbon principles, or CCPs, a high-integrity standard consistent with other international frameworks such as the Paris Agreement and CORSIA, that programs and credit categories must meet in order to pass our assessment. The CCP label is an assurance that credit supply has cleared a rigorous bar on quantification, additionality, permanence, sustainable development impacts, and strong governance, including safeguards for indigenous peoples and local communities. There are now 28 carbon project methodologies that have been CCP approved, from improved approaches to forestry and land management, to capturing methane from landfill sites and converting it into energy, from providing clean cooking equipment in rural Africa to destroying ozone-depleting substances from household appliances like refrigerators. The demand for high-integrity carbon credits will continue to grow in the years to come, and Brazil is well-positioned to take a global leadership role and become a major producer of carbon credits. 7 in 10 companies say that investing in carbon credits allows them to take additional climate action that wouldn't otherwise happen, while 6 in 10 say that buying high-integrity carbon credits incentivizes investment in decarbonization. This underscores the role carbon credits play in a comprehensive and credible decarbonization strategy, and companies are already demonstrating a willingness to pay a premium for carbon credits with the CCP label because it gives them confidence. In January 2025, S&P Global found indications of a price premium for CCP-labeled credits ranging from 70 cents to $2 per metric ton of CO2 equivalent, with this premium set to widen in the coming years. This is the time for market participants in Brazil to align with the CCPs and harness this opportunity to access new sources of finance. The carbon market ecosystem extends beyond credit quality, and the world's carbon architecture is becoming more complex, not less. We have domestic regulations emerging, we have Article 6 cooperative approaches under the Paris Agreement, and we have a large voluntary market that is already financing mitigation at scale. Research from Bloomberg and EF estimates that in a high-integrity scenario, the voluntary carbon market alone could be worth $1.1 trillion annually by 2050. If the different systems evolve in silos, we risk fragmentation, double counting concerns, and confusion that can deter capital and prevent the market from achieving its full potential. The CCPs were designed to be interoperable, the connective tissue that allows credits meeting a common integrity threshold to move across systems. That means a credit recognized under the CCPs can potentially be utilized for domestic regulators in compliance systems, acceptable to international cooperation mechanisms, and used by private companies to make a claim, all while anchored in transparent, comparable criteria. Brazil is well positioned to benefit from this interoperability. As a climate superpower with significant mitigation potential across nature, industry, and energy, as we heard this morning, Brazil can set rules that channel investment into activities that are real, durable, and socially beneficial. In practice, this means three things. First, it means aligning market rules with a high integrity threshold so that eligible projects enter the system with quality. Second, ensuring robust market infrastructure, including tracking so ownership is clear and double counting is avoided, particularly where voluntary and compliance uses may intersect. And third, embedding safeguards and benefit sharing in ways that are transparent and verifiable, ensuring that communities are partners and not just beneficiaries. One key to credibility will be aligning international frameworks around a quality threshold that is both rigorous and internationally recognized to lower transaction costs for local developers and buyers who serve both domestic and international demand. Consider the perspective of industry. Companies need clarity and consistency. If a steel or fuels producer in Brazil wants to complement an internal decarbonization plan with high integrity credits, they need confidence that those credits will be recognized by counterparties and regulators, both domestically and abroad. Using an internationally recognized integrity threshold and label, developed through broad, transparent consultation, can provide that assurance, a practical shortcut for procurement teams and a defensible basis for auditors. For Brazil's regulators, referencing such thresholds within eligibility rules helps ensure that credits used for compliance reflect robust quantification and safeguards. For developers, from bioenergy and industrial efficiency to restoration and reforestation, meeting a clear integrity bar can broaden market access and strengthen investment appetite because investors read that signal as reduced integrity risk. Brazil can draw lessons from economies that have aligned domestic frameworks with widely recognized standards. Examples include the UK government, which has launched its voluntary carbon and nature's market consultation, where they propose endorsing the CCPs as a minimum baseline for integrity earlier this year, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government in Japan that promotes the use of CCP-labeled credits as part of its new SME exchange launched in March of this year. Simply put, interoperability is a competitiveness strategy. It would enable Brazilian credits to compete on quality, not just price, and it helps Brazilian companies access diversified demand with fewer frictions. It's also crucial that Brazil build an infrastructure that underpins the integrity and interoperability. Utilizing lessons learned from the voluntary market on registry functions, data transparency and standardization can provide a helpful map for building a system that can move, track, and account for credits across markets. We recently concluded our CIWP, Continuous Improvement Work Program at the ICVCM, which brought experts from the capital markets together to identify the carbon market's existing gaps and to propose solutions for moving forward. On safeguards and benefits, credible markets must protect rights. High integrity frameworks require robust social and environmental safeguards, including respect for free, prior, and informed consent, and credible context-appropriate benefit sharing. For Brazil, embedding and implementing these elements and ensuring adequate transparency about how benefits flow is crucial. Communities should not have to take integrity on faith. They should be able to see it in the rules and in data and be confident it will be implemented. So briefly, as a former SEC commissioner, I know what's required to build a market, and I would say that here are my recommendations on the carbon markets. First, we need to anchor credit eligibility and disclosure rules to a recognized integrity threshold, so domestic supply is globally recognized from day one. Second, invest in the plumbing, the interoperable infrastructure, the robust tracking, the clear data requirements. All of these allow credits to move cleanly across systems, expanding use cases and the ability of claims to be verified. And third, operationalize safeguards and benefit sharing with transparency. Make it easy for investors, communities, and civil society to see how value and responsibility are shared. So as we look toward Belém, let COP30 be a multilateralism COP, a moment where countries, companies, and communities align around common rules of the game. Brazil has the chance to show that high integrity is the fastest route to high impact. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. To further explore these themes, we are pleased to welcome our panelists. Paula Kowarski, co-chair of SBCOP 30, partner at Legend Capital, board member of Energy's Aid, and advisory board for Just Climate. Natalia Renteria, Brazil director of Race to Belém. Gautam Jain, senior researcher and scholar of Columbia Center of Global Energy Policy. To moderate, Ricardo Assunção, partner and chief sustainability officer at EY. Thank you.
Okay, hello, good morning for everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again. I feel like a veteran for the third year. So thank you, Marina and Luciana, for the invitation. So, ladies and gentlemen, today carbon pricing and carbon accounting is not a niche anymore. Carbon pricing covers around 28% of the global emissions through 78 active instruments, including 43 carbon tax and 35 emission trading systems. In 2024, last year, these mechanisms raised around $100 billion in revenue. Jurisdictions with carbon pricing now represent about 65% of the global GDP. And yet, despite the momentum that we are, global emissions keep rising. More than 130 countries have announced net zero targets, covering over that 80% of the emissions globally, but only a fraction of these countries and these goals are feasible, credible to reduce emissions. Here is a contradiction. So while carbon price in EU, for example, exceeded $96 per ton, some countries still price the carbon in $1 or less. This massive disparity not only it's not good for the competition, but also drives what we call carbon leakage. Industries moving production to regions with weak policies, exporting pollution instead of reduce emissions. In other words, we are moving emissions around the globe, not truly cutting them. So in Brazil, as you know, we are implementing our regulated carbon market. Being one of the most, we are one of the most active players, Paula, in the voluntary carbon market. Brazil is uniquely positioned to become a global supplier of high integrity carbon credits. At the same time, we must design a system that doesn't strangle companies or reduce competitiveness, but rather to drive innovation, attract capital, and reward those who decarbonize. At the same time, the private sector are not waiting. More than 2,000 companies represent over 27 trillion in market cap already apply internal carbon pricing to guide investment and strategy. Here we have a dilemma. So we keep with these fragmented national systems and border tax, or we finally have the courage to build a global carbon market that is transparent, equitable, and effective. So a final provocation to start this panel here. Brazil is finalizing the framework and at the same time preparing for COP30. This is a great opportunity for us to show our protagonism as a country and that we can lead the debate. To start the discussion, now we will start with you, Natalia. Thank you very much for being here. So, could you give us an overview about the current legal and policy framework shaping Brazil's carbon market, both voluntary and regulated?
Oh, good morning, all. I'm glad to be here. Thank you. So Brazil is living an exciting moment regarding carbon markets, and as we discussed it today, and to really understand what is happening, let's understand the federal law that was adopted last year. So this law established 3 carbon market types, but 2 carbon market types, sorry, with 3 pillars. The first one is voluntary based on projects. The second one is the voluntary based on programs. And the third one, the compliance market. And we have the interoperability, the possibility to really allow carbon credits go into the compliance market. And this interoperability has 2 levels. So the first one is to go into and stay in the compliance market. And the second one is to enter and be authorized to be exported. So the voluntary market in Brazil doesn't rule the issuance of credits. So it's related to market, how we will promote sales. And we have 2 paths. The first one is direct sale, and the second one is organized markets. The developer can choose between both of them. And when we are in an organized market, this credit will be a secured, and this is new for Brazil. We didn't have that before. Regarding the voluntary based on programs, it's the first time Brazilian law recognizes this kind of market, and we have to understand that the law recognizes 2 types. The first one is GRED, as we call that, as a no-market mechanism, and the other one, a market mechanism. The no-market mechanism is international donation, and we already have that. But the market one based on carbon credits is really developing now in Brazil. And the third one, the compliance market, is an ETS regime with a cap and trade system similar to the European one. And what is important to understand that a big issue we are discussing now, besides the governance, is how this credit will be accepted and how they will receive corresponding adjustment, which is a hot topic in Brazil right now, and we have not decided how it will be delivered. So just to finish, now we are really discussing implementation, how it will be implemented. And the compliance market is linked to the Ministry of Finance, and forest carbon is linked with Environment Ministry. And the whole system will be fully operated, will be fully implemented in about 5 years. So, as I said, have this approach in Brazil with 2 markets and 3 pillars is quite unique in the world, and it opens many opportunities.
Thank you, Natalia. Jumping from regulation, Paula, to businesses. Could you tell us what are the challenges that companies are facing entering the Brazilian carbon market? And what does this signal about their readiness for a regulated system aligned with global trends?
The list is rather long, but let me first say thank you for being here again for the 4th year in a row. And I mean, if I may, congratulations, Luciana and Marina, once again for the magnitude that this event gained over those years.
The fourth edition?
The 4th edition.
Wow, I thought it was the 3rd.
No. So challenges for companies entering Brazilian carbon markets. I think the way to think about this answer is, entering carbon markets all over the world is a challenging thing. Entering carbon markets in a country like Brazil is even more challenging in a way, in a good sense. And the reason to me is because in this particular subject, we have a massive competitive advantage. So the eyes and the scrutiny will always be higher. But the flip side of the coin is, for us to monetize this potential, we have to be very careful. And it's great that that you talked before and you explained how exactly Brazil is, trying to develop the mechanisms and the taxonomy and the interoperability. And I think this is, at the end of the day, what will allow, carbon credits to flow. Something that I like to say is that, and maybe currency is not the best word, but carbon is the currency of decarbonization. Carbon is what will allow, at the end of the day, money to flow from, developing countries into not so developed countries. And carbon is what will allow decarbonization investments to happen in places where they're more efficient. So, and I was paying attention to what you said regarding to, the risk of companies going to countries where the regulation is less stringent. I think that's a risk indeed, but there's also the good part of the story, which is companies going to countries where decarbonization is more efficient. And, Brazilian forestry is 46% more efficient than forestry in other countries around the world. I don't have the exact number for agriculture, but I see my friend there, he might have the number. So I would always think about it the other way around. And from a business perspective, I think that's the way we should think about. And that's exactly what we try to do at SB Corp, right? Rather than thinking about the challenges as you pose the question, is thinking about the good examples and leveraging on the good examples. Thinking about what's doable and what's not. So, of course, we would all love the world to be already fully operational under Article 6.2. But Article 6.2 requires a political engagement of almost 200 countries that, unfortunately, I'm not sure we're living in the best moment from a political standpoint to try in something that, requires 200 countries alignment. And so we said, okay, let's try the bilateral for the very simple reason that 2 is easier than 200. Simple as that. And then we said, but the bilateral still requires the corresponding adjustment, which is a big deal. And then we said, okay, we're left with the voluntary then. But then we see, unfortunately, voluntary markets were trading like $2 billion and is now down to $1 billion. And so the way to scale up is really, in very simple terms, the way to scale up is to take voluntary into regulated and make it happen. So what we try to do is to design a roadmap where we don't necessarily need to be perfect now. We may, and I have a bunch of very nice voluntary good projects that did happen in Brazil, and it had very high-profile buyers, so it's possible. But what we try to do is to think about what would be needed so for that those projects can be, between two companies, can be like blessed by the respective countries, the host and the buyer, so that to some extent this can become a bilateral thing. And then from bilateral, at some point it will be global.
Yeah. You mentioned we need to monetize the potential for Brazil. That's it. And that's why we are supporting, UI supporting SB Corp in carbon accounting. Let's jump to you, Gautam. Could you give us maybe an overview how Brazil can learn from other economies in their carbon market, and what Brazil can teach as well to the world?
Thank you, Ricardo. Wanted to first start by thanking Tom, Luciana, all the organizers for the invitation. Very happy to be here. That's a good question. What lessons can Brazil learn from others, and what can Brazil teach others? So as Natalia just mentioned, in December, Brazil passed a bill for its cap and trade carbon market. So let's start with that, with the compliance market. The bill has passed, the carbon market has been, the law has been approved, but much of the functioning of the market, standards, methodologies are yet to be defined. And this is where examples of other successful markets can be a big help. EU ETS is basically the benchmark or the gold standard. It has an annual trading volume of over $1 trillion already. So that's obviously a good place to look at. Obviously EU did not get there overnight. It took a good 15 plus years to get to the stage where they are. So a lot to learn from that. There are things like phasing in different sectors that they eventually have mastered, in the sense they start with free allowances for companies, combined with very strict emission rules, reporting rules. This is good because it allows companies to gradually phase into the market. Similarly, there's been an issue with the volatility of carbon prices, and usually on the low side, but the carbon price can be a problem either when it's too low or too high. When it's too low, it's not doing the function it's supposed to do. When it's too high, it can, there can be political backlash. So you need to manage the volatility of carbon prices. So after several unsuccessful attempts, in the fourth phase, EU has successfully managed to use what they call MSR, or the Market Stability Reserve Mechanism, with which they control the supply of allowances in the market. So these are examples that Brazil can learn from. The timeline that you indicated right now for implementation is 5+ years. I would think there are examples there that can help hopefully accelerate the timeline, because don't forget, CBM gets kicked in next year, and that impacts all countries. So that's on the voluntary side. The compliance side. Let's move to the voluntary side. As Paula just mentioned, in voluntary markets, Brazil has a ton of experience. Brazil is widely regarded to be the country with the most potential for nature-based carbon credits. It already supplies close to 10% of the credits in the voluntary market. However, the share of the revenue it gets is only 2%. So clearly something is not right. The pricing is low. So what you need for that is, again, touching upon what Paula just said, is we need a very strong regulatory framework for the entire voluntary carbon market. And this is necessary not just on the supply side. for project developers, but also on the demand side for companies and other buyers to know what is allowed and what is not allowed when they buy a carbon credit. So you need a complete regulatory framework that covers supply side, demand side, market side. And this is where other countries are sort of building up. This is still new for most of the world, but there are some that have already developed reasonably robust regulatory frameworks. Annette had mentioned UK, that's one, Japan, Australia, France. So there are examples there that can be used for that. So this is what Brazil can learn from others, but Brazil has a lot to teach others as well, because again, Brazil has a tremendous experience with REDD+ projects. One of the things that they have done pretty well is integrating project level activities with the national accounting system. Now this may seem relatively trivial or simple, but believe it or not, many countries are struggling with that. Even Article 6 hasn't quite figured this out yet. So this is one place that can be helpful, where Brazil's experience can be helpful. Another place is the Amazon Fund. Basically, it's a results-based payment system, which is a pretty good framework that others could use and learn from. Then there is Brazil's long history of partnership with the indigenous communities, including having or allowing for indigenous territories in the Constitution itself. This is, again, another place where carbon markets can become or sort of integrate more rights-based approach in there. So all these things are helpful. Finally, one final point I'll make is the global stability, the nature-based stability committee that Brazil has is a good one for a model for others, both for advocacy for when you approach government, as well as for self-regulation.
Great, great. I completely agree with you. We need a strong framework. This is a challenge. And speaking about challenge, Natalia, what are the main structural challenges, the next step to scale reforestation in Brazil and create or include that in a mitigation framework?
Brazil is a key actor in the restoration native industry. And we have thousands of degraded and deforested areas. We have national targets to achieve in our NDC regarding restoration. And we have also an opportunity, more than an environmental one, we have an economic opportunity for Brazil. We can really solve, or we can touch problems as food security, biodiversity, and we can really improve income for rural population. So we have all pieces to do that, but why we are not doing that? It's at scale. So to answer that, I believe we have to understand 3 phases regarding restoration in Brazil. So the first one, we had small projects and philanthropic capital. The second one that I believe we are living, and it's still happening, we can see the emergence of specialized companies in doing that, and projects are private-based. And the first phase, I believe, are coming is the need to unlock public areas. If we not unlock public areas, we will never achieve the scale needed. So for me, really, reforestation in Brazil is gaining momentum, but we have to solve this financing issue, and Maria, and today we already discussed that with Maria Neto. She really explained that very well, because we have capital on the table, but we have to deploy it, and guarantees is still a problem. So it's a key problem today. And then the other problem is really to unlock public areas. Unless we do that, we will never achieve scale.
Oh, great. Yeah, you mentioned scale, and you mentioned successful cases as well. It's very important to inspire and to show that it's possible. And speaking about successful cases, Paula, let's come back to you. From a SB Corp perspective, could you please share successful case about companies in Brazil that are engaging with the voluntary carbon market today? Things are already happening in Brazil today.
Yeah, I think I would probably talk about groups of companies. So we have, and I mean, sometimes when you say carbon markets, people think first on forestry, right? I think that's the kind of first thinking. So I'll talk about Mombek, Regreen, and you know, Net Zero from France, which is doing like biochar, which is a little bit more of an innovation on top of forestry, which is amazing. The guys from Belterra, who are going beyond the reforestation into the building the sustainable economy that will keep the forest alive later. So this is a very interesting group of companies that are doing very high integrity, I would say, emphasis on very, you know, and they are selling to top-notch tech companies. So I think that's a great example of how doable it is, right? And then again, studying what they've done and the process is something that we try to do to say, here's how we scale up. And with the idea of the jurisdictional that can sort out the land title thing, I think we can definitely move and scale. Then there's the group of energy companies. And then you have, you know, a series of developing biomethane projects in Brazil from landfill like Horizon and other agricultural biomethane developments, which are also evolving. These guys are doing voluntary market, but I would say corresponding adjustments in the energy world. I think it's less of an issue than corresponding adjustments in the forestry world, in Brazil at least for the time being. And I hope these guys may be the ones unlocking the process, you know. And so one of the things that we looked for in the SB Corp initiative was to say, okay, we'll look at the voluntary deals, but those voluntary deals are already trading in regulated spaces, call it, or regulated markets, you know, or regulated frameworks, because this is another step of assurance. This is another step of, you know, building reliability so that we can move to the next round and do it on Article 6.2 or 6.4. So that's what we're trying to build. And then a very key element for that to succeed is the whole story of carbon accounting. Again, back to the, I mean, I'm repeating myself, but carbon is the currency. Every currency needs an accounting system. It took like, I don't know how many hundreds of years for the financial accounting system to be where it is today, since someone decided not to exchange goods and use coins, right? So I think one of the biggest mistakes that we can make is try and start with a 100% perfect thing. I think we need to start with an almost perfect, get it going, test, and improve. And then, you know, if we succeed on that, if we succeed in creating this carbon accounting methodology at the product level that allows, and I mean, the beauty of going to the product level is that, you know, you're going to know what's the carbon intensity of whatever you're buying, from energy to a car to goods, so you can understand what you're doing. At some point, I think, pay for the lowest carbon intensity. And then companies that will have to report that in their balance sheets, they will say, okay, I buy 10 cars with XCI, 10X is it's the booking of my account, of my carbon in my balance sheet. And then countries can use the same, and we may eventually get rid of the CBAM by, you know, making sure the system works worldwide. So those are the two main initiatives of SB Corp. Transactions, building on experience and good projects, look ahead, be ambitious but not try to be perfect, and at the SB Corp level itself, 100% full support to carbon accounting initiatives.
Now, great to hear from you, Paula. And carbon account, I believe, is sometimes the blind spot of the business, but it's a so important topic and a risk. Going back to you, Gautam, where do you see the biggest risk to integrating carbon markets internationally, globally?
So yeah, before talking about the risk, I think it's important to first understand why it's necessary to integrate markets globally, just so that we are all on the same page. First, to create an efficient market where you can have proper price discovery, it needs to be deep and liquid. And that you can achieve only with an integrated, globally integrated carbon market. Second is a more fundamental reason. If you think about why economists are in favor of a global carbon market, it's because that's the way to achieve decarbonization at the lowest cost possible. Because jurisdictions that can produce, reduce carbon emissions at a low cost can sell those to jurisdictions where the cost of reducing emissions is high. So that's how you achieve low cost, overall low cost to decarbonize and achieving NDCs for all countries. Now let's talk about the risk. I think this touches upon a little bit upon what Annette was talking about earlier, which is the integrity of carbon credits. There are regulatory gaps between countries. There are different methodologies for additionality, permanence, different MRV approaches that are used. So what that means is the environmental integrity of credits vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And you have the risk of mixing low quality credits with high quality credits, depending on which jurisdiction you're dealing with. So that's one risk. A challenge is the legal characterization of the credit. In the sense, to integrate, they need to be sort of thought of as the same unit, but they're not. In some jurisdiction, a carbon credit is a financial instrument. In some, it's a commodity. In some, it's an intangible asset, a property right. So that makes it a big challenge to integrate markets.
Great, thank you. We are almost in the end of the panel. We have less than 8 minutes, so we need to be quick in this final round. Natalia, in Brazil, subnational governments are also playing a key role in carbon markets. Can you give some examples of good business case and maybe go back in the jurisdictional carbon market initiatives?
Thanks. So first of all, let's understand what is GRED programs. So they are the improvement of public policy implementation to tackle deforestation and land degradation. It's important we understand it's completely different from project level carbon market. So they are led by states, which works closely with social actors, and together they will decide, they will agree, and they will decide a jurisdictional strategy with benefit sharing. So this is the basic elements of a jurisdictional program. And we can say the carbon credits issued, they have high integrity because there are no land issues. They are aligned with government targets and NDCs, at least in Brazil, we are like that, and they follow a high standard. So these three elements can guarantee this high integrity. So we have an important activity in Brazil right now regarding jurisdictional programs, and many states are developing these programs. And Tocantins, I can give you this example. Tocantins is quite advanced, and we will have credits at the beginning of next year. Will be really a first of this kind in the world, subnational program regarding subnational programs. And to replicate those good results, the campaign Rest Belém was launched, and the idea is really to combine scaling jurisdictional action with attracting international and private capital. And we really want to promote this connection between credits and buyers. So I can give you some lessons. We can achieve new models like jurisdictional ones, but it's important to understand that we can't have new results by doing the same things. And jurisdictional programs, it's a new way to go.
Thank you, Natalia. So we have less than 5 minutes now. Paula, last question in 2 minutes, and maybe your closing remarks. What practical strategy are companies already adopting to participate in the Brazil's regulated systems?
I'm not sure companies are adopting strategies. I think companies are more than ever more supportive to developing a framework that allows them to do so. And that's how to go about it. And again, back to the carbon accounting and the fact that carbon is the currency and we need to attract capital. You know, the problem with deforestation is that not only we need to attract capital, but we need to attract capital to the right location. And so the money needs to flow. And so I think at the end of the day, carbon markets are, you know, scalable carbon markets are the solution for so many issues. And when you think about, I mean, finance people and engineers, and I am one, so I'm happy to, you know, shoot on me. But I mean, we are Cartesian people. We like to look at a screen. We like to see what's the forward curve. We like to look at the forward curve and run our Monte Carlos and say, here's the risk. And while we don't have that, people are scared. And they don't know how to value, and if they don't know how to value, they put a high value or a high risk or a high cost, and interest rates go to the roof and so on and so forth. So to me, if I were to leave, you know, one message to kind of make the funding for decarbonization more fluid, that's definitely carbon markets.
Great, Paul, thank you very much. Gautam, your final remarks in 30 seconds.
So what I would say is, obviously, we're heading into COP30, hosted by Brazil. I think that Brazil has a very important role, and in some ways, it's a good thing that this COP is happening in Brazil because of all the experience it has in carbon markets. This is one of the key goals of this COP is fully operationalizing Article 6. And no better country for this to happen than Brazil. Ideally, we would like to see Article 6.2. There have been a few deals, a couple of deals that have been fully closed, 90 plus have been signed, so there's been some progress. 6.4 is where there has been very little progress or any actual implementation so far. This is a place where Brazil can help and help create a global carbon market.
Thank you very much, Gautam. Natalia, 30 seconds for you. Your final remarks here.
I invite all of you to understand more about jurisdictional programs. We have a real chance, a real example in Brazil, and we can really unlock many opportunities.
Great. So Paula, Natalia, Gautam, thank you very much. We touch very important points here from how to monetize the potential, from how we need a strong framework. We have COP30 ahead, and all these discussions probably we're going to see some end, and I hope good ends for Brazil. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. We will serve lunch on the ground floor. You can exit from here, and also we are having a parallel event on the 3rd floor. So please return punctually at 1:05 p.m.
Hey everyone, please take your seats. We are about to start. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and some time to connect with each other. To open our afternoon program, it's my honor to introduce Ambassador Adalnio Ganem, Consul General of Brazil in New York, and a career diplomat with extensive experience representing Brazil across the US, Latin America, and Europe. Please, Ambassador.
Boa tarde, good afternoon. This is my second time here for this Brazil Climate Summit, and it's really a great pleasure. It's normally a very successful event with a very comprehensive debate. And I would like to thank Mr. Thomas Trebat, founder director of Columbia Center in Rio, and also Ms. Luciana Anthony Ribeiro for organizing this workshop. Columbia University is a partner of the Consulate General of Brazil. We will have organized many meetings in many areas together, so it's always a pleasure being here. As we approach COP30, this discussion could not be more appropriate. The Consulate General of Brazil is actively engaged in all those discussions. The main ambition of Brazil, and I'm probably well aware of that, is to push forward the discussions through an implementation process, go beyond the negotiation. Of course, there are still some areas to be tackled, to be more defined as carbon credit, but we want to implement the process and go ahead with it. In the present changing scenario, international scenario, this process will not be easy. And the government and economic multilateral institutions will not be sufficient to put forward this process. So we need all, this is why we launched the idea of mutirão, a Brazilian word for gathering every stakeholder in the process. And in order to achieve this objective, of course, the partnership with the business sector will be essential. Brazil also intends to lead by example. For example, we, as you know, we have a very ambitious national determined contribution between 59 and 67% by 2035, and we hope that this would be a reference for other countries. Globally, we intend to obtain concrete results in three main fields: strengthening climate regime, energy transition, and forests. Given the central role of forests in regulating climate, protecting soil, water systems, and biodiversity, Brazil decided to launch the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, a financial mechanism conceived to assure permanent resources to the conservation of tropical forests with public-private financial contributions. And of course, the fact that COP30, with all the problems that are having in logistics, but being held in Belém, is very symbolic. But you now concentrate on the immense opportunities or potential opportunities of the Brazil for foreign investors, for companies in general. Brazil will play, and I am very optimistic on that, a relevant role in all sectors that will shape the future, the humanity, and all them linked to sustainable development. The energy transition, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, food security, biodiversity, bioeconomy, reforestation, green mobility, carbon emission market. In the field of energy transition, Brazil is gifted, as you know, with an abundance of resources, starting with a large reserve of water in the planet, around 12% of the total. Solar and wind energy. In solar, the potential capacity is 20,000 gigawatts, and in wind, 2,000 gigawatts, more than double the total energy production in the world today, and 100 times the Brazilian production today. In the green hydrogen, investments of around $40 billion were announced to establish plants in the northeast of Brazil, which will produce clean fuel through water electrolysis. As you're probably aware, 93% of electrical power in Brazil and 50% of the whole grid come from renewable sources. Brazil has the cleanest generation of energy among the G20 members. And the country expects to reach net zero energy-related emissions by 2040. And net zero emission, the whole economy offers $6 trillion opportunity from now to 2050. In the field of green mobility, Brazil developed the most advanced program in the world. I have some numbers, but I will pass on because they said I have just 1 minute. And clean and abundant energy is an essential input for, of course, for development of artificial intelligence. Goldman Sachs observed that hyperscalers will require investment infrastructure of $10 trillion in the next 30 years. And Brazil has the best conditions to meet the requirements for clean energy. In the field of clean minerals, Brazil has 20% of the world reserves in 17 essential minerals. In food security, with just 7.6% of the national territory, the fifth largest in the world, assigned to technology-driven agriculture, Brazil is one of the main producers and is the main agribusiness exporter in the world. Although we conserve 66% of the territory with native vegetation, there is plenty of land to transform the country and in the granary of the world. In bioeconomy, the ecosystem of Amazon and Pantanal, which covers more than 50% of Brazilian territory, offers an immense opportunity for development of innovative projects in the areas of biosolutions, forestry regeneration, sustainable agriculture, health, and many other sectors. In the area of reforestation, according to climate policy initiative, Brazil would have the potential to capture 15 billion tons of carbon emissions in a period of 30 years. In a conservative price per ton, this signifies almost $1 trillion. Considering all those developments, a leading environmental Brazilian multinational believe the potential Brazilian absorption of carbon credit may reach 20% of the world market. So these are general comments, and in the view of the perspectives of immense opportunities for investments, we welcome you to be part of this process. Thank you, and sorry for exceeding my time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Natalia Doné, Executive Board Member at the Brazil Climate Summit. As we begin our afternoon sessions, we turn to one of Brazil's most promising frontiers for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors, steel. According to the World Economic Forum, Brazil's clean energy mix, vast iron ore reserves, and capacity for green hydrogen production position the country as a potential global leader in decarbonizing iron and steelmaking. This session will then explore both the opportunities and challenges for this strategic task. So to talk about it, I'm going to introduce the panelists. Cornelius Piper, Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG. Graziele Parenti, Executive Vice President of Sustainability at Vale. Jonathan Goldberg, CEO of Carbon Direct. And to guide the discussion, please welcome Luisa Palacios, Director of Research and Managing Director of Energy Transition Finance at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Please join me welcoming our panelists on the stage.
So the clock is ticking already, so let's get to it. Thank you so much, Luciana. Thank you, Thomas Trebad. Thank you, Georgie. I've been involved in this event since the beginning. It has grown. It is really a fantastic event, and I have to thank all the students at Columbia University that pull off this event every year. I see some of my students here, so it's a fantastic learning opportunity. And thank you for having me again to moderate this panel. And I love that I get to do steel specifically, because it's one of those niche sectors that I hope that the panelists that we have here, which are fantastic, are going to make you fall in love with this topic. And the fact that the title is Brazil's Path to Green Steel Leadership says a lot about the competitiveness of Brazil, specifically in this sector. So I don't have to tell you, I mean, we're going to start with Cornelius, and he's going to talk about steel, more in the context of global demand and what this means for industry. And then we're going to go over some of the challenges and opportunities that Brazil, and in general, green industrialization faces. So why don't we start with you, Cornelius? Just walk us through, what does it mean, really, green steel industry decarbonization, and why is it important?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Excited to be with this great panel on a topic that is close to my heart. So to begin with and set the scene a little bit, steel really matters. It's a commodity that is used basically for everything we do in our daily lives. Every year, there's about 1.9 billion tons of steel that's being produced, which is an incredible amount. It stands for about 7 to 8% of global CO2 emissions. And it's been there for a very long time. And when you go back, the first blast furnaces, the technology that's being used today, were built in almost 1,000 years ago. So to change that and to decarbonize that is not going to be super straightforward. When we think about what's going on in the steel space, and also with regard to, let's say, demand for green steel, today you can say demand is pretty small. Many companies, many stakeholders in the market are buying steel. Not very many are buying green steel or are willing to pay a price for that. However, I think that is changing, slowly changing, but that's an important signal. Why is that? There is first some regulatory developments. You heard about CBAM in Europe, which will start covering steel imports next year. So that's going to have an impact and also make it more interesting for non-European producers to think about green steel. There's also a shift on the private sector side. Many downstream companies are thinking about their Scope 3 emissions. They have made commitments. If you look at SBTi commitments, many of them have a deadline in 2030. That's the time horizon. Not everybody will meet them. Some will walk it back. Some will find other ways. But many companies will work towards being able to deliver against those. And if you're producing white goods, if you're an automotive OEM, you can't get around steel, because that is a pretty sizable chunk of your Scope 3 footprint. So demand starts to kind of materialize. And we'll see more of that. Already today, we can see, and point to specific deals and contracts where a premium is being paid, equivalent roughly to the implicit carbon price of the reduction. So something like 50, 60, 70 euros or dollars per ton of carbon reduced, translated to the steel. And that's meaningful. It's not everything, but it's meaningful. So that's the demand. On the supply side, the picture is a little bit different in the sense that we've seen lots of announcements in the last few years of big production sites to be launched in the US, in Europe, other places. But then lately we've heard some cancellations in the US. SSAB has canceled their plant. Cleveland-Cliffs has canceled their plans after they lost the DOE grant. Also in Europe, things are being delayed. So it's not moving quite as fast. At the same time, there's other geographies and regions that are actually making moves, in Oman, in India, in China, like in so many topics. China started exporting green steel to Italy. So that's coming. But generally, I think there is a tendency or a development where I would rather expect that demand is going to grow faster than supply than the opposite. What will be interesting also to make, in a way, this market work better is what are the right mechanisms that are needed? How can you make sure that the steel that you produce and that you buy is actually green? It looks the same. A coil of steel is a coil of steel. You don't see the carbon footprint. So if I buy it and if I pay a premium, I want to have certainty that this is actually low carbon. So how do you make that, how to create that transparency? So we need market mechanisms and certifications and clear standards to make the match in a way between supply and demand. But to wrap it up, given these different developments, demand probably about to get significantly larger, supply somewhat struggling. I think that opens up an opportunity, specifically also for a place like Brazil that has, I think, fantastic endowments for making steel in general, but specifically also making green steel with high-grade iron ore, with renewable electricity, and what have you. And Grazia, in theory, you're going to talk more about that. So I think that's maybe a few helpful comments to get us started. And I think it'll be an exciting development over the next few years.
Thank you, Cornelius. So this is what I heard. Steel is about 7 to 8% of total emissions. So that in and of itself already tells you that this is should be one of the priorities. The second thing I heard from you was that steel is it's key for the energy transition itself. We actually need steel to do the energy transition. And the third thing, which I think is fascinating, is that the green premium that everyone has been trying to seize, you think is coming or might be coming just because of the fact that we now have more demand than supply of green premium. So that's encouraging, right? But now we have somebody who's actually in the middle seat, in the driver's seat of green steel. So Graciela, how are you looking at the market? What is Vale doing? So tell us a little bit about how you are looking at this challenge as an opportunity.
Well, thank you. Boa tarde for the many Brazilians that are here. And thank you so much, Luisa, and all the Climate Summit people for the invitation. And I really appreciate that Cornelius started to say, what is green steel? Maybe it's not so familiar for most of us here. So it's how and this is an important thing. So the taxonomy to define what's green steel is something. So starting from the end, so what is green steel? But in our understanding and an understanding of our customers, we see that similar as we saw in the morning in the panels about agriculture, that Brazil is a world leader, that Brazil drives technology, that Brazil drives this protagonism, the same we have in mining. And for this steel, the green steel and the decarbonization. So in Brazil, we are able to develop portfolio and strategy that can influence the whole value chain. So it's true that mining is in the beginning of the value chain of the steel. So when you say downstreaming, on the value chain. And it's important that in the case of Vale, that we have a very special endowment where we have very high grade iron ore. And this is critical because the high grade, which means high quality, we are able to use less material to produce steel. So in itself is more sustainable or when you have less and you can do more. But besides that, we have been working in the last 20 years to develop new technologies to make even more productive and lucrative for all of us. So we are developing what we call agglomeration process. So we develop the briquettes. So it's a kind of agglomeration where when we put this kind of iron ore agglomerated in the whole value chain, we can starting with the reduction of 10% of the emissions in the value chain, this whole steel value chain. But for us, in our scope 1 and 2, we are decreasing 80% So it's very meaningful what we are doing on this. And this technology we have been developing the last 2 decades, and since 2023 we converted the first plant for that. So it's not something in the future, it's something in the present. We like to say in Vale that we are working for the mining of the future, but it happens in the present, starts now. So this is a clear step that we are taking in driving this decarbonization, but there is another one, because we are not going to do this alone. We are just in the beginning of the value chain, so we need the other players on the value chain to be together. And a good example I like to give on this is that we have around 50 MOUs with different companies and players in this value chain to develop together, because nobody's going to do alone. And we truly believe that this is a value chain endeavor. So we have been doing this to drive this together. But it's a high-intensive capital. It's a long-term thing, which required shared risks, shared vision, and beliefs on that. And so this is also very important. And I would say on my beginning remarks here is that with these briquettes, we can use also to produce what we call HBI, also a very technical thing, with high quality iron that is used to produce steel. And this can be used in electric furnace instead of the blast furnace. And today in the world, we see the steel companies around 30% in electric, 70% in blast. But we see that in the near future, and I'm not talking about 20 years, I'm talking a much shorter time, we can see even the opposite. So 7% for in electric furnace and 30%. So this is the clear, and the industry is committed to this decarbonization.
Again, 3 things that I think are key that you mentioned. The first one is that you're starting from the perspective already of competitiveness of Brazil's iron ore, being more decarbonized than others. The second thing that I think is, I don't think we understand how the energy transition is an opportunity for technological revolution in many of our countries. So I stress the amount of R&D that you guys are putting into the value chain in order to do this process. And the third one is that we're all in this together, and that you're bringing all of your suppliers along. And so those 3 things I think are key in how we do this. John, over to you, the finance guy. So this is it's one of the key obstacles always to scaling and to advancing in clean energy technologies is mobilization of capital, access to finance. And there is just a lot of headwinds right now, and just it will be good for the audience just to hear from you how you're seeing the financing of clean energy technologies, and if you want to go into steel, green steel specifically, that will also be very useful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of headlines about challenges in energy transition, but I maybe starting from top down, overall clean energy investment continues to grow and grow pretty quickly. There's about 3 trillion, give or take, that's invested in energy systems, about 2 of which is in clean energy and renewables. And if you look at where the growth is, and Cornelius mentioned this well, China really actually driving that, and actually the Chinese renewable investments are more than global fossil fuel investments, right? So we're seeing a huge increase there. And even in areas where there have been headwinds, and some of these are actually quite important for green steel, so hydrogen is a good example. The hydrogen market has been tough, and hydrogen is a key part of green steel, but it is growing 50% year on year. So the capacity we're expecting to 4x between now and 2030. The challenge from a climate perspective is that's nowhere near enough to hit any of our climate goals, but it is growth, right? And there is progress happening. So I don't think that we should lose sight of that, even though that there are some challenges in the market. I think specific to green steel and also the Brazilian landscape, I mean, definitely where there's been the biggest transformation, and this is, everything is sort of downstream of, is in the power markets are really undergoing a structural change, especially in the West. And what Brazil has great access to with clean power, renewable power, the ability to run, whether it's electric furnaces or a variety of other industrial technologies with clean, renewable power is a huge advantage. And what the market is developing to, and you both mentioned it in passing, is the ability now, and it's an emerging ability, it's still relatively small, but it's growing, for what are called environmental attribute credits, essentially market-based mechanisms, where if you're not directly in the supply chain of a particular supplier, be it in steel, cement, concrete, or, and also very relevant for Brazil, aviation fuel, which is going to be a big, big, big driver of decarbonization, and Brazil is very well positioned for. You have the ability to actually monetize that green premium outside of your value chain, right? And as the large tech companies become much more CapEx intensive, so they go from being very capital light to very capital intensive and start building stuff, they have no real direct way to change that supply chain. So folks who are really innovating, like Vale, on lower carbon products now have a new way to monetize that, which can lower the cost and then get it into the full supply chain, which is very exciting. So definitely some challenges within the overall energy landscape, but that shouldn't take away from top line growth and also some of the innovation that we're seeing.
Thank you. I think one forgets that, yes, the type of goals that we have for net zero are huge, right? And so they feel sometimes insurmountable, and they actually, and they're very helpful because it tells you where you should be going, but it sometimes clouds the fact that we are actually moving in the right direction, that there's a direction of travel, even with all the obstacles that you're mentioning, and that Brazil is, from the point of view of somebody that looks at these things globally, is very, very well positioned. So Cornelius, I want to go back to you because we want to land this more in terms of Brazil and in terms of the challenges, right? And so we've all established that this is important, that green steel is fundamental for the energy transition, and that Brazil has can be very competitive here. And so, what are the obstacles to get us where we need to be?
Yeah, I mean,
C1.
There is, we could always do kind of a glass half full and the glass half empty story. And, let's talk about the obstacles. So it's maybe a little bit more glass half empty. And I mean, a lot of this is really hard, right? And especially if you think about, an industry like steel, if you want to build new assets at scale, that costs a lot of money. It's easily, multi-billion-dollar investments that are needed, that need to be made by individual companies, such as Vale or others, but it's a very, very big check that needs to be written. And in the current environment, with a lot of uncertainty and relatively high financing costs, et cetera, that's very difficult to pull off because it's not entirely clear where the market is going, and it's a big transition. You can have all kinds of confidence that, I don't know, by 2040 or by 2045 or whatever, there will be demand, and it will be widely decarbonized, etc. But it's more the next 3, 4, 5 years that are really, really difficult to kind of make the economics work. And at the same time, if you try to look at the same thing with more the glass half full perspective, coming back to a little bit what you said, John, about the kind of value chain and the buyers at the end of the value chain. If you kind of spread out the cost for that new steel plant, 2 billion, whatever, across all the products that are made with that steel, like if you spread out that cost, let's say, to a car or a washing machine, most of you probably would overestimate the increment. So if you produce a washing machine as is, and all you change is that you take low carbon steel instead of conventional steel, the increase in total cost is about 1%, which most buyers and consumers probably wouldn't even notice. So it's not a matter of, this is unaffordable, at the macro level. It's more a question of what is the right mechanism to kind of spread out the burden and make it affordable or make it viable. Which brings us back again to those market mechanisms that we talked about. How can you kind of organize, especially in the early days when there's only scattered demand and only scattered supply, that you can bring those together and you can start in a way spreading this out. So that's a little bit on the financing. I think there's a solution. It's just not quite straightforward to get to it. There's a couple of other topics. I mean, it comes up in many countries and every time again. Permitting just takes years and years, and there's a good amount of uncertainty and walkbacks and changes, etc. That's like terrible for any large capital project, right? I'm sure there's also, and probably, I don't know, Grazi, being in Brazil, you can probably comment on that much more. There are probably some challenges around infrastructure, grid, other types of infrastructure that isn't maybe quite ready yet for, huge increase in electrification or maybe hydrogen production, et cetera, et cetera. So how is that supported by the system? So that's just, a couple of ideas that come to mind that make it hard. And I mean, it is hard. And that's also why we're all seeing kind of a progress that, might be pointing in the right direction, but I think is by no means fast enough.
For those of you that might not be as familiar, steel, like cement, for example, they're called hard-to-abate sectors for a reason. So to your point, this is not easy, and I do appreciate you looking at this in a holistic way, because it is not one thing that needs to happen. It's kind of a building blocks. A lot of things need to come together at the same time: permitting, capital, infrastructure. But Graciela, I want to turn it now to you to actually now give us some examples about what Vale is doing. What does this mean exactly? When you decarbonize steel, what exactly are you doing? Tell us some of the projects, if you can go a little bit more in detail, so that I think the audience can benefit from the leader in green steel.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think giving the context. So decarbonization is not a trend. It's a business strategy for Vale. And we truly believe on this, on long-term commitments, and which of course can be detailed in short terms. But Vale has targets for Scope 1 and 2, minus 33%. But Vale is the only mining company that has targets for Scope 3 reduction, with minus 15%. And today we are 13. So we are around there, but it's, of course, it's a journey. So when you set this as a business strategy, you move, this big ship. I like to give this analogy because when you are thinking about its infrastructure, it's not just about having the right minerals or the right products. You have to transport it, to ship it to your customers that normally are very far away from where you are. So this machine has to work like a clock, like a perfect clock on that. So I would say that, so besides doing the local R&D, so the research and development of what we can do better with the endowments and the minerals that we have, how we can do this do this in a way that our customers want to, because we serve our customers, so we need to understand it. And where are the right places we have to be? We are a Brazilian company based in Brazil, but we have operations worldwide. So a good example is what we call the mega hubs. And what are the mega hubs? Mega hubs are this, I would say, this line of the value chain with different players bringing its best solution to make it this integrated and very smooth operation, if I can say this to still smooth, but to do this in a very sharp way. And we have been working in the Middle East, we have been working in Brazil. It's very important that we understand that steel is about energy. So we have, and if you have a commitment for decarbonization, you are talking about renewable energy. You are talking about low carbon emissions. So we are looking around the world, what are the places that we need to be closer to our customers, to serve them on that, and to make this scalable. But I think that one of the biggest challenges, you asked Cornelius, is that we have to be envisioning the future. Because these things you cannot produce 1 year to another. You have to invest today for the steel market of 10 years ahead. So you have to have a clear vision, you have to have capital to make it happen, and this persistency That is, even if sometimes you have to slow the pace, you are still going like a big ship again. It's the big ship when it takes a direction. It's not so easy to change the direction. So we understand that decarbonization is this ship that goes in the right direction, and that we need to have everyone on board. So I would say have a capital, strategy, long-term vision, share the risks, and have the right partners, and look this as a business strategy to to endure our presence as a leading company in mining worldwide.
Thank you. This is the idea of the hubs, I think. So if I am understanding this correctly, this is not just Vales, that you're seeing this pressure industry-wide. So you're talking about Vale, and Vale is definitely a leader in this, but this is you see this also from your peers.
We are saying more for the other actors of the value chain with us, like our customers and the customers of our customers. So this is what I mentioned.
Fantastic. Okay. So one of the things that you all have mentioned is the high capital needs that this requires. And so can you think about, so if you were to invest in financing green steel, is this something, how much of this can be done in terms of decarbonization specifically? And can you arrive at this goal only with financing decarbonization of green steel, or are there other market mechanisms that are needed in order for the industry to reach its decarbonization goals?
I mean, there's definitely not enough project finance capital for the size of the capital stack that's needed for green steel globally. That's not to say that certain projects can't move forward. They can, but at the price and the overall capital cost, it will be very, very insufficient. I mean, when we look at the investment opportunities, I guess, in and around green steel and more broadly, you know, we get very focused on like technology enablers of green steel, right? So, you know, again, you can invest in next generation electrolyzers, right? That can ultimately lower the cost of green hydrogen, for example, when coupled with renewable power can have a significant decarbonization effect. And we believe that, you know, as you're cutting that electrolyzer price with every generation of technology, you're then enabling a narrowing of that green premium over time. You know, the actual financing of the, you know, multi-billion size has got to be backed with, and this is true not just in steel, but in all the other deals, including carbon dioxide removal, even carbon credits, right? You need an offtake associated with it. And then you can get sufficient, generally speaking, can get sufficient project capital. That all has to line up, though, in a very specific way, because with the size of these projects, nobody's going to take merchant risk on them. Nobody's going to say, hey, you're going to be able to build this, and then ultimately they will come. You need that, obviously, pre-assigned. So our focus has really been on trying to drive the tech cost down. And I would say that's both with electrolyzers, also with just the cost of low carbon power overall, right? So the lower that you can get your dollar per megawatt cost overall, the more efficient you're able to make green steel and also other types of commodities in the hard-to-abate area.
Particularly the idea of investing also in technological enablers that are not only applicable to steel, but to other sectors. That makes a lot of sense. So this is my last round of questions before we are asked to end this panel, which has been fascinating. Thank you for all your fantastic comments. Based on BCG's global perspective, what concrete steps would you recommend to Brazil to accelerate or to the path for green steel leadership?
So I'm a firm believer in the power of the example, and you know, to find ways to make it real goes a long way in you know, driving acceptance and adoption, and you know, also driving a little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out, among others, right? And I think, you know, we're starting to see that, you know, in places. For instance, I don't know, in cement, I don't know how many of you are close to the cement space. now there is a plant, a cement plant in Norway by Heidelberg Materials that has a running carbon capture facility by the side. So they are in position to sell low carbon cement. There's also, many smaller players that are doing the same thing, where you can go and you see it and you can buy a bag of cement that has basically a zero carbon footprint. There's a very, very large steel plant being built in Sweden by Stegra. It's going to take another year or two, I think. But then again, there will be steel that is low carbon. And, then it becomes real and not some vision far down the road, but something that can happen. And maybe more specifically regarding Brazil, I think what's important about these examples is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And the first installment or the first version is probably not going to be the best, but it's the first. And that matters a lot. And maybe it's a bit smaller, or it's a bit less efficient, or it's a bit more costly in the operation, but it's probably not, or it may not run for 20 years. Make it a bit smaller, but make it faster to the extent that works. Because then, it triggers others to kind of copy and join, etc. So power of example, I think, would be great. And I think in Brazil, there's probably some nuclei to start from. And there are ambitious companies, and there's, a supporting government, and there's, we talked about the kind of, natural conditions and resources, etc. So making it real, I think that would be great.
Love the idea of proof of concept. You lead being the first one, even if it's not the perfect. And so talking about somebody that has to actually do this, what are the things that you think Vale is doing that goes to what Cornelius is saying, that of that leadership, of being proof of concept, of being the first ones there? Where do you think your company is actually going in the direction of what Cornelius is saying?
Well, definitely we are not going to have FOMO. Definitely not. So we understand that because of this endowment that we have, that it's just the best thing we can do for the planet, but also for the mining industry. Setting the standards higher on that, and to really advocate. I have to tell you that me and my colleagues, we have been around the world bringing this and co-developing. As again, I think that partnership is just crucial for that. And I think that, again, Brazil has this opportunity of being the world leader on that, not just in volume. We are talking about driving the technology, and this technology is developed here by our people in Brazil. So just keep the pace and advance on that. Thank you so much for the invitation. It was a pleasure to talk a little bit about green steel, and hopefully it's going to be insightful for you all. Thank you.
Well, we're going to leave the last word to you, John. I am sorry, Garcia, let's just shut the door, but please, your last thoughts.
Cornelius said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I maybe take that, I like that in that, one, we need to get projects on the ground for green steel. I guess the other thing that I would emphasize around that is a lot of these approaches, including some of the approaches to green steel, won't be 100% decarbonized right away, right? It'll be a reduction in the overall carbon intensity. And I think, there's been maybe in some sectors too much push for it's got to be 100% decarbonized like right away, no matter what, immediately tomorrow. And it's not realistic, right? And you can't do it. The technology isn't there. The cost is too high. So what we've been working with a number of partners is thinking through like your whole system, right? So you're not going to be able to fully decarbonize, for example, the steel and cement sector right away. But one thing that Brazil, for example, is very well positioned in is there's an abundant resource base of carbon removal available through carbon credits and other areas. There's other parts of the economy that you're working to decarbonize, right? You're tackling all of these things at once, and you're all pointing towards that right goal, which is making it's not immediate, but it's incremental, it's economic, it's sustainable from a financial perspective, progress. And I think that we've got to bear that in mind as we move forward.
Now you can say thank you.
Okay, espera. Hello, everyone. I'm Marina Ferraz, a sustainability management student at Columbia University. And building on the solutions we discussed, we now turn to another crucial question. How do we finance all of this? To help us begin addressing this question, we welcome Benjamin Zer to present the report, The Climate Investing Frontier in the Latin America and the Caribbean, offering a roadmap for the region's climate and nature tech ecosystem.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you to the event organizers. Really terrific. This is my first Brazil Climate Summit, and needless to say, I'm impressed. I'm really honored to be here to talk to you all today. And thank you all for being here, for giving your attention to this crucial set of issues. If you're sitting in this room, I don't need to explain to you that Latin America and the Caribbean are this vast source of potential transformative solutions for climate. But what I really want to drill down on today is building on what you've heard already, is that the region is not only full of potential, but it's already kinetic. My name is Benjamin Zer. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Reciprocal. We're a venture platform for climate and nature tech in Latin America and the Caribbean, and our purpose is to support and elevate climate startups at the early stages coming out of the region as a whole. And we see ourselves as the connective tissue, kind of connecting the dots between the Americas and beyond so that we can facilitate the growth of the innovation that's already happening in the ecosystem. We've been really lucky to work with some tremendous partners in realizing this purpose, and one of them is Breakthrough Energy Discovery. And thanks to their support, we are about to launch a comprehensive market analysis of Latin America and the Caribbean, really covering the breadth of the climate and nature opportunity in the region. It's a set of guidelines, kind of a strategic to-do list for funds or philanthropists. It kind of highlights all the white spaces that you might find if you're a founder, and for ecosystem builders, it's also a roadmap for you. I'll be very quick because I'm compressing 150 pages of report into about 7 minutes. But our method, yes, it comes from our own data analysis, but it also comes from all of you. There are 110 more, actually, contributors to this report, some of whom are sitting in the front row, some of whom are out in the audience. It really took a combined effort of an entire ecosystem to pull this together. And we structured our findings across 4 sectors. There's regenerative land, water, and oceans, sustainable industry and infrastructure, mobility and energy systems, and market infrastructure for nature and climate. All of these have been touched on already, and we dive into the unique edge that Latin America has in each of them in the report. The bottom line is, despite the headwinds, we didn't find paralysis in Latin America, we found progress, and we believe that the region has kind of an advantage hiding in plain sight. So despite these constraints, the climate crisis has arrived, and LATAM is already innovating around it. In our analysis, we looked at about 800 startups, which met our criteria, and they've collectively raised over $4 billion since the early 2000s. And most of that, as many will here will be very pleased to see, is concentrated in Brazil. So about 47% of the startups we looked at come from Brazil, and it leads across every subsector. But no reason to rest on our laurels there. There are 5 countries that really dominate the funding and the startups here, which are listed up there. What we found through all of the analysis and the interviews was that there are 4 pillars that define the Latin American edge. Whether it's technology, innovation, the availability of inexpensive young talent around the region, the rich natural capital, or the maturity of these markets, it's clear that the ingredients are all here. But we didn't stop at kind of a feel-good, good vibes report. We really wanted to go deep, so we stuck our necks out there and we've put out 25 concrete investment theses for the region across our 4 sectors that I just described. It really demonstrates the scope and the breadth of the opportunity here, whether it's sustainable aquaculture or financial platforms for nature or leaky pipes or cows. It's all here. And it's really, it paints a picture of a region that's already innovating around all of these spaces. We also map startups in each of these sectors and we spotlight some of them. Again, some of you are present in the audience. So it really is meant to be very specific and a starting point for anyone who's looking to invest in the region. So let's look at one in particular. I know that we love to talk about lands and nature when we talk about Brazil, but let's do something different and look instead at low carbon mobility. And this is where fundamentals in the region come together. You have a highly urbanized region, you have a very clean grid, and it's a leading producer of biofuels, Brazil in particular. Those come together to push forward these emerging sectors, right? There's potential here for mass EV adoption, which you're already seeing with all the purchases of Chinese-made electric vehicles across the continent, and leveraging strengths that already exist in the ecosystem to create these integrated electromobility ecosystems, right? And we'll touch on one of those startups shortly. Given that transportation accounts for 38 to 40% of energy-related emissions, and a lot of that is from road transport, this is a wedge. This is a key leverage point for the region to make a change, where over 90% of the vehicles on the road are still internal combustion. So, going even further, let's look just at one startup where they're bringing together that urban density, the manufacturing base, and a fintech platform to launch a product that solves a commercial pain point. So these are commercial drivers that are looking for, they have predictable schedules and they cannot afford downtime. So Vamo, operating Brazil, has a subscription service whereby the cost of the EV is lowered, effectively solving that bottleneck in EV adoption for these commercial drivers. So very quickly, it brings together a technology and a concrete market need, and it's not based on wishful thinking, it's based on fundamentals. We have a number of startups like these mapped across all of our subsectors. So it sounds like everything's going great based on what you just heard, but I wish that were true. You've heard today that funding is a problem in the region, and it is true. Less than 1% of global venture capital for climate goes to Latin America as a region. And a lot of that actually comes from the global north. Surprising to some, but most of the deals, the funders are actually headquartered outside of the region, so the region's investing less in itself than the rest of the world is. Something off about that. So, we know this is an important year for LATAM, for Brazil in particular, but it's not just about COP. I mean, delegates will come, they'll meet, they'll leave, commitments may or may not be made, but that doesn't necessarily change the fundamental story here. We think that given the level of innovation that's already happening in the region with 0.35% of global funding flows, imagine what a coordinated, well-resourced ecosystem can do. So investors who might be in the crowd, move early, fill the gaps. LATAM is an undervalued opportunity today, but it won't be for very long. To any founders who might be here, think about your home region as a starting point, or your home country as a starting point, but really look beyond that. Ask if your solution can be applied to India, to Southeast Asia. Likely, it probably can be. To all the scientists who might be here, yes, LATAM produces tons of great research, Brazil in particular, but there's still a gap translating that to market. Look at ecosystems elsewhere that have done this well and see, test what might work. And policy, it's an understatement to say it's a fraught time for policy, but one great under-leveraged asset of the region is the regional interdependence, economic interdependence, and a shared culture that perhaps doesn't exist in other emerging regions like Southeast Asia or Africa. So it's an asset to leverage. So join us. Let's please take a look at this report, analyze it, debate the theses that we have there, start a conversation, and amplify the narrative. This isn't a potential, it's not a potential story, it's a story of kinetic energy. There's already activity happening, we just need to fund it. And if you're a believer in the region as much as reciprocal is, talk to us. We're launching this report on Monday, and I'll have a QR code at the end so you can scan and be the first to receive it when it's released. But I want to end with a quote from one of our interviewees. And it's particularly relevant for us because we started Reciprocal in Silicon Valley, the kind of spiritual home of technical innovation in the modern era. But what we found in Latin America is that the entrepreneurs in the region, they're close to the problem, right? You see it on a day-to-day basis, and you can navigate the different worlds, not just your local context, but the global context. There's so much talent that has moved around and understands how to speak the language of different worlds, whether you're a funder or a founder. So it's not a Silicon Valley disconnected from the problem. No shade to Silicon Valley. Lots of great stuff happens there, but being close to the problem gives Latin America an edge, and that's one that I think we should leverage. So join us. Let's turn the edge into action. Talk to you after. Thank you all.
Thank you, Benjamin. And around the world, investors are increasingly allocating capital towards solutions that can transform industries, scale innovation, and accelerate progress toward net zero goals. And Brazil is emerging as a particularly exciting hub where new technologies, natural resources, and entrepreneurial talent are converging to create opportunities with global impact. The next session will explore Brazil's opportunity in climate innovation, highlight key cases drawing international attention, and examine how the country can seize this moment to position itself as a global leader. So I'm happy to introduce our panelists for this session. Julia Sekula, co-founder and CFO at Teradot. Chris Dodd, investor at Collaborative Fund. Mark Mevinsky, partner at TPG Rise. And Duncan Carlson, principal of Lower Carbon Capital. And moderating this session, we have Bruce Usher, professor and faculty director at the Tamer Institute for Social Enterprise, Climate Change at Columbia Business School. Please welcome you to the stage.
All right, thank you for that introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here. This is one of my favorite conferences every year to come speak at and moderate a panel. So I'm on the faculty of both the business school and the climate school, the newest school at Columbia University. And in both institutions, I teach the climate finance course. So this particular panel is really relevant to my work and very pleased to moderate it. I'm going to break into sort of two parts. I have a number of questions for the panelists that begin with what are the opportunities in Brazil and perhaps LATAM more generally? And then once we hear about many of the opportunities they're looking at, what are the challenges they're facing in that space and perhaps some recommendations on how to overcome those challenges. So I'm going to ask Julia to start us off here. And my question for you is, you know, your Teradot has sort of this saying that you're founded in Boston, but you launched in Brazil. Why is that? What's the opportunity in Brazil, and why did you launch there?
I will just correct there because we have a strong rivalry with Boston. We're born in Stanford, built in Brazil.
Stanford.
It was too easy. Yeah, so I think from our perspective, and especially everything related to climate is a global challenge, right? And in being a global challenge, I think one of the things that we've always thought about is that you have to optimize the portfolio of solutions in a global way. So it's not enough to say you have a great idea and then simply deploy that idea right next to where you thought about it, right? You have to actually find the region that's going to be best equipped to optimize that solution. And in our case in particular, when we're talking about carbon removal and enhanced rock weathering, we did exactly that. So we looked at globally where would there be the greatest potential for enhanced rock weathering and quickly came to the conclusion that it was Brazil. for a number of reasons. And that drove very specifically our direction to making Brazil our home and building out our projects there today. So a couple of reasons why Brazil stood out for us. First is enhanced rock weathering is effectively a carbon removal process that depends on rocks and rain. I can share more about it later if it's interesting. And so the more it rains, the better for the process. So tropical regions immediately become some of the most important regions in the world for it. The second reason is that Brazil already has an abundance of this rock and an abundance of land, in particular agricultural land, to deploy the solution on. And that makes it very different with some of its, some of the other regions in the tropics where you have this very sophisticated and elaborate infrastructure that is just waiting for science and technology to effectively turn on the carbon removal potential. And finally, we talked earlier in the day about the electric grid. Because we work with rocks that require crushing, the fact that the grid is clean means that we don't pay those emissions in the process. Those are kind of the top line reasons. There are many, many other reasons why Brazil is so important, but it was very much from a global optimization angle that we looked at it.
Good. Thank you, Julia. One of the things that always excites me about climate change is a global problem, you know that, but the solutions are so different country to country and region to region. It makes a lot of opportunity for investors. Speaking of investors, let's move over to the investment side. Chris, Collaborative Fund, just tell us a little bit about the fund and more importantly, your thesis on investing in climate solutions in Brazil.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Mark. So Collaborative Fund, we've been around for about 15 years, always investing in companies moving the world forward. We're not an impact fund, but we're dedicated to this thesis that we call the villain test, which is this idea that whether you are strapping yourself to a tree to make sure that a particular construction site is not, or a particular old growth forest is not torn down to in service of a new condominium, or you are the investor in said condominium, we want to find companies and projects that satisfy the needs and aspiration of both of these folks. So these are things that are decarbonizing in nature, that are moving the world forward from a climate perspective, but also have credible unit economics, ability to scale, to really commercialize to the point that you can reach outstanding venture economics. And so that's really what we filter through as we're investing in companies from the earliest stages of pre-seed to Series B and most things in between. We're based here in New York City. We have an office in San Francisco, quite a bit of operations down in Latin America, and have made a number of investments in Brazil over the years.
Thanks for the introduction. Mark, TPG Rise, on many measures, the world's largest impact fund, depending on how you think about impact. But what's the investment thesis of TPG Rise and thoughts on investing in the global south broadly or Brazil more specifically?
Thanks, Bruce, and thanks to the Brazil Climate Summit. By way of background, one of the touchstones of my career is I worked at 3G. So I have a little bit of carioca in me, and I'm grateful to be with old friends. So TPG as a platform, and TPG Rise, and then TPG Rise Climate. So we are call it a little bit more than $250 billion global asset manager. Our impact platform is around 30 billion. And we at TPG Rise Climate manage rough justice around 20 billion. And the mandate is twofold. One is we try to find, identify, work with, and grow the most meaningful companies in the world focused on decarbonization. One, and then two, we have a twin mandate for non-concessionary returns. So we believe that and want to flood capital into the sector, but to flood capital into the sector, you need to be a capitalist. So we're not shy about that. And then additionally, beyond our commercial underwrite, we have an impact underwrite. So at Rise Climate, we have around 100 people. We also have around 25 people who conducts impact underwriting. And the general premise for that is we have a view we call collinearity, namely that by doing good, you can have more of a commercial return. By having an additional commercial return, you can do more good. That has a nice filtering mechanism, both for the team that we're able to recruit, but candidly also for the CEOs and companies who feel mission aligned with us. And so we've built the climate franchise in the past 4 years. We're very lucky to have Hank Paulson as our executive chairman. I think as evidenced by the prior panel and this one, if you ignore policy, you do it at your own peril. Having Hank is helpful in that regard. But at the end of the day, our mission is clear, but quite difficult to accomplish.
Thanks, Mark. And we'll get to challenges like policy and in a moment. And I think a key point you made, $20 billion is an incredibly large amount of capital on climate. But as you point out, it's a drop in the bucket of the trillions that are going to eventually flow into this sector. And your point about being capitalists, I teach in the business school. You're my people, so thank you.
Yeah. No. So our first fund was a little bit more than $7 billion, and I remember sitting down with our LP base as we raised it, and I mean, no kidding aside, I was a little nervous. That seems like a lot to deploy. Candidly, we could have deployed in our first fund 3 times as much, and I can give you a litany of examples of that. It's once you find a scaled opportunity globally, each geography has its own idiosyncrasies. You can deploy it. So the size of the fund, I was nervous about, but I've been proven wrong about those nerves, which our CEO likes because he likes having larger capital pools.
Good thing to be wrong about. All right, Duncan, round us out here on the panel. Tell us about Lower Carbon Capital, a totally different type of fund, a very interesting founder, really, really interesting story. Tell us a little bit about the thesis of Lower Carbon more broadly on climate and maybe specific to Brazil.
Yeah, sure. Lower Carbon's a fund, multi-billion-dollar fund born out of Lowercase Capital, which was Chris Sacca's early stage fund. Did really well investing in Uber, Twitter, Instagram, a number of tech companies in the 2008 era. And it was really born out of the idea, similar to a lot of what these guys are talking about, is that the only way to have real impact on climate is to make as much money as possible and show that this is the best investment class, bar none, across early stage investing. So spun up the fund, and it's really based on a core thesis of better, faster, cleaner, and cheaper is the future, and that there is, I would almost say, endless opportunities across the entire economy for new businesses, new technologies to come in and just disrupt things and make us, our LPs, founders, and society a lot of money and fundamentally better. Our core thesis is, and I say core, but it's probably as broad as you can get, is generally decarbonization, full stack. So everything from clean cement and clean iron technologies to software for trading waste and recyclables to AI management and energy generation like fusion. A second piece of our core investment thesis is carbon removal, and that the world will be moving towards systems of managing carbon in the appropriate ways. And so we have a dedicated strategy in that space. And then third, really core to this, is what we call buying more time. And that's essentially the idea that a lot of this stuff isn't going to happen fast enough to not have massive impacts on the lives that we live, the lives that everyone in the world lives. And so technologies that buy us that time, that help us build resilience, we're really, really excited about. And that's a core piece of the portfolio.
All right, thanks, Jay. Let's round out the opportunity set with a question back to you, Duncan. You'd hinted at, but you didn't tell me when we talked earlier about, you said there's an overlooked sector in Brazil that could be the next climate tech unicorn.
Yeah,
what is that?
A lot of times I get this question, and then I help lead our carbon removal fund, and so I talk a lot about, I'll be talking to investors, and I'll say, yeah, like no one is thinking about carbon removal in the right ways. I think in this audience, everyone knows about carbon removal. You know about incredible companies that we've backed like Momback, and so I'm not going to spend time there. I think the one that we're really particularly excited about in the Brazilian economy and where we see many opportunities across a few different industries is waste. And this is a little bit of a sweet spot for me. I worked in the waste industry in the US for quite a few years. I think waste in Brazil has some fundamental massive opportunities, and we're really, really excited about that. There's high fragmentation. There's just literal management issues of waste not getting to where it needs to go. You have companies looking for solutions and actively going out and trying to figure out solutions in-house. And you have new technology and new infrastructure coming online at a rapid clip, whether it's landfills or recycling centers or other ways of managing that waste. And so we feel that waste is one of those areas where there's, I think there could very well be a climate tech unicorn coming out of Brazil in that space. And it's not just on the municipal side. I think we see that as being massive. We backed a company called Musa that's kind of building the connective layer between businesses, landfills, recycling centers, and making sure waste gets to where it needs to go. But it's all aspects of waste. It's agricultural waste for maybe it's biochar or being fed into feedstock for biofuels. It could be mining waste. I think that is one of those specific areas that we're really excited about in Brazil.
Not a lot of people get excited about mining waste. I'm glad you do. That's good. No, thanks. You want to? I
was going to say we do.
Yeah, you guys do too for the weathering. Absolutely. Thanks for the introduction, the opportunity, and you're seeing it from a number of different angles. Good starting point. Challenges. Let's get the hard stuff here. And Mark, given that your fund is, has sort of the biggest view of what's going on globally, can you speak to specific challenges in Brazil or LATAM that you've experienced and your thoughts on that?
For us as a fund, there's a few factors. One is, where is the scaled opportunity, right? This is a little bit of the think big. And so finding an opportunity where we can deploy, let's call it 400 to 800 million per opportunity, that narrows the aperture. We need the ecosystem of folks in the earlier stage to get companies to that point, but that almost by definition kind of narrows the pool. That said, we do have a huge portfolio of companies who subsequently can invest in Brazil. So we do that all the time. So that is just a scale question that's relevant. Beyond our actual climate fund, we have a Global South fund. So Brazil it's almost unavoidable, right? I mean, beyond the sequestration, you have 35x subsequent sequestration through the Amazon. So we spend a non-trivial amount of time there. Abstracting, there's a bit of a relative value assessment. So we have, you need to have local people on the ground to operate in Brazil. I've learned that having transacted there many times. So finding those resources, finding that globally, and then putting on a relative framework is also a threshold. And when Selic is over 10 and cost of capital for local financing becomes an additional relative framework, then it feeds into a capitalist allocation. So one is scale, one is cost of capital. I know Jonathan Goldberg was talking about that capital stack a little earlier. And then additionally is where are the pathways strongest? So the obvious policy noise we're going to see, but getting in front of those pathways is a challenge. Candidly, I think what's happening, for example, in Japan right now is quite interesting and will be second derivative relevant for Brazil. But that global network of opportunity sets, seeing through it, having the resources, people financing and lining it up, that's the challenge. If you can unlock it, that's the opportunity. And finding it at scale is where we get very interested.
So you mentioned on the ground, and I'm gonna get to Chris to talk about your experience on the ground and the experience you've had there. But just before I get to you, Chris, because I want to dig into this a little deeper, Julia, first of all, congratulations. You recently closed a Series A, $54 million. That's a terrific raise, terrific round. But my understanding is there was only one Brazilian investor in that round, I think Valor. what were the challenges to raising capital in Brazil, in the ground, you know, in the market there? What was the challenge to getting investors outside of Brazil into Brazil, in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think from the perspective of capital from the outside, actually, we were positively overwhelmed with how well people were looking at the region when you look at it from a climate perspective, right? So making the argument that the best place to deploy this solution is in Brazil, when, you know, I'd listed earlier some of the reasons, I think it becomes very easy to understand why those factors in particular bring you a lower cost, higher scale solution, right? Which is ultimately what we're aiming for. Locally, I think one of the challenges that we found was the venture capital ecosystem maybe has 10, 15 years if you really want to extend it, and has been not exclusively, but predominantly focused on asset light kind of fintech, e-commerce, Mercado Livre, no bank, et cetera. And I think that creates a perception, and maybe to Ben's presentation earlier, perhaps a false perception about what are some of the drawbacks of investing in climate, right? Climate often means more deep tech style investments, but if everyone gets a chance to read the report on Monday, you actually find that deep tech returns beat non-deep tech returns on average. So I think there are a couple of things in terms of timeline, in terms of intensity of science. In our case, for the majority of the life of the company, we had more PhDs than we had engineers, software engineers. So I think that's also a different approach. But I think it's slowly picking up, and Valor was a great example of that, where they kind of stuck their flag in the ground 2 years ago and said, we're going to make climate a big thing for us, and I think other funds will follow.
For years, the venture industry has always felt that climate's too capital intensive, right? It was always one of the roadblocks. But to your point, Mark, many funds want to put more capital to work, so there's this funny tension there, right? Maybe we're finally swinging towards the capital intensive as an interesting opportunity. Let's see, Chris, tell us about spending time on the ground. You spent some time. You said that was really important to understanding the opportunity and the challenges. Talk more about that, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. So a bit of background. I was working at Google at the time, and I had a front row seat to some of the tensions in the early US-China decoupling, we'll call it, as it was happening in Silicon Valley. How that was impacting our scaled public companies, how it was impacting supply chains for robotics, for also, 5G infrastructure in emerging markets. There were many vectors at which I could see from that post that we're at the beginning of a multi-decade secular transformation in which will be a new paradigm for the world, which has implications for early stage startups in the United States, the US-Brazilian relationship, and broadly across the Americas. So I decided to leave my post at Google to pursue a Fulbright in Mexico with the expectation that, an assumption that something will fill this void. And I was a researcher at the ITAM University, focused on what are the ways that our trade agreements, being what I would call critical infrastructure for the global economy, and specifically the Americas. We had just come off of a new USMCA NAFTA renegotiation, and I felt that was the sort of warning shot of how the new trade balance might evolve and impact innovation across the Americas. So I was down there doing the Fulbright, working at an early stage venture fund in Mexico City that was investing all across the region, and really got a front row view into some of the competitive advantages of Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and really the strategic imperative for the US private market ecosystem to have people on the ground and to better understand the talent networks, the competitive advantages, the way that some of the incumbent companies operate their motivations, as well as obviously, and I think this is frankly what scares off a lot of investors who might market themselves as global, but ultimately when it comes down to leading a deal for the first time and saying we're putting our brand and equity and LP capital specifically behind this, it's this sort of paranoia of the known unknown. And that can be elements of, well, I don't have 2 decades of relationships in Washington, D.C. to help me better understand, or the equivalent in Brasilia to help me better understand, okay, this is what's written, what's unwritten. And I think that vector exists, whether it's in the actual underwriting exercise, whether it's in the orientation of the public companies who may be customers for these. So I think that has given me a real sort of sensitivity, and when we're doing deals in the region and we don't have a really close pre-existing connection to the company, the problem space, or its early customers, it requires an added level of forensic investigation. And I think that's frankly where the alpha comes from. And so
the local knowledge, the relationships, the expertise. What's missing? So Julia, you mentioned the venture sector is relatively young compared to the U.S. Now that's true for just about every country in the world, by the way, other than the U.S. But Duncan, back to you. What's missing in Brazil that you would really like to see to make, you talk about moving faster,
Yeah.
moving capital faster.
I think when I look at like why do certain things work in the US and you trace back, maybe you can trace it back to the origin of Silicon Valley and other things, and you look at how those ecosystems sprung up, and it's both the existing companies that things can spin out of, and then the supportive networks around them, and that's founders, it's organizations that are supportive of entrepreneurship and that kind of thing. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's missing in Brazil. I think in certain places it's where do you accelerate and really lean into it. And so I think about in the US, you know, you think about Silicon Valley and you have go back to Fairchild Semiconductor or something, and great engineers spinning out of that. I think there's evidence that could happen in Brazil. It's just where should that happen, and where are those networks that can be built up and be more supportive? And I think what stands out to me is things like agriculture or forestry or pulp and paper or areas where mining, where Brazil is a global powerhouse, just like the U.S. is in semiconductors or something. It's leaning into those and really trying to promote the entrepreneurship, get founders and people that are early in the ecosystem to feel innovative and accept that innovation. And there is a risk to some innovation, but figure out ways to trial that. And I think leaning into that, building those networks is really, really important. I think Julia will speak to this a little bit probably, but I think the other thing here is hard tech is hard. It's a very big cliche for a reason. So some acceptance there, but building supply chains, building the networks where people can work together and have quick manufacturing turnaround times and that kind of thing. I think that's very, very additive to the ecosystem overall, and it's it can be collaborative between states, governments, and companies in a pretty or low friction way. So I think those kind of things coming together could really put Brazil ahead.
Since Duncan called Julia out, Julia, over to you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add to that because I think oftentimes as well when we think about climate tech or climate investments, we're imagining things that are going to have to be built basically from zero. And I think for us at Teradot, one of our approaches, and maybe just 30 seconds here of what we do, we basically take silicate rocks that are byproducts of quarry operations or mining operations. We spread them on agricultural land and capture carbon permanently in that way. One of the things that we looked at was the climate challenge is so big and we need to solve it so quickly. What already exists that we can take advantage of, right? And I think in our case with enhanced rock weathering, it became very clear in Brazil that agriculture exists in a very sophisticated and scaled way. Mining exists in a very sophisticated and scaled way. How do we use our science and technology to turn that on, right? And so I think often there's this misconception that climate tech, wow, you have to build absolutely everything from scratch, but there are actually a lot of solutions that are a little bit more plug and play.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the lessons for my students is always that don't build everything from scratch. You will fail there's a lot of good stuff out there. You can leverage technologies and other advantages. Mark, what are your thoughts on what's missing? You like to see? I mean, you talked about the scale challenge. That's certainly one. But what else?
Yeah, I'm just having all these kind of like 3G flashbacks. So it's like, one of the sayings in our room was like, innovation is nice, but copying is easier. All these kind of George Apollo flashbacks. And like just diverging a little bit, just trying to see threads and kind of the mind of a very bad chef here. Now, we were talking about cost of capital, innovation, hard tech, and I think almost opening up the aperture and not looking at Brazil in isolation, but looking at where it fits within a global ecosystem is quite interesting. So I mentioned Japan a little earlier. The likely winner of the Prime Minister contest in the Diet October 4th is a Columbia graduate. He is, so Japan's about to, well, they don't elect, but the parliament will determine either the youngest PM in history or the first female PM in history. The PM, Minister Koizumi, was the Minister of the Environment for 5 years. Just think about that. Lower cost of capital base in Japan. Think about that. He's currently the Minister of Agriculture. Think about that. His father was previously the Prime Minister. So I think opening up the aperture is quite important when thinking about how to overcome challenges, recognizing where these connections lie and the opportunity to connect them. Think about that connect. I mean, we have a Columbia graduate, assuming he wins, youngest prime minister in history, focused on the environment, focused on agriculture, creating those connections to the opportunities in Brazil, I think will be an unlock. So energy there, as I kind of what's cycling through my mind, inspired in the moment, Bruce, of this panel, maybe we should scratch that itch.
Yeah. So let's go with that a little bit on the policy side. And, policy being downstream from politics, very important in the area we work in. And frankly, going through rapid change everywhere, right? And obviously here in the US, we've seen some very big changes. I think sometimes they're, I don't want to say exaggerated because the changes are massive, but the deck just gets reshuffled. I mean, previously wind and solar was the policy support, and now it's going to be nuclear and geothermal and batteries. Okay, that's the hand. Those are cards we're going to be playing for the next couple of years, I suppose. Back to Brazil, policy. What are your thoughts on policy, hope for policy, any thoughts along the way? And the connection to the Japanese pending policy is you open up this discussion, so I think that's really interesting.
I have a good connection with the Japanese. Surf your wave there. Our perspective here has been, at Pterodot, has been actually that from our work's perspective, policy has mostly been a tailwind. A couple of reasons, right? So trying to connect it here back to Mark, Brazil has the National Plan for Degraded Pasture Land. Biggest investor in that plan, which covers 40 million hectares of degraded land, is JICA, right? The Japanese Development Institution. And we see so many initiatives of these that for us, where our solution is not only carbon removal, but also land generation, we can plug in quite quickly, right? And the ground is fertile. And combined with that, if you think about banks like the Brazilian National Development Bank, a host of vehicles to support climate, agriculture, degraded land, et cetera, right? So I think from our perspective, we have a huge advantage, even as we think about a lower cost of capital for our business at the stage that it is today, sitting in Brazil, than we would elsewhere where we're getting, 20, 30% for being a startup. So I think those are some of the tailwinds. I think the headwinds are the common ones, right? We tailwind perhaps regulated carbon markets, headwind, what will they actually look like, right? How will they be implemented? How does that influence or combine with the tax reform a number of questions, right? But overall, I think for us, it's been more tailwind than headwind.
Chris, Duncan, thoughts on policy and Brazil and whoever? Let's go for it.
Well, I think it's just a massive opportunity that Brazil is hosting COP. To me, it feels like in the context where the US specifically has gone from being using all of its might to have the IRA be one of the most truly once-in-a-generation market-making exercises as it relates to decarbonizing technology and infrastructure, to now opening up BLM lands again for extraction. I think if you put Brazil in the context of it is home to so much of the competitive advantages globally that move our economy, it is the lungs of the world, and now it is caught and mired in some ways in this fight with the US as a byproduct of the Bolsonaro relationship. And I think all of that, in my mind, if I'm just writing the great story of the next 5 years, puts Brazil in such a unique position to reframe and recalibrate what is the next 5 to 10 years of leadership going to look like from a global geopolitical perspective. And that isn't a specific regulatory tactic or bill or anything, but it's more at the level of grand narratives. And I think there's a lot of white space for Brazil to play.
The one I'd add is go the opposite direction from Japan, go across the Atlantic to the EU, and kind of what's happening with the carbon border adjustment mechanisms and a lot of how that's affecting global commodity trade and where that can go in the long term. And I find it a really interesting intersection of Brazil sitting central to finance from Asia, actually having the commodities and the raw materials and then trading them onward. And at the same time, Brazil's uniquely advantaged in these carbon resources and other ones that we talk about. This is one that at Lower Carbon, we've spent a lot of time thinking about working cross-collaboratively with folks in the EU, and I wish a little bit more with folks in the US on this point, but I think this is one of those, in the world of tariffs and global trade shifts, is one of the main policy tailwinds that we're watching closely.
So I want to ask one last business question, then I want to wrap up with sort of a more personal career-oriented question for many people in the audience, many students especially. The last business one is, let's flip the narrative from Brazil looking out. So for Brazilian businesses, Brazilian industry, particularly anything to do with climate, what's their opportunity to either sell internationally or invest internationally? What's their competitive advantage? Where do you see that from that side of it? And I'm going to just open up the question. Who would like to go first on that one? Don't hold back. Mark, I can see the gears turning there, Mark.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I mean, it's so sector specific, right? So, and that's why I think climate investing is so much fun, right? I mean, applying a prism to deploy capital through a climate lens, like, how wonderful is that, right? You know, tech investing 30 years ago, nobody asked you, hey, are you focused on enterprise SaaS, hardware? No, you could do anything. Being a climate investor today has echoes of that. But then we have to subsectorize. So specifically, Bruce, to your question, a sector that, you know, is interesting and fraught is sugarcane ethanol, right? Polyethylene, styrene cracking of a feedstock that's sugarcane. So companies like Allbirds use, you know, their sugar sole. That's an exported good from Brazil in many shoes. That's a great opportunity. It's an asset that's burrowed within Braskem, which has its own noise, if anyone's familiar with that. So I think that is quite interesting. I think obviously the broader nature-based removals carbon credit market is a, you know, where everyone was excited on the demand curve 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The supply seems to be very much available, but to organize that, I think, is interesting. I think there is green bank financing opportunities that is also a potential in Brazil. There are data center greening opportunities. where's the supply coming from? We, bought and built an asset called eVolts, which was an electricity transmission play that worked well. So I think kind of as you sectorize it, it's everywhere. It is everywhere. Putting on the lens of climate allocation is what hopefully enables it. So I don't think the opportunity set is lacking. The enablement and how we, as capital allocators, put on our lenses to do it is what will take it to the next level, hopefully.
I couldn't agree more about the, although I've never heard the analogy to tech back 30 years ago, but the reason why I teach in this sector and why it's so exciting is because the opportunity is so broad. And you get to
By the way, I just for the record, I don't know if there's students here, there are a non-trivial amount of members of my team that we've built over the past 5 years that have come from Bruce's class.
Let's keep it up, Mark. Let's keep it up.
You deserve some hype too.
Thank you. Julia, were you about to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think you mentioned, what Brazil to the rest of the world. There's a phrase that actually at one of our projects, and we have one of our Corey partners here actually, one of the directors of Embrapa said, which I think for me was a phrase that stuck with me in terms of Brazil's geopolitical role and what can it export to the rest of the world. In the 1970s, Brazil transformed because of the widespread use of liming. So Embrapa spearheaded this research to turn Brazil from an agricultural importer to an exporter. Today is one of the largest exporters in the world across most categories. And this director of Embrapa, he kind of looked at, we work with him, and he looked at us and he said, we've already done this before. We've already spread a bunch of rock on land. We're just changing the rock. And in changing the rock, what else are you exporting, right? And in our case, we hope it'll be carbon. But I think there's already a lot of stories of success stories in Brazil that try and think about what is the analogy for climate, picking up on what Mark said.
So we just have a couple minutes left, and I want to wrap up with a question for all of you. You all have incredible careers. And if you could share some advice with the audience in terms of, how you think about your career and opportunities to move into this sector, how would you position yourself, whether you're just graduating now from Columbia or later stage in your career? Any advice whatsoever. It could be a small anecdote or bigger thought. And whoever would like to start us off on that, I'll leave that one open. Chris?
I'm happy to start. Just two things that come to mind. First is you never get what you don't ask for. And I think just being in this community, a part of this conference, affiliated with the university, I think your access is limited by your inquiry. And whether you're a first year, don't know what you want to study yet, or you're in your second year at the MBA and are narrowing in on 2 or 3 specific roles, I think the power of loose ties has been the fuel of my basically every transition point in my career. I think that's the biggest thing. And the second is don't be afraid to leave a really good thing to pursue curiosity, which was ultimately me departing a job that I was frankly underqualified for at Google to pursue an unpaid State Department stipend adventure in Mexico that I didn't know where it would lead. So I think those are my 2 lessons.
It's terrific lessons.
Yeah, I build on the pointer on curiosity, and I think where that goes to a lot of things we see in the early stage venture capital space is curiosity then leads to obsession, and it's following those pieces that you find curious and then leaning in on them and building that obsession to the point where it's the only thing you can think about and you have to go build that thing in the world. And I think it's to some extent what allows Julia and many other founders and entrepreneurs to build these companies that are it's really hard to bring this fresh new thing into the world. And so that's always served me well in my career. I think amongst our team, amongst the founders we back, it's leaning in on those places that just are very self-resonating. So,
Julia, thoughts as an entrepreneur and advice there?
I was just actually going to put on my patriotic hat and say, if you haven't been to Brazil, go. And if you are Brazilian, go back.
Mark, that's a tough to follow.
Carnival's amazing, by the way. It's so good. Look, you know, you know, kind of first principles, right? I mean, I never thought I was going to be an investor, right? I thought I was going to be a theologian, so maybe that's why I belong in climate. But you know, I just kind of echo what everyone on the panel said. You know, follow your passion, follow your curiosity, have an open mind. You know, for me, helping lead a climate fund allows me to talk to my kids about my job, which is truly a gift I don't take for granted. One of our, to bring it back to 3G, we had these, you know, principles in the door kind of thing. And I won't bring up zero-based budgeting, but one of them, you know, is, you know, if you don't know, ask, is a kind of parable, like the Hillel parable. But then, like, if you do know, teach. And I think within climate, like, this is a great forum, right? This is a institution of learning, and Bruce is teaching, you know. So it's okay, akin to being a tech investor 30 years ago, to proselytize a little bit, right? Like, don't be afraid to say there's huge opportunity here. You know, let's invoke a little magnetism and polarity. So summits like this, I think, have that effect. And if you can take anything away, it's, you know, don't be shy, exercise curiosity, pull people in. And because there will be commercial outcomes, there will be impactful outcomes, there'll be mission-driven outcomes. And hopefully, you know, we can all talk to our kids about it.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Julia. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Bruce.
So now we'll have a break so we can connect with the participants, and we'll be back at 3:30 punctually. Thank you.
Check 2, 1, 2.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Can you please take a seat? Hello, everyone. Hi. Let's start. Perfect. My name is José Pinheiro. I'm a Columbia alumni and executive board member of the Brazil Climate Summit. Our next panel is one of the most important questions in Brazil's journey to climate and net zero: how to unlock the capital required to scale climate solutions. Brazil has the potential to attract significant investments and position itself as a global leader in sustainable growth. But realizing that potential depends on collaboration between global and local partners and public and private capital. This session will explore what's needed to turn ambition to finance at scale, and how Brazil can become a magnet for climate investment that drives transformation across sectors. I'm pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists: Marcelo Marangon, President of Seed Brazil; Regine Clément, CEO of CREO; Aurélien Boyer, Global Head of Climate Finance Policy of the IFC; Renate Suzuki, Partner of KPMG; Annie Hills, Vice President of Strategy and Special Projects of Galvanize; and leading this conversation, our moderator, Arthur Ramos, Managing Director at BCG.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really a pleasure to conduct this panel here with you. I think we're going to be talking about enablers and barriers for providing finance for much of the things we are discussing here, and also all the discussion how to escalate that, how to take. And we got an amazing lineup here of panelists to get this discussion. For the ones that were here in the morning, I was presenting topics related to the hard-to-abate sector. And I think on this panel, we're going to talk about another expression that we use a lot: hard to allocate countries. Okay, so this is the idea: how can we be converging the capital, particularly the climate capital here, for these emerging markets, and particularly for Brazil. Also, you see the caliber and the number of the panelists here. It's also a hard to moderate panel. Okay, so this is another challenge here, but I'm sure. And so this is the first part of our discussion, our moderation here. I will start here with Aurélien on our question again. Then very important, and one of the things is the multilateral perspective that we bring here. So from IFC perspective here, what are the key barriers that we see today in order to provide greater flow of funds here for this market? And of course, you can give a brief description of where we are, what we can do. So this is great.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's special for me to be here today because almost 20 years ago to the day, I moved up the street to get to Colombia. So if I was still 20 years ago, I'll be here today. Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. So IFC perspective on bringing climate finance to emerging markets. I think there are different dimensions to the question. I think when we are in the climate world, and we tend to be in a climate bubble and think that all the problems are about climate finance and specific to climate. But the first thing when it comes to climate finance is a lot of the barrier that we need to go over are general to investing in emerging developing economies. And I'm almost stating the obvious here, but we tend to forget about it. So when it comes to dealing with the political risk and the currency risk, etc., that's very much at stake and what needs to be solved first before we focus on the climate finance part. So For me, this issue of dealing with the overall framework and getting that stability to the investor is one thing. Getting the pipeline of investment in emerging markets is another thing, and a lot of work that needs to be done upstream in the creation, in the capacity building, in facilitating the development of projects through permitting, etc., is key. And then a third dimension, generally, the perception of risk and like the importance of disclosure of data and to be able to truly appreciate the risk of what it's like investing in emerging markets. So IFC, as part of the World Bank Group, we try to address, and with a colleague of the World Bank at this different level, from the reform that are needed and to creating the pipeline to having this greater and showing that the risk of investing in emerging market, the reality of the risk is actually lower than the perception. And so initiative like the James database. So these are things that are like very important to like in general, but when it comes to climate specifically now, I think there are also very important barriers that needs to be addressed, and Brazil is leading the way in many respects. One is that there are, I think, over 400 like taxonomies or equivalent when it comes to climate finance. This is really confusing. I'm starting to get deep into climate finance a few years ago. I'm still catching up. So the need to have more interoperability and comparability under the different framework to accelerate and give more trust in the market and to investors is key. And I think that what Brazil is supporting, like with this roadmap for interoperability as part of the road to from Baku to Belém is key. So that's a first one. The second one is, and the thing again, Brazil is leading the way. I feel like when it comes to climate and climate taxonomy, there's been a lot of unintentional exclusions from MSMEs to women-led enterprise to like small stakeholders, and I think being able to be inclusive and having initiative reconciling this like the people and the smaller stakeholders to the climate agenda is key. And here again, I think like initiative like the index of Herbaban that connects sustainable finance to inclusion, to literacy, etc., are key. And finally, when it comes to climate investment, is carbon pricing and the incentives. I think there are too many disincentives still in many respects in the emerging market, whether through the fuel subsidies to others or the lack of positive incentive. And I think when I think of Brazil, how Brazil is moving on the carbon market side with its ETS or like certain projects we've been financing that start having some component of carbon revenues through the voluntary carbon market, these are very positive trend. So overall, yes, a lot of barrier, but we see progress, and definitely I think a lot of ways where Brazil is showing the way in a replicable way of like not only to the region, but to also many other emerging countries.
No, thanks a lot, Oriane. Nice to hear encouraging words here from you. Let me suggest here moving to make a question to Marcelo, okay? Because I think Francity presents in Brazil very much on the corporate market, being on the ground. So, Marcelo, what's on your view here? No? What's the outlook for climate finance in Brazil? Where we're standing today, and where you see the most traction happening, and the challenge that you see on that.
Thank you, Artur. Hello to everyone. Pleasure to be here in this panel. I think despite all the challenges and barriers that Aurélien mentioned, I think we have a very positive outlook for Brazil. We have a robust pipeline of transactions across different sectors. Sustainable agriculture, green steel, sustainable aviation fuels. So a lot being discussed. Pipeline is very active and very live. So we are very positive on the prospects of executing those transactions. I think one other point that you mentioned is asset classes and also which of them we are using more. And I think capital markets remain, I think, the main channel to execute these transactions, both locally and internationally. So when we look at sustainable finance, in 24, we raised around $5 billion. This year to date, a little bit over $2 billion, also in different sectors. So a lot happening in water and sanitation, sugar and ethanol, renewable energy. So we see this market developing, but also we see a lot of efforts in innovation. So beyond, I think, capital markets and the traditional project financing, we have been developing together with other financial institutions many interesting solutions like ESG derivatives that were not in place, leveraging long-term offtake contracts to monetize investments in new renewable plants. So this has been quite successful. We were able to raise a substantial amount of funding for one project only with commercial banks, with no participation of development banks. So we could save that capital to other transactions. So that was quite interesting as well. And we also developed the first mini-perm for projects in Brazil, which was well accepted by banks and investors. And I think the goal remains to adapt all these type of solutions to day-to-day products. The more business as usual, as we call in trade finance, supplier chain finance, where we can bring a component of sustainability of climate finance in order to offer a benefit to the issuer and a protection to the investor.
Great. No, very good. Thanks, Marcelo. I'll move here for Annie. Okay, Annie, on Galvanize, and I think also if you can tell a little bit, describe a little bit of. We're moving to let's say the new places that are assessing, and I think Galvanize very much based on the U.S. and Europe perspective. So, on moving that and analyzing the emerging markets, what are the key elements and the key characteristics of the journey that you're facing here?
Great, thank you, Artur. I think the issue with being on a panel with such distinguished other speakers is there's not much else to say after you've laid out some of the risks. So I'll talk about them, but it might sound familiar to what you've already heard. Maybe a bit about Galvanize first. So I work at Galvanize. We're an energy and decarbonization-focused asset manager. So we're really just looking at ways to invest in energy, decarb, things that you might think of as sort of climate sustainability investments. As you mentioned today, we have 4 strategies, 4 ways that we do this investment. Right now, it's really just focused in North America and in Europe. I think the reasons why are a little bit early on what you were talking about, which is, when we think about Brazil or other emerging markets, there is currency risk, there is issues around the cost of capital. We also just know that investors have lost money investing in emerging markets if they don't know what they're doing. You have to really understand these markets, have folks on the ground, be able to deal with that complexity, real and perceived. So there are risks and there are reasons that investing in emerging markets and investing in Brazil wasn't one of the things that we started with. That being said, and I'm sure we'll talk about all the ways that these risks are being dealt with, things like eco-invest to deal with the cost of capital that I think are really exciting. That being said, even outside of that, there's such enormous opportunity in Brazil and so many reasons to be excited that we as investors can see, even if it's not something that we're actively taking part in right now. We've talked about some of the areas where Brazil is so exciting. Brazil's natural resources, abundant natural resources, biomass, iron ore, the ability to scale things up. There's a real opportunity for Brazil to be the exporter of clean molecules and materials globally. One of the ways that I think emerging markets can be so exciting is as an attractive, is as an opportunity for real scale, to take technologies that are maybe sort of proven and let them leapfrog and really grow out in an area like Brazil. We've seen that happen with, after the DG laws passed with solar, we see that happen now today with second generation biofuels. That's a super exciting story. It's the same model that we've seen happen in other emerging markets as well, like mobile in sub-Saharan Africa. I think that there is a reason to expect that then when you sort of see this scaling of exciting technologies, you have Brazil becoming a regional leader and eventually also a global leader in these types of goods. So a lot of opportunity, lots to be excited about. Also risks that need to be mitigated, and I think that that we're thinking about ways to mitigate currency risk to bring in that concessional capital, and we'll continue to talk about that.
Great. No, thanks a lot, Anita. I'll move here for Regina. Okay, Regina, and we had just a previous discussion, and Regina's mentioned that she's in the middle of the journey, of making the assessing new opportunities, new markets. So if you could tell a little bit, and you mentioned to me here, and I'd also like to hear and to get answers from the audience here, so from the panelists. But I think if you could describe this a little bit on the journey, what are important elements on assessing or analyzing the potential moves to other markets than you have today in Creole.
Sure, thank you. And indeed, I'm very grateful that I was invited to come here, and I'm here to learn as well. So looking forward to that. I'll just share a little bit about Creole because we're an unusual organization. So our mission is very simply to mobilize capital by our members into climate solutions and decarbonization transition. And we started in 2011. We're founded by American family offices here in New York, 20 of them who were quite active clean tech investors. Financial crisis happens. They have conviction that capital markets are going to eventually recognize climate as a material risk and opportunity. And so they decide to start working together to basically buy up a lot of these clean tech companies and continue to build them quietly, partner with the US government, build the solar industry in the US under RF funding in the kind of 2015. And this community grew. And so we set up a nonprofit organization to essentially work with family offices, family-controlled businesses, and family foundations with this goal in mind. And ultimately, we were curious to find out whether the activity and de-risking activity, in some cases, of family offices can catalyze institutional capital into the climate marketplace. So today we work with about 210 families globally, but half of our families are American still today. But we're growing in Latin America. We have over 20 Latin American families now working with us. So, and really what we do is changing behavior of investors is not easy. And so the way we do it is through norm setting. So behavioral change, you can norm set, you can shame people into doing different things, or you can force them through rules and regulations. So CREO is really about knowledge building, bringing in the deal flow, and connecting the investors so that the buy and the sell side, we're essentially trying to help the market be more efficient. So that's how CREO works. Our families, so they've invested in over 2,000 companies, and we're LPs in over 500 funds globally. Like any investor, families invest globally, but when it comes to things like climate, it often is local. They care about their local communities, local projects. Though many of our families now bring climate at a holistic perspective, so whole portfolio approaches, still it's very local. And so one, it's very important for us to build relationships in Brazil, which we're working on, to really have partners on the ground, because this is a way to understand what the opportunities are and be able to do the work. Currently, about 25% of our families invest in emerging markets, and this is what you were referring to. We're trying to learn how our families can be most catalytic. When I say catalytic, it doesn't necessarily mean concessionary. So I do want to kind of explain that our families can be grant funders. They can take concessionary. They can cap the returns if they so choose to do so. But most of our families want to deploy commercial capital into opportunities, and they still see it as catalytic, but it's horizontal catalytic capital. So you've got blended finance where the family can come in and de-risk, just like government can. In the horizontal, you're really coming in because you have either a family business that is in mining, and you can be the off-taker of an opportunity and invest, right? So think about families as owning many, many assets. And so they are very uniquely positioned to be able to do this type of investing, whether it's in Brazil or elsewhere. So in terms of Brazil, very early on in CREO, we recognize Brazil is the largest carbon sink in the world. We absolutely have to pay attention to Brazil. And as a Canadian, I look at the natural resources of Canada. Brazil has even more, and what more, you have a big market. And big markets are very important for institutional asset owners. And so really, I think Brazil has everything it needs to be really a key player in emerging markets. Our families are very interested. Really, the key is developing the relationships on the ground to be able to do this work.
So I think that there'll be many people here just taking notes and trying to provide very encouraging points here. I think they're very good to hear another opportunity. But again, I think that there are many things, so very different types of allocation, deployment of capital. But I think it's not really worth if you don't have the right information, the right disclosure. So Renate, I'd like to share a little bit the perspective. How is regulation evolving, particularly in Brazil, okay, but also building a parallel to the worldwide trends, okay?
Hi, Arthur. Thanks for having me here. As a Columbia alumni, it's always nice to be back here, so I'm back at home. First, Brazil should be very proud because we were the first one to adopt and regulate IFRS sustainability disclosures worldwide. So by 26, all listed companies in Brazil will and should disclose sustainability information. Not only that, but financial institutions from 26 to 28, depending on the size, will have to disclose sustainability information based on the IFRS sustainability standards. Very nice. So yes, it is a mark. So sustainability, the IFRS sustainability standards require entities to disclose risks and opportunities related to sustainability that will impact the prospects of a company in a medium, short, and long term. It is a forward-looking, so it is a report for investors, informing what are the risks and opportunities in a medium, short, and long term. Not only that, but the regulation comes with the reasonable assurance. So all the information that is going to be disclosed has to be an external auditor assuring that information, bringing more transparency to that information. Not only that, but also it is worth mentioning the CFC 1710, which is a resolution that puts the responsibility of the sustainability information over for the accountants. Now in Brazil, all the accountants are responsible for the financial information statements. And from now on, the sustainability information also, it is responsibility of the accountants, which means accountants will bring to the table of sustainability all their experience on the reporting process. But this is a big picture of the regulation in Brazil, but we have to mention the ecosystem behind it, supporting this adoption. So I'd like to mention first, we have a CBPS. CBPS stands for Comitê Brasileiro de Pronunciamentos de Sustentabilidade. They were created to develop and enhance IFRS sustainability and make it a reality in Brazil. And they are doing a great job with the working groups, sharing knowledge, building capacity. Also, in this ecosystem, we have IBRACON. IBRACON is our auditor association, and they are doing a great job building capacity, training, not only for preparers, but for regulators and for auditors too. So all this is possible for to the implementation in Brazil of these standards. But you mentioned what are our maturity level in Brazil. We are a newborn baby. We were the first one to adopt. We are learning with everybody, but we were the first one to adopt, to regulate. So what I can say, we have a lot to learn. It is going to have a room for improvements, but we are on the right track. We have the regulation, we have the ecosystem behind supporting us.
Great. It's good to be a pioneer. No? So it has a cost, but it's good to be a pioneer. First of all, thanks a lot for all the panelists here being very objective, okay, and great. So, but coming back to Aurelian, okay, Aurelian, and I think with all the characteristics of IFC and more agility and things like that, we'd like to talk a little bit about the innovative instruments, okay, that you see that are important. So what would be your most important areas to watch related to climate finance?
No, sure, like very important, but my take, and when I hear innovation, I always like have mixed feelings, because on the one hand, yes, we need to innovate, come up with like new ways of doing things, but we need to keep in mind that what we need is scale. When you look at the Sangway and like Nixon report and what are the needs in terms of trillions of dollars, like we need to be able to scale. So if we just innovate for the sake of doing one deal, two deals, etc., it's not what we need to do. So like when we, like in the context here in Brazil, actually we use at IFC Brazil a lot of a bit our laboratory to try new things, and then that we try to scale in the region and elsewhere. So the first thing that comes to my mind, it's actually innovation in terms of building capacity to ramp up existing instruments. For me, it's something important. There's a bit of fatigue when it comes to labeling like all the different color of bonds, but this still has values, and we have a great program to train the banks and to build capacity and for them to develop their sustainability strategy that has like through this standardized program, we work with 25 banks in Brazil that issued cumulatively over $1 billion in sustainable bonds, like green bond, etc. So for me, that innovation in the way you build the domestic capacity to then lead to really tangible financing. The other type of innovation is push a boundary when it comes to labeled instruments. Like one where we see a lot of potential in Brazil, and we were very happy to support the first issuances with biodiversity bonds. So we just supported Itaú in Brazil issuing, I think it was a 1 billion real, 1.4 billion real bond, first bond in the market that complied with IFC's guideline that are no part of the IGMA principle and started to be replicated in the region. So these are examples of like innovation through like with big replication opportunity. Another one where I see a lot of potential and already drive a lot of the numbers at IFC, and through this structure in itself, it gives the opportunity to innovate a lot, are sustainability-linked financing. I think if it's an instrument that gives you the opportunity to truly innovate through the KPI to push decarbonization, to push adaptation, to push biodiversity, and try to also address what I mentioned before, reconcile some of the social goals with the climate goals by embedding different KPIs. So I think that the instrument in itself, like the sustainability-linked loans or bonds, are not innovative, but how you use them and the KPIs you use while remaining credible, so you have to be careful not to get to the greenwashing, is very important. And again, it's in Brazil that we did with a company called Horizon in the West sector, innovative SLF that resulted in one of the largest recycling facility in Latin America. And then the third bucket, I think, of innovation that we try to push at IFC is addressing this need of pooling the different needs to aggregate investors to enter different emerging markets. Some of the deals are too small for institutional investors, or to bring, or due diligence will be too complicated for some form of the family office, etc. So we want to create platform, originate to distribute and do this pooling that then we can also combine, if needed, with some blended finance, etc. So the innovation has to come from this kind of structure to really bring the scale and make sure we tap into all the different sources of investment. Again, I could go on and go on. Innovation has to be in technology, etc. But focusing on the market and financing, that for me, that's three key priorities.
Great, Elaine. Thanks a lot. Okay, you started and I said, "Oh, innovation is not about." So very good understatement in the beginning. So this is great. And then Marcelo, coming back to you, okay, and talking about the overall framework of climate finance, particularly in Brazil, corporate clients. Would like you also bring in your perspective on the different narrative and lessons learned, and also on the forward-looking, and how do you see those perspectives, okay?
Thank you, Arthur. I think I'm glad to hear most of the points my colleagues mentioned, is aligned to what we see in terms of forward-looking of climate finance. I think one challenge is how we align the sustainability goals to the established financial principles as well as risk management framework. And then we need to do that through different ways. So we mentioned here currency risk, risk management, mitigation. So I think the first point that we cannot lose perspective is that these are all financial projects that need to be structured and executed. So we need to ensure that the project is viable and bankable, right, in all verticals, from the attractive return, so ensuring that the capital allocated has the right return, not only to banks, but to investors. Second is risk profile, right? So it needs to be acceptable. So we need to be able to identify, manage, and mitigate risks. And then we can go through maturities of the financing, debt and equity, ensuring that we have the adequate capital structure for the project. So I think that would be one vertical. Another one is diversification of funding options. So not only bringing new stakeholders, but also through innovative structures, having in mind the scalability of the solutions. So I think one of the merits of the bonds was the standardization of green and sustainable linkage, that everyone was focusing on the very type of bonds. We were able to scale very, very rapidly. So, and we continue to innovate, as you just mentioned. One other important point is taxonomy. So not only the governance on it, but the standardization. So when we look at the several different taxonomies in different markets and jurisdictions, that doesn't help, right? So we need to standardize, and the more we can have a global view on the projects, I think the higher the appetite and the capacity of the financial sector to execute. We also, talking about scale, I think during certain period of time, we were all very focused in innovating and getting the deal done, but not necessarily in scaling up. So I think we are changing the approach now, instead of small to large, from large to small. So if we can get very large transactions that attract a lot of attention, visibility, I think we can get the stakeholders more involved in a more proactive and constructive way. And I think the last point is Brazil is the right place to do it, right? So it's very glad to see everyone interested here, and we keep hearing new opportunities and new stakeholders that can help us execute this challenge.
Great, thanks Marcelo. Thanks very much on this perspective. Next question to Annie. And so Annie, first I heard here that she was a colleague of BCG some years ago, so very nice. But also taking the more recent experience now, and I think you serve in the U.S. government and Senator John Kerry as climate envoy, but also on the experience on the First Movers Coalition. Okay, and so what's the role also of public and private partnership?
Thank you, Artur. I will answer this, I promise. I wanted to first I really like two things that I heard that I wanted to call out quickly, keeping my galvanized hat on for a second. Regine, I think it was so important when you reminded us that capital can be catalytic without being concessional. And that really also plays into, Marcelo, what you were mentioning about the need to create a capital stack where there are attractive returns in these climate and sustainability investments. And I think when we just think about how can we crowd capital in to EMs, to Brazil for sustainable projects, we have to be creating a capital stack in a way that drives attractive returns. I like to talk about that also because Galvanize was created with the goal of proving that you can drive attractive returns by focusing on the energy transition and decarbonization. Those things do not in any way have to be in opposition. They really can go hand in hand. I'll switch now on to my other hat. As you mentioned before, I was at Galvanize. I served in the previous administration, and actually alongside BCG as a knowledge partner, we worked to stand up something called the First Movers Coalition, which was a public-private partnership focused on creating demand signals for the hard-to-abate industries, long-distance transport, heavy industry, so that we could crowd in the need to capital to get first-of-a-kind projects off the ground. This was a public-private partnership between the U.S. government, but also other government partners, and a handful of over 100 corporations. And one of our government partners was Brazil. At the end of the day, if you want to get a first-of-a-kind project off of the ground, that is going to require more than just the private sector. That requires additional input from the government. It requires clear regulatory signals. It requires understanding of what's going to happen in terms of infrastructure, where will hydrogen be, where will these key inputs be, and the government really needs to be working hand on hand on getting those projects off the ground. Actually, Artur and I were both in Brazil a few years back for the First Movers Coalition to have discussions on, for example, how can you get those sustainable aviation fuel projects off of the ground. As we mentioned, Brazil has this incredible sort of feedstock and biofuels and clean energy, so they're a clear fit for sustainable aviation fuel projects, but there's a high green premium for that. Things like Brazil creating a SAF mandate, plus then having private sector come forward and say that they will pay a higher green premium for SAF, those are the types of things that you need to come together to make the puzzle piece of projects work. You see it as well with hydrogen as an input into clean steel. You need to understand Brazil had to create a hydrogen plan. That's now an EU global gateway project. That input from different governments, along with the private sector, is how you really make these exciting innovations move forward. So yeah, it's really just, we can't do this without the private and the public sector working together to put together these puzzle pieces of demand, regulation, and finance, and ultimately create an attractive project.
Okay, so it's in the role also of working the projects now, also that and the contribution. Very, very interesting point. Coming back to Regine here, and I think dealing with, let's say the high net worth individuals here, families that you mentioned, and talking about climate finance. Now, what do you think are the important thing, particularly on this, also on this new journey that you have been started explaining to us? Okay.
Great, thanks. So I guess it depends what kind of an investor you are. So our families, some of them invest only in funds, some really prefer to do direct, some will have 80% portfolios that it's direct and quite venture focused because they can. Others love platforms, so it really is quite a mix, and it depends what kind of an investor you are on what kind of demands you would have around investing in Brazil. like Aurélien, we're also like trying to figure out like a platform that allows the buy and sell side. So if you're interested in funds, I think it's being able to find funds where you can diligence teams that have experience in climate. They're still like we're tracking 2,400 funds, but they have at least 50% climate, and of those, about 400 are in emerging markets. So at least our data set is still quite small on the emerging market set. So that doesn't encourage necessarily families, right, to say, okay, there's a big market, there's a lot of opportunities, I have optionality, I can compare. So that's one thing that we're really trying to increase our pipeline of fund managers who are involved in investing in Brazil. Some families, just like institutionals, will do emerging funds. Some will not. I know Galvanize will know something about that as a first-time fund, and you have many funds. But it's hard to convince investors to come into a first-time fund. So are you a native fund, or are you a generalist fund that has a climate strategy that is now looking at emerging markets? So for example, we saw TPG, BlackRock, and Brookfield. I think the three of them went into emerging markets in partnership with Altera being the UAE $30 billion climate fund that really is trying to catalyze a lot of institutional capital into the space. I'm very happy to see the Brazilian government talking to TPG and Brookfield around this $4 billion opportunity in Brazil. Those are the things I think that need to be happening. Some investors will only feel comfortable in going into the strategies of GPs that they're already invested in. So we need to think about how do you continue to build emerging managers and get them what they need to be successful. This is often also technical assistance on the ground and connections on the ground and partners for offtake and getting connection to the grid, et cetera. So all of that ecosystem needs to exist in the ground for these emerging managers and the established managers to be able to be successful. So that's what families would look for, and that's what obviously institutional investors would look for. On the direct side, much harder for an American family who might not know Brazil to suddenly decide to do a direct deal into Brazil unless you're developing relationships with families in Brazil and in the region who are interested and have assets, again, to do this work. The other thing that I think is interesting to note is Brazil is the largest bond market in the EM or Latin America, actually, I'm not sure. And there's, we often think about equity in terms of deployment and asset class in the climate space. And there's a tremendous debt and bond opportunity in emerging markets, including in Brazil. So we are in discussion with IFC and some Latin American families, and this is new for CREO, because we see these opportunities and we see that they're not necessarily always moving as fast as we'd like them to. We're getting involved in connecting the dots with the underwriter, bringing some families to bring certain assets that would allow this to be de-risked, and then have some of the families be anchor investors into projects. But this is project by project. It's not something that's easy to scale. So you need to do the scale on the fund, and the direct really is knowledge, educational building, and relationship building.
Great. No, thanks a lot. A very, very clear pathway here. Thanks for sharing that, Virginia. And Natia, I think you mentioned very well there is an infrastructure, there are very competent advisors to support, but how are companies prepared for that? What are the challenges? What is let's say, taking the other side of the equation here?
Well, for the implementation, we see a lot of challenge during the implementation of the IFRS, but depends on the sector. So depends on where are your business, how is your business model, your value chain, and the maturity level of sustainability within your business. However, what I see in my clients, there are 3 areas that is more challenge. One is understanding the value chain. These standards require you to disclose risks and opportunities not only within your operation, but understanding your whole value chain, upstream, downstream, and the whole life cycle of your products and services. First challenge. Second challenge is connectivity. It's a new concept that IFRS brought. You have to connect your financial information into your sustainability information. So if you're claiming that you are going to be net zero by 2050, how much does it cost? Where is going to be funding? From where? Is going to affect your fixed assets, the useful life of your assets, how it's going to change over time. You need to make the connection from now on. And third is building internal controls over sustainability information. When I said now, from now on, sustainability information has to have assurance, reasonable assurance, it means that you have to build strong internal controls to have high quality data information for your report. For what? So investors can make an informed decision over your information, right? So it is by 26 for all listed companies, as I said. It is a challenge, as I'm mentioning here. So my message here is to start now. You have to understand where you are now and how far you are to compliance. But don't make it only a compliance exercise. Otherwise, you are going to have only the costs, not the benefits of the implementation.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to make a final round of questions, a similar question for all the panelists here, and I go by the order here that we have started with Marcelo, but we have COP30 in Brazil. There's huge expectation on the finance side, okay, so that we can have breakthroughs, many of the things, and so I think unlocking climate finance, unlocking climate opportunities. So I'd like to, if you have a wish list of things that would be outcomes, important outcomes for COP30, what would be your top, what would be on the top of your list? Please start with one, and then I'll go the order here. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Artur. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak in the panel. I think looking at two key words, I think, is collaboration and commitment, right? Collaboration, we heard here in the panel, that if we work together, we can make things happen, right? So leveraging capital markets, allocating our balance sheet through viable projects, profitable capital allocation, good risk mitigation. So I think it's collaboration. And more importantly, which is 100% related to COP, is commitment. So we really expect a very large commitment so we can address all the climate change challenges.
Thanks. Regine?
Two of the major friction points that we see to enable to scale solutions globally are two things. The missing middle. So we do a lot of research looking at the fact that not a lot of capital is going into that missing middle, and that affects every region, and carbon markets. And there's a relationship there. So we need high integrity and with good MRV carbon markets and projects. A lot of technology companies, as they scale, they leverage carbon markets as well. And we've seen, again, we have a portfolio of over 2,000 technology companies within our membership. Many are, essentially going under Chapter 11 in this current environment, which is really unfortunate. We're trying to save many of them. But part of it is because of the fact that the voluntary carbon markets are actually not working and not credible. And so those are the two things we need to fix, the missing middle, the carbon markets, obviously figuring out how nature can leverage the carbon market so that we can do more.
Very interesting. Aurelian?
For me, I will not start with finance. I think if in my bucket list, one is I want to see ambitious, updated NDCs. I think that the starting point, that the follow-up to Paris Agreement and all investment needs, etc., will come from or would be facilitated and made more credible by ambitious NDCs. So that's number one. Number two, yes, I think with you going back to finance, I have to put back this hat, some serious commitment in terms of financing and clear progress on the route from Baku to Belém. I think that will be important. And three will be a kind of formal recognition that the private sector and private commercial financing is part of the solution. I think there's still a bit of denial. It's a donor money, public sector thing. We're not going to get to the trillion like this. So it's time to recognize this and recognize it formally.
What I wish is simple, more transparency. You find the projects that is feasible, is financeable, but communicate in a way that resonates to your investor. So more transparency and more communication.
Amen.
All right, I jotted down 3 things, and I think all 3 have been said, so I will still say all of them. I think the first thing is hoping to see, real innovative solutions for the question of currency risk, so that we can have more money flowing to the EMs, probably in some multilateralized MDB-backed mechanism. I think the second is seeing real investable plans coming out of the NDCs that countries are delivering. And then the third is high integrity Article 6 carbon market projects, so we can see that market begin to really blossom.
Well, thanks a lot. I think that we were able here to have a very good perspective of the ecosystem of climate finance and different types of different angles of capital allocation in this area. So it was very, very enlightening and bringing. And you saw that this is not involving only the financing per se, but also we have discussion on the importance of structuring projects, the NDCs, public and private partnerships. So I think it was. I'd like to thank the panelists here for this very enlightening discussion and very encouraged on that. We didn't much necessarily everything is aligned here. We didn't align the content of that, just align the process, but I think it's very good. And so thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here.
Hi. As we continue our program, we turn to a central challenge in scaling climate solutions in Brazil and across emerging markets: risk. Thank you. Even with strong demand from sustainable investment, too much capital remains on the sidelines. Can we have some silence? Thank you. Because investors lack the comfort to commit at scale. By reducing risk, we can unlock unprecedented flows of capital climate to places where they are most needed. This session will explore the tools and strategies paving the way for greater investor confidence and how Brazil can leverage them to accelerate its leadership in climate finance. So I'm honored to introduce our panelist, Alain Beauvillat, Director of the Department of Strategy, Policy and Innovation at the Green Climate Fund. Avinash Persaud, Special Advisor on Climate Change to the President of the Inter-American Development Bank. Luciana Costa, Managing Director of Infrastructure, Energy Transition and Climate Change at BNDES. And Patricia Elling, co-founder of Aya Earth Partners. And to guide us in this important conversation, we have our moderator, Luciana Ribeiro, founder of EB Capital.
Very good. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. When we organized the event here, the agenda, as you can see, we are giving a special dedication to finance, because we have no doubt that finance is the key point right now. So we have explored finance in climate tech. We have talked about how to scale up investments generally. And now we are going to talk about de-risking. And I'm very glad that we have this amazing group here of people. Most of you guys, my friends, that we have been in this journey here for a long time. And I wanted to take a moment here. Today I'm reflective. We are in the 4th edition of these events, and I have been thinking not just at the snapshot, but the entire movie, you know. And I want to start with Lu here, Luciana Costa from BNDES, because you have been here with us since the beginning. And I think that Brazil has changed very much in the last 3 to 4 years in terms of both regulation and sources of capital. And BNDES has had a fundamental role. We are there living the day-to-day, and we just think at the moment, but if you look into everything that was created throughout the last 3-4 years, it has been a lot. Please give us an overview of everything that has been done and what's to expect next.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here, Luciana. I would like to thank Brazil Climate Summit team, Jorge, Marina, all the guys that put a huge effort to make this happen. And I'm very glad to know and that, I mean, this event has been growing a lot, because the attention to Brazil has been growing for the past years. Growing because, first, Brazil has combined comparative advantages that no other big economy has. A lot has been said here before, and also in geopolitical terms, Brazil is well positioned, because Latin America, and Brazil is a leader in Latin America, and Latin America is very far from wars. And that makes a huge difference nowadays when we decide destiny of investments. The Brazilian government has been working hard to put in place public policies that drive investments into climate. We have an experience from the past with when Brazil scale up ethanol, when Brazil scale up wind and solar, when Brazil built the hydropowers. But what has been done recently? First, Brazil is put in place the taxonomy, the Brazilian Green Sustainable Taxonomy, and the taxonomy is an evolution compared to the Brazil was late to put in place the taxonomy. The country has started to discuss that just in 2023, but we had the benefit to look at other experience to put in place a taxonomy which is not just green, but also sustainable. Brazil has put in place the regulatory framework for green hydrogen. Brazil has put in place the low carbon fuel regulation, has improved the low carbon fuel regulation. We have increased the amount of ethanol in the gasoline to 30%. We have increased the amount of from 15 to 17% in green diesel, in the diesel. The mix has improved, And I mean, some regulation that we think that it's given in other countries, it's not, and Brazil has take care of that. Brazil has also, of course, it's not easy, but BNDES has tried also to improve some financing mechanism, and we have been trying to be innovative in pushing project finance more towards a limited and no-recourse debt, and we have BNDES since 2023. In the past, BNDES used to finance projects using a facility agreement which is very illiquid, which is FINEM, and we are moving more towards capital markets. So BNDES is able to co-finance with the market. BNDES has been blamed in the past to do crowding out because BNDES had a lot of subsidies, and the facility agreement that the bank was using was very liquid and preventing capital markets and banks to co-finance with us, which is not the case anymore. Currently, a great portion of our funding doesn't count on subsidy. In infrastructure and energy transition, which is the division that I'm in charge currently, more than 90% of our funding is with market cost. But we have approved mini-perm, which was an instrument that BNDES was not using in the past. Now we are able to subscribe a bond in the long term and disburse according to the CapEx disbursement, which makes the cost of debt, which reduce cost of debt. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to use innovative financial instrument and bring the market with us. Our next step, BNDES will hold the debentures until physical and financial completion, and then we, of course, in agreement with the sponsor, will try to sell in the secondary market. That's our next steps. And one last thing that BNDES is also currently the secretariat of the BIP, the Brazilian Investment Platform. Of course, the ministers, the Minister of Finance, Environmental, Industry and Commerce, and Energy, they are the steering committee, but we are the secretariat. And in the scope of the Brazilian investment platform, we realize it lacks a lot of equity in Brazil. And what has been said in the previous panel here is that, yes, indeed, BNDES will now be LP. We launched the 5 billion reais, almost $1 billion, a tender to allocate capital for other GPs to manage this money and invest in funds related to climate thesis. And yes, it's the Brazilian government trying to use BNDES balance sheet to increase foreign direct investments in climate in the country. So, and this is an important signal because BNDES will put equity and it will not prevent us to also finance the projects. And one last thing, BNDES has also made a change in the climate fund. So we could, last year it was like more than 10 billion, and this year will be maybe 20 billion for climate fund, because the Brazilian government, the treasury, was able to issue sustainable bond, and the use of proceeds of that sustainable bonds is climate fund. And then we can use this concessional funding in a very selective way, so we are able to catalyze investments to climate. So, trying to make in a nutshell, but it was a lot what we have been doing, and it was a combined effort from Minister of Finance, Minister of Energy, Minister of Transportation and Ports and Airports, the ministers linked to infrastructure, and BNDES. So it's a combined effort to catalyze funding to investments in climate. And one last thing that we are also trying to do, we are trying to mobilize, because World Bank, NDB, China Development Bank, Green Climate Fund, they all like to talk to us and use the governance and the local knowledge of BNDES, so can they deploy their capital through us. And this is something that we are also trying to push. We have started. BNDES raised more than $5 billion with those multilaterals, various multilaterals. A great portion of that is to be invested in infrastructure and climate, but we see a lot of room to increase that.
Lots of work. You have been busy. Avi, we have discussed a lot about the risking mechanisms, and you have been like a central piece in discussing the EcoInvest when we launched that in Brazil. There is an important component there of FX protection. There is also an important point of blended finance and then reducing the cost of capital for Brazil. Tell us a little bit of your view on what has been done and what are there are lots of expectations of the next wave of products that you guys are going to be launching. So tell us how you see the Brazilian market and everything that IDB has been doing.
I think the first thing to say is that a lot is happening locally, and a lot more will happen locally. But if we want the largest transformation in our lifetime to take place in fairly short space of time, it cannot be funded on the backs of the savings of the poorest countries. It has to have a large international capital flow component. And flows are blocked. There is some $40 trillion of investment by institutional investors every year, $40 trillion. Just 2% is in emerging markets. Now, that's a really interesting number. 2% of all the money is going to where 60% of all the growth is in the world. So you don't need to think about climate or development to know that's really wrong. That 98% of the money is focused on where only 40% of the growth is. That's wrong for the pensioners and insurance companies of the developed countries. So why is that 2%? So we had some discussion in the previous panel, which I thought was fabulous, about some perception issues, and they are perception issues. But there's also a fundamental international financial system issue, which comes back, and I think the lady from Galvanize emphasized this, to foreign exchange volatility. We live in a world where historically, what's developed since the post-war world is, or maybe I should go back one step. Domestically and internationally, our financial system is structured around things being called safe assets. Locally, it's like government bonds, and things which are non-safe. And that's how we run the domestic financial system and the international financial system. And for historic reasons, what is considered international safe assets are a handful of developed country currencies. European currency, US currency. It's not at all clear why that is the case today fundamentally, from a fundamental economic perspective. India has a lower debt to GDP ratio than the EU. Botswana has a lower debt to GDP ratio than Italy or Greece or many European countries, and the US too. So, but this is there for a number of historic reasons. And it means that our countries, developing countries, have much more foreign exchange volatility. When there's a crisis anywhere in the world, Money flees our countries. We have to raise interest rates to defend our currency. We have to cut fiscal spending to defend our currency. We deepen the crisis. While it's in rich countries, when a crisis takes place, they can cut interest rates to protect themselves. They can spend more money to protect themselves. They can dampen the crisis. So we have this asymmetry within the international financial system. And the way we see it is in foreign exchange volatility. And that contributes, this blockage, this foreign exchange volatility represents a wall that stops the money flowing. And that's why the cost of capital is so high. We're not going to reduce the cost of capital unless we find a way of breaking down those barriers and letting flow of capital. The reason why the cost of capital is high, people talk about it in terms of risks. It's actually because developing countries, Brazil, other countries, huge opportunities and not much savings. Big demand, not much supply. Money is expensive. Cost of capital is high. We need to break that down and create a conduit. And let me end by saying that's what we've been spending a lot of time in the past 12 months working on. And you mentioned Echo Invest. We think that one of the things we've learned is that so the cost of hedging foreign exchange is 10 percentage points, 12 percentage points, 14 percentage points. That means if you find an attractive return in Brazil, but you want to hedge the currency risk back into euros and dollars, you've got to take off the top line of your return as much as 10 percentage points. That makes it very hard for that money to flow and to good returns. We found that 90% of the foreign exchange risk is inflation risk over a long period of time. And so, as in Brazil and many other countries, you have inflation indexing. So if we took projects that had a natural inflation hedge, a natural inflation index, then we're not dealing with a 100% risk, we're dealing with a 10% risk. And we as a multilateral development bank are quite happy to put up insurance for the 10% risk. So if we can find local projects that can hedge themselves on inflation, we will provide cheap foreign exchange insurance for the real exchange rate risk. And we could cut the cost of FX hedging by 90%. And that's what we propose to do. We've started with Echo Invest to try and develop that. We're doing that in a new project called Reinvest Plus. That's creating portfolios of interesting investments held by banks in Latin America. And where we will wrap the portfolio with this FX insurance to help create the flow of capital, break down the cost of capital. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Many new things to come, and I know that you guys are working on that. Alain, thank you so much for coming. The Green Climate Fund has been very close to Brazil. Many discussions going on, many discussions with BNDES, many discussions with the finance ministry. And Mafalda Duarte has been many times in Brazil, and she's a strong advocate of crowding in private capital. Tell us a little bit of what's going on in the Green Climate Fund and what's to expect.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, Mafalda Duarte was very close to Brazil. She was in Brazil actually in July, visiting the authority and preparing the COP30. I'm very happy to sit in this panel because I have recognized many partners, entity of the GCF, the IDB, of course, BNDES, of course, for the country platform we're launching, and Avinash, because we work on the Bridgestone agenda together. The Green Climate Fund, as you may know, is the largest multilateral funds dedicated fully to climate finance. We're doing like 50% mitigation, 50% adaptation. As of today, like 10 years after the first project was launched, just before the Paris Agreement, we have a portfolio of 18 billion financed by the Green Climate Fund, and we co-mobilize on top of that about 50 billion. It's about 300 projects in more than 130 countries. What is very interesting in the model of the Green Climate Fund is that actually we have a very full range of instruments that we deploy on the ground. Of course, grants, 40%, 45% grants, 40% concessional loans, so high concessionality, but we also deploy equity on the ground, 12%. 12% equity is actually very high. Even if you look at the MDBs, something like the EBRD or the AFC, 12% is usually the top range of what they are doing. And out of the 12% of equity that we're doing, one third is going to the least developed countries. So we really take the risk where nobody else is taking the risk. Same thing on the private sector. Private sector is 36% of our portfolio. which is quite high for the climate funds. And if you look over the last 3 years, in the private sector, we deliver more than 40% of the private sector in adaptation. Think about that. 10 years ago, nobody in the private sector was going in adaptation. So we are bringing the private sector in places where basically they were not going alone. So the key message here, and I think this is important, and you're perfectly right, Avinash, there is an issue on how you attract the money to the right place. And so where the GCF is quite unique, because as of today, if you look on the market, we don't have many pot of concessional money available of this size. Yeah? We're probably one of the last few ones still available to de-risk our partners, BNDES, IDB, MDBs, but also local partners. Yeah? Just give you an example of a project that was quite successful. We launched about 2 years ago, the project Gaia. Gaia, the Green Climate Fund put on the table 150 million equity. Big ticket, big risk. With that, we created a platform of 1.5 billion. This is a leverage effect of 10. And it's now deployed in 19 countries. And what is very interesting in Gaia is 70% of the funding are going to adaptation, private sector driven, with partners like MUFG, the Japanese bank, or FinDev Canada. We were actually in Canada yesterday and the day before. And the last point, which is very interesting in this model, is 25% of the funding are going to the most vulnerable countries, like the seeds and the LDC. And I think this is the beauty of this instrument that we're deploying, is that basically we are able to bring the money where it's the most needed in adaptation, in the most vulnerable countries, and where basically nobody will go without kind of a first loss cover that we're providing to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pachi, we have been working a lot together in this year through the Sustainable Business Comp, and we have discussed so much about finance. And you have a very interesting perspective because you can see the global view of what's going on. So what's your take? How is the money flowing? Is it flowing to emerging economies or not? What's your view?
Well, thank you, Luciana, again, and congratulations for the Brazil Climate Summit for another edition in a moment that's so critical for us and being so resilient in keeping us working on bringing the money to where it should be flowing. I think Avinash, Luciana, and Alan gave a good perspective on that. I will just complement some of the numbers that Avinash gave. There is $40 trillion per year flowing in general. The need that we have for climate finance and nature, it's between 6.5 and 8 trillion. We had an increase, a significant increase in 23 and 24. We are still very far from these numbers. So in 23, the official number is around 1.5 trillion. In 24, we might reach 2 trillion. We don't have the official figures closed yet, but chances are that we'll be in the 2 trillion, so pretty close to what we had in 23. And similar to what Avinash said on the total numbers, we had a smaller increase of flow to the emerging markets, but it's only 10% of the climate finance that's going to those regions, and to Latin America is 4%. So we are saying that we never reach more than 300 billion coming to the emerging markets in this area, which is quite a problem. And when we started SBCOP, the idea was to listen to the private sector and understand why this money is not going towards this direction. In Brazil, there was also important initiative started 3 years ago with the Ecological Transformation Plan, when the government, especially led by Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry and Commerce, started showing to the world the directions that the country was going towards too. Because different from the global north, we have an advantage in the global south that invests in climate. Avinash published a very good paper that I recommend you to read that talks about climate finance in a very simple way, explaining that you can have the climate finance that's on the cost side, the climate finance that is for savings, but there is the climate finance that is actually for revenues and returns. And in our case, in the so-called global south, and especially in the case of Brazil, we consolidate most of the opportunities where high returns and high revenues can be achieved. But for that to happen, what we heard from the private sector is exactly that we need to work on de-risking. And in de-risking, it's twofold. There is the piece on the debt side that we talked a lot here about, having some type of catalytic capital to reduce the exposure to FX risk and also the exposure to first loss. And I think Luciana mentioned one of the major advancements that we had in this partnership between the Brazilian Treasury and the IDB was the launch of EcoInvest, because EcoInvest was a response to these needs. The first bid already raised $8 billion with a leverage of 6.5. The second bid leveraged 5.5 billion, but it's important to say what's underneath that. Maybe it's my main way to complement what was said. We started working to show where the opportunities are. So we need to add the value chain lens. The example that Alan gave, you invest when you know where the investment is, when you know the sector, when you know the levels of returns in that sector. So this layer where the country showed that in the ecological transformation plan, you can double the GDP growth. The 6-5 axes are energy transition. Inside of energy transition, in the case of Brazil, bioenergy is very important. Inside of bioenergy, BioSAF alone can add between 30 and $60 billion to the economy per year. And then you start showing the 6 to 7 technological routes, then you get to where the investment should happen. And we need to be very specific. So the challenge on that is because we are talking about, I would say, not only what Avinash said, the biggest shift in where the money should be flowing in terms of moving from traditional investment to climate and nature, but also is the biggest scale of investments in greenfield. And then we need to structure value chains from scratch. So it's not only the FX risk and the first loss risk, but it's the risk of the value chain itself. And this is very different because we need to invest in skills, we need to invest in people. So understanding, we need to be experts now in specific sectors. And in a way, it's a challenge, but I would say it's the major opportunity that we have, you know, in our generations. For those of you here who are in the market, specialize in those areas, bioenergy, in critical minerals, in bioeconomy, there is no turning back on that. You know, even if we see, yes, some countries are still taking some decisions that are hard to understand, investing in the brown economy that, you know, have a short life. But at the same time, these other areas are here to stay, and that's what makes me more optimistic about that.
A lot of capacity building, right? We need to definitely to work on that. Lu, a lot has been achieved, but we are not there yet, right? And you have the privilege of implementing several different tools in the market and being able to analyze what worked, what didn't work, what the market needed, what it still needs. What were the lessons learned? And in your view, what are the roadblocks that still persist for us to scale up?
Like Avinash said, our huge challenge in Brazil is our high interest rate. So this is, despite the high interest rates, investments are still growing in infrastructure and energy transition in Brazil. But I mean, at a certain stage, we need, what we have done to, because investments in energy transition and infrastructure are long-term investments and long-term decision. So with those instruments like mini-PERM, and we will, we now allow the clients of BNDES to re-leverage the project down the road. If there is a decrease in the interest rate, we will pass through the benefit to the sponsor. So those are instruments that we have created to mitigate the high interest rate of Brazil, but it's not enough. So, I mean, the country is still working to be able to reduce interest rates because, like Avinash said, demand is there in energy and infrastructure. We do not create demand. Either demand is there or demand is not there. In the case of Brazil, demand is there because we are the largest net exporter of food. We have huge potential in mining, and we have the whole infrastructure to build. So there is demand for infrastructure, there is demand for energy. We just need to unlock investment, and a bottleneck is our high interest rate. the other thing that it's important at this stage, we have, because I understand that energy transition is a path of no return, but there has been a lot of discussion if after the Trump administration, what happened in Europe with the very strong regulation and lessons learned, I mean, because if we impose very restricted regulation, it's also a setback, because then the reality will impose. So in my opinion, we have to focus on projects that are economically viable. For those that are still not economically viable, we have to scale up to make them economically viable. We have to mobilize concessional funding, and BNDES, and with the platform and with the ecological transformation plan, we will be able to do that. And I mean, and down the road, the country is doing its lesson to try to have, I mean, a lower interest rate.
Fundamental. That's certainly enough. It's
even FX volatility, which is
it's linked with that.
It's linked to that.
Completely agree. Avi, same question here. What's still the roadblocks? And we talked a lot about the facts, and EcoInvest is a tool certainly for that. But we also have discussed how we solve that for equity, right? That's a question that we need to solve. Otherwise, it's gonna we are solving just part of the equation. So, what are the roadblocks still? What are you wondering about these days?
I studied economics in a very Anglo-Saxon tradition, which was that if something makes money, people will invest in it, which sounds very simple. And it makes people conclude that if people are not investing, it's because it doesn't make money. There's something wrong with it. And those of us who've lived in developing countries understand there's an awful lot of stuff that's good and can make money for which we're not getting investors. And there's an awful lot of stuff in other countries which seem to be bizarre and not very good getting money. So I've learned in practice of finance, not what I learned studying finance, is that finance is very structural. You need a structural explanation. These deep wells of capital that people talk about, they're pension funds and insurance money. It's not hedge funds. It's not special operations funds. It's pension funds, insurance companies, and they've got investment committees, and their investment committees, trying to protect themselves from when things go wrong, basically have rules. And these rules are reinforced by regulators. So basically, this pension fund and insurance money can only invest in investment-grade rated securities in their currency. So take a European pension fund, and in BBB rated Euro investment. And what are we producing in emerging markets that we're trying to bring them to? New exciting projects, not permitted yet, not constructed, definitely not rated, and in local currency. So there's a blockage. It's a structural blockage. And we came upon this idea that we're actually going to be launching on Tuesday with your help and President Dulago, which saying, okay, but you know what? They are investments. As you have been doing all this work for quite some time, in emerging markets, there's over $3 trillion of performing loans on balance sheets that are 3 or 4 years old. They're performing. They've been paying the interest every year. In Latin America, we've done the work, and it shows it is $500 billion in Latin America on commercial bank balance sheets of performing loans. Half of it in local currency, half in foreign currency. 80% of local currency is in Brazil, but $500 billion, $500 billion. So what we propose to do is we're going to buy, if we tried to buy the unpermitted, unconstructed startup, the amount of credit enhancement we'd have to do, the amount of first loss guarantees would be so big that we could never scale that up. But what about going to where the investments already are and already performing? So we're going to buy into that 500 billion of performing assets. Possibly not BNDES's portfolio because you're not a high-yielding lender. You lend well. We need high-yielding portfolios of performing assets. We're going to buy these, and we're going to diversify them across Latin America and the Caribbean. We're going to put them into a portfolio, and we're going to provide portfolio insurance at a portfolio level, which is much cheaper than at an individual loan level, on political risk and foreign exchange risk. And now we will have BBB rated securities in foreign currency. And we will sell that to institutional investors in Europe, United States, and elsewhere. And with that flow of money, we'll go and do it again, and again, and again. This is a loop, a capital recycling loop that can get up to $1 trillion a year globally. But where's the additive bit? When we are buying these loan portfolios, these existing performing loans, in all kinds of things, half of it is not in fossil fuels, so we'd be focused on that half. We then say to the sellers, we're going to buy your loan portfolio. We're going to buy it at a good price, at a price that makes you want to sell it to us, on condition that you reinvest your loans in sectors aligned to the National Development Plan. And that's how we'll get the people on the ground who know how to operate local businesses, who understand the local conditions, understand the local regulation. They've done it once. We say, here's some money, do it again. And that money we get from taking their performing portfolio and selling it to the institutional investors. We think that, we call that Reinvest Plus. We think, and you've helped us develop this idea, we believe it's the idea out there that can actually scale up to $1 trillion, principally because it doesn't require any public subsidy. Public subsidies are important for catalytic, demonstrative things, but you cannot scale up public subsidies to $1 trillion a year.
Very good. Very excited about this new initiative. Alain, I'm going to join two questions here together because we are running out of time. You can comment on Avi's, yeah. So go ahead, comment on Avi's comment. And from the Green Climate Fund perspective, what were the lessons learned, and what do you want to focus in Brazil so that we can scale up Brazil's potentiality?
Thank you very much. Just a very short comment on the discussion. I really love it, Avinash. We had that several times. We talk a lot about like the climate and the climate finance, and basically how can mobilize the finance. But there is also a bottleneck in terms of capacity, and you know that, capacity on the ground. And we have sometimes in many countries that the GCF is entering, we have the money to implement project, but we don't have the capacity at the local level to be able to implement it and to monitor it. So we have at the GCF an envelope, which we call the readiness program, 500 million, just for capacity building, because we believe this is one of the key bottlenecks. Now coming back to your questions. As of today in Brazil, the GCF is doing about 500 million investment deployed in 15 projects, and we have 40% of that in the private sector. And after a discussion that Mafalda had actually with the Brazilian authority in July, we identified a further portfolio, which is quite big, at least the double of that. There are many good projects that we can focus on, but there is one initiative we are very proud of, and actually it's with BNDES, is the launch of the platform last year. This was at the World Bank annual meeting. And why we're proud of that? Because this platform is kind of a new generation of platform. You know, many of you have been involved in following the JETP, Just Energy Transition platform. You may remember that, COP26, South Africa, and then there were a series of them, Indonesia, India, Vietnam, and Senegal. And I was part in the negotiation team for Senegal, by the way. It was a first generation, very interesting platforms, but very much driven by the IPG group, the G7, very influential. And some money coming in. South Africa was 8.5 billion, so significant. But the country ownership was not necessarily always in the core of the platform. So this was kind of the weaknesses that was identified. What we really like in this new generation of platform that was launched in Brazil last year is that country ownership is put back in the core. I mean, who is running the platform? Who is having the secretariat? BNDES. These are people who knows the local environment, who knows the priority, who knows the NDC ambition of Brazil, which is quite high after the renewed ambition. So we like this new kind of platform. The GCF is here just to finance the secret. So we put 1 million readiness program to support you. You decide about the priority. You have 3 priorities: energy, industrial decarbonization, nature-based solution. You decide about project pipeline. You decide about the partner you want to work with. Could be the World Bank, could be the IDB, could be also local development players. So we want to put the country ownership in the core of this discussion. And the interesting thing is, after the launch of this platform, we had 30 countries coming to us saying, we want the same model. So we are now like preparing an announcement for the COP30. I mean, we have 10 platforms more or less ready. Actually, if you look at what happened over the last few months, already Prime Minister Motley announced a platform in the Caribbean with 7 countries in June at the Ocean Summit and then the Caribbean Summit. And then 3 new platforms, actually 4 new platforms have been announced over the last 2 weeks. One in Oman with like GCF money 1.5 million, one in Panama, one in Dominican Republic, and one in Colombia. Thank you. And we're expecting further platform now in Africa, in the Asia Pacific in the coming like few weeks. So this model of the new platform with the country ownership of the core, we believe is basically the future and can be deployed at scale in emerging and developing countries. And again, what is very important is we are ready to deploy that in any kind of country. Could be like big emerging country like Brazil, but could be also like very vulnerable countries or seeds like in the Caribbean. There is appetite and we're able to tailor that to the needs of the country.
Fantastic. Pachi, what are, in your view, the big opportunities that we have in front of us? What are the lessons learned that we can apply? Are you optimistic?
All of us are optimistic, right? Otherwise, would not be here today. But maybe complement a little bit what we heard. First, on the roadblocks, I think we talked a lot about capital, de-risking capital, but Avinash mentioned a point about the nature of the opportunities in our region. Everything's very new, so makes investors very insecure. And it's new because we are talking about things that are, for the first time, we are discussing to add value to our value chains. So we are talking about levels of TRL, technology readiness, between 6 and 9. We are talking about applied research in a way that we are trying to move the needle, not only in exporting green commodities, we are talking about exporting high value-added, technology-embedded products and services. So this adds a new layer of risk to these opportunities. I love the idea of Reinvest Plus. We've been working together on that, and it's going to be important because in terms of numbers, we mentioned it's $200 billion going to emerging economies, and getting to $1 trillion or 2 would be really incredible. Remembering that today, those $200 billion, 80% comes from public sector. So to your point, Avinash, so there is really a lot to do to change and bring private sector to that. For these opportunities to become a reality, I would like to also to highlight what BNDES is doing with the BIP, the Business Investment Platform, because you have there 16 projects in the pipeline that teach people, as you said, Alan, where the sectors that are more promising are in a very high level of detail. I haven't convinced Avinash, though, yet to invest in value chains like cocoa, like Macauba, because, you know, from an international investor perspective, it's a whole new world opening up, because we are talking about land use, we are talking about people, we are talking about, you know, having millions of people producing things that they didn't produce anymore. Then the last point is I'm optimistic, but we need to look into 3 things: technology, trades, and people. So we need to invest in our people. In the last estimate that we did, we published the report last week, we can create 28 million opportunities of jobs and income generation for people in Brazil with all these value chains. But for that to happen, we need start as of now to reskill, skill, upskill all these 28 million people. We need then to decide where those value chains will be, which state, which city, and how we can work to invest in the people who will make these investments less risky to those investors in the world.
Fantastic, Patty. Last question, and I just want 1 sentence because otherwise they're going to kill me because of time. But when we created the Brazil Climate Summit, the whole idea of Brazil Climate Summit was to showcase Brazil. That's why we are in New York. Let's bring the opportunities here, and let's showcase what Brazil has to offer as a hub of solutions to the world, a hub of opportunities. Now, the world is coming to Brazil. We are going to have COP in 60 days, less. I want one advice, not related to logistics, please, okay? I want one advice for the country. The global environment is coming to Brazil to discuss opportunities in climate. What is the one advice that we have for the country to prepare for that? One sentence. I will start with you, Patty, because that's non-script question.
My advice is...
Non-logistical.
No, I will not talk about logistics. But my advice is for us, as a Brazilian here, to be brave and be ready to lead the transformation that the world needs now. So we need to learn how to lead instead of being led.
In my opinion, the country needs to show what is investable now, what is short-term, short, medium, and long-term strategy. We need to showcase that there are investable projects in Brazil, even on the climate side. Some projects are for midterm, but they will happen, and the other ones more long-term. But I think that we need to be pragmatic in the dialogue with international investors during COP.
Lots of sizable investments, by the way, right? Avi, what's your recommendation?
I've been lucky to work with finance ministries and central bankers all over the world. Nowhere is there a better understanding of foreign exchange risk than in Brazil today. This is the place for us to find a solution that is global.
I like this.
Thank you very much. I will move away from the climate finance space. I mean, we have a very complicated world at the moment, as you know. What I expect from Brazil is political leadership. Being the compass and show the way forward to all of us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matheus Ferreira. Please, silence, please. I'm Matheus Ferreira, MPA candidate at Columbia University. As we arrive at our final panel of the day, we look ahead to one of the most important milestones on the global climate calendar, COP30.
Hi, everyone. Can I get a minute of silence, please? Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. As we arrive at our final panel of the day, we look ahead to one of the most important milestones on the global climate calendar, COP30, to be hosted in Belém, Brazil. This session offers us an inside look at Brazil's journey towards this pivotal summit. We will explore how the country is shaping its priorities in the climate action agenda and forging international alliance. Please. I'm delighted to introduce our panelists. Denis Minev, CEO of Bemol and Special Envoy for the Amazonian private sector of COP30. Marcelo Beá, Special Envoy for the bioeconomy of COP30. And moderating this timely conversation, Renata Piazon, CEO of Instituto Arapiaú.
Good afternoon. Such an honor to be here in this moment that Brazil is almost hosting COP30, and not only with special advisors, but among friends that I consider friends for, now I can say a long time. We have been positioning Brazil as a hub for climate solutions. So Brazil not only hosts the biggest tropical forest, but is a hub for climate and nature solutions. So that's why we launched this report in London Climate Week, and we are launching here in New York a second edition, including mining and carbon. This report gathers results in regenerative agriculture, renewable energy, bioeconomy, responsible mining, and circular economy. And we were able to gather solutions that are mature and solutions that are also able to scale. So to support this vision, that's why we launched together with Itaúsa and Página 22 this initiative. And you can access the report directly through the QR code. It's this beautiful book that we have only a few copies, but you can also access B directly before the session. So without further ado, it's really a pleasure to be with you both here today. You two are both working to bring Amazon closer to Brazil and to bring Brazil to the global discussion, so thank you very much for that. I'll start with Dennis. And Dennis, I remember one of our first meeting, you said to me, Renata, you know, like people from the Amazon, they're not, you know, they are not talking about forests every day. they are concerned about health, about education, about connectivity, about quality of life. And that's why I want to start with you as one of the leaders of one of the biggest entrepreneurs in the Amazon region, leading a company that is not related to forests necessarily, on your view about the biggest opportunities of the region, and what are also the myths about the Amazonian private sector.
Thank you, Renata. Thank you, Arapiaú, Brazil Climate Summit, for the invitation. So I'm CEO of Bemol. It's the largest private company based in the Brazilian Amazon. And we are a retailer, financial services, and telecoms company. Our claim to fame came out in an article at The Economist a few years ago when we showed them that in the Amazon, the leader in e-commerce, it's not Amazon or even Mercado Libre. In all of Brazil, in 27 states, in Brazil. In 25, it's either Mercado Libre or Amazon who leads on e-commerce, not in the Brazilian Amazon. It's us mostly because of credit and logistics. You know, the Amazon is a very specific place of many peculiarities, but a few things to understand. So the vast majority of people in the Amazon live in urban areas. Around 80% of the population is urban. So when we talk about, and when we see projects, you know, I know it looks nice and picturesque to work with riverside populations, but that's not how most of the people of the Amazon live. They mostly live in cities. And the problems of cities in the Amazon are very similar to problems of cities anywhere in the world. So when Renata mentioned, you know, we don't talk about the environment all that much. You know, you probably, in the cities where each one of you come from, when you talk about politics, you're talking about health, education, and other issues. Well, it's the same with us. We're not talking about the environment most of the time. And deforestation, for most of the people in the Amazon, is not a day-to-day activity. So when we're talking about 80% of the population, it's much more than that in terms of GDP. So the solutions to the Amazon are actually going to be much more urban than rural. Of course, we have rural problems, but urban issues such as connectivity, such as sanitation, and all those are going to be at the heart of what we need to figure out in order to develop the Amazon and then start to solve problems. We take deforestation very seriously, but I view it as a byproduct of a very bad economy, of a very bad system that brings along poverty, but also environmental degradation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dennis. Marcelo, going to you, we were talking earlier about the concept of bioeconomy, bio as life and eco as ecology or economy, and then nomos as rules. So mainly the rules of life and ecology apply to the economy. So it would be great for you to hear from you as special envoy from the bioeconomy. What are the most exciting bioeconomy trends today in your perspective, and how Brazil can lead and especially move these solutions to scale?
Thank you so much, Renata, Dennis, my friends, to the organizers of this beautiful event that I attend, I think, for a few years by now, in different capacities. My pleasure to be with you again. And my pleasure to talk about bioeconomy to many of you who are super connected to the topic, remembering where not only the concept, but what we are trying to solve with the bioeconomy concept, right? So I think the most important thing is how can we connect the dots between curbing emissions down, bringing nature back, and producing more, and producing a better way, connecting with traditional communities. So that's the puzzle we are all into. And last year, in November, at G20, Brazil led a discussion on bioeconomy and approved the 10 high-level principles for bioeconomy with countries that are not really agreeing on many things, like US, Russia, and Ukraine. They all agreed with the other G20 economies on what the principles for bioeconomy will look like. And I think what we're trying to build from here to November to COP in 2 months, and then during the COP Brazilian presidency that will last until November next year, when the Australia COP will happen, will be 5 main topics and 5 main pillars for bioeconomy. I think there is one which is on forest, the second one on agriculture, third one on social bioeconomy, fourth one on biotech, and the 5th one on finance. I will run very briefly in each one of those because I think they connect many of the discussions that we heard today from many specialists. So the first one on forest, I think we'll have, during the Brazilian presidency, we'll build a new instrument to solve an answer that has been coming up quite frequently. How can we curb down deforestation? And I think TFFF is a bad acronym, not a great name yet, because too many Fs, but the Tropical Forest Forever Facility is a fund that will allow us to pay for standing forests, which is a very bright decision in the sense that it will connect to traditional communities. 20% of the funds will have the governance with them, and they will decide where the resources will go to. And bioeconomy and conservation goes from the trillions to the thousands, right? And the problem is always how to allocate the thousands in a way that will benefit traditional communities. So this is one main instrument. The second one, we are creating, with the help of many who are here, what we are calling the Earth Investment Engine. So a way to connect private sector projects on nature-based solutions with the financial instruments that were referred in the previous discussion. So connecting new instruments of finance to projects on forests as well. On agriculture, there is a lot to build, but the very important thing is how can we give a meaning to regenerative agriculture, and how can we bring the instruments of tropical standards and metrics in carbon measurement into the agriculture so we can build new projects with the carbon market that is being put together during all those climate conferences, and I think we will advance a lot in COP30 as well. For social bioeconomy, the Brazilian government is placing the bioeconomy challenge, where the metrics will start to align and we will help traditional communities. This is really important because I was in Africa last week, and there's so many projects ongoing, like the Great Green Wall that is connecting 12 countries, pushing the Sahara back. They do need the resources for social bioeconomy that I think we can help to shape. And the Amazon, I know it's very urban, but there is also, the traditional communities are there, and they are thriving, and they are building new projects, and we will help them to do it even on a larger scale. And I think the expectation for COP is to expand that at least for 100 times, the capacity that we have to mobilize resources. And for the 2 others, we will cover on the next blocks.
Thank you. Dennis, I also remember one of the first meetings of the Amazon consultation, you also pushing us and advocating for a moonshot for the Amazon region, and that we should have a state plan that, you know, would, no matter what government is in place, this will be continued and be implemented. And you have been advocating for science, technology, and innovation as one of the possible moonshots for Brazil. So it would be great to hear from you how to unlock this potential.
So one of the issues that I often advocate is that you only build a modern economy with learning, first with productivity. But to reach productivity, you need learning. There is really no other alternative. So subsidies are great, you know, many different things are helpful. Transfers, TFFF, I think, is part of the solution, but you don't build a productive economy without learning. So one of our first conversations was about donations, and we were talking about the Norwegian donation to the Amazon. The Norwegians donated $1 billion. And my argument back then to the Norwegians, there were a lot of Norwegians in the Amazon traveling all across the region. My suggestion to them is that they gather the best Norwegians and send them to us. Don't send us your money. Send us your best people, because then we can learn. I think we would learn together, and we would have done, I think, wonderful things had they done that. Okay, we're doing okay with Fundo Amazonia, but that's not a solution to a productive economy. You know, a productive economy gets built with knowledge, and we talk about bioeconomy a lot. Let me tell you what I don't think a bioeconomy is. It is not us climbing trees to collect acai for Americans. It's great, you know, we'll collect it for you, but I think we ought to be doing much more sophisticated things. So let me take just a second to gain some credit here at home. My wife is here, and she's in New York. She looks like a trophy wife, but she's not in New York for that reason. She's here to do training at NYU. She's going to be training a group of medical doctors on the use of AI. She also does it at the IADB and the IFC. And I like to give that example, first to get bonus points at home, but also because we should not be restricted to collecting acai. We should do bioeconomy as well. But we can do very sophisticated things. When we do bioeconomy, we really ought to do sophisticated things with bioeconomy. That includes science and technology. Now, I don't think the people of the Amazon have chosen in the past, and they've chosen by voting. They tend to vote to do soy and cattle breeding rather than climbing trees to do acai. So I think that's an important message. You know, we have alternatives, but that's not one of them. So our moonshots are important because we need real ambition. If you treat the Amazon as a cause or as a problem, I don't think we're going to solve it. Now, if you treat it as a place where Brazil reinvents itself, rethinks itself, I'll just give a brief example. One is science and technology. The other is land use. We have 500 million hectares in the Amazon, 90 million hectares deforested, of which 70 million is poorly used. This is the best place for Brazil to reinvent itself. It's more than France, just the poorly used areas we have. So we've been talking about examples of regenerative agriculture, agroforestry systems. I mean, we really got to get our act together to figure out how to use these areas well. Now, there are many alternatives, and we can get to them, especially related to COP.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll get more into the concrete things to COP30, but now going to Marcelo. Marcelo, we often say we don't do anything alone, and to do things at scale, we need private sector, financial sector, public, government, and academia, and civil society, and philanthropy, and it would be great to hear from you. How do you think we could connect all these sectors to accelerate financing for the bioeconomy? I think we have a good public of international investors that would be willing to fund bioeconomy. There are many challenges, but what are the criteria for accelerating the financing for the bioeconomy on the ground?
Thanks. And just to take the conversation from Dennis and the good provocation he did and connecting the 2 points. So I do think that bioeconomy goes beyond, far beyond the examples that we're giving in the last 20 years to how the Amazon was seen. And I think that's why we should encompass not only social bioeconomy, but also forestry and agriculture, especially landing on what you're referring to, recovery of degraded land, and how we do recovery of degraded land. Because the bioeconomy element is the added part of it. So how can we, at the same time, recover degraded land, but connect those dots that Renata is referring to? So when I was Chief Sustainability Officer for 2 open traded companies in Brazil, in the last 15 years, I faced many different frameworks, indexes, metrics, and when I talk to investors to issue bonds for the companies, there was always the question, which are really the metrics that should be connected so the investments could at the same time bring emissions down and bring nature back. And I think we already know how to spin the wheel on climate. We know the numbers from IPCC, we know the policies and where countries are reaching to via the NDCs, the National Determined Climate Targets from the Paris Agreement that will be reviewed now by COP30. We know how much companies emit via science-based targets, and we know their balance sheet on Task Force for Financial Carbon Disclosure, TCFD. So that is, one thing is connected to the other. What is really missing is how development banks and the financial sector is granting, as was said previously in the previous panel, how you connect the finance that is already in motion to those targets so they are climate effective. I think that's one wheel. The second wheel, which is really the wheel on bioeconomy, that's our generation task, and it's a mutirão, as we say in COP, and it's something that we have to build together, is the nature wheel, how we bring the two wheels together. So spinning the climate wheel on the right direction and creating with IPBS, which is an institution that measures nature. It is based in Bonn, should be based in Belém. We will do the claim by COP. That's one. The second one is how the national plans for nature, the NBSAPs, are presented and how they connect to agriculture and to the investments we're making, and how can we connect the science-based targets for nature and TNFD. How can we score that on the balance score sheet? Once those elements are together, when you lend the resource, you know how much it will decarbonize and how much nature it will affect or bring back, we'll start spinning on the right direction and bioeconomy will flow for sure.
Thank you. And I'm really glad because we have the final round on COP30 and now we have Ambassador André Correia do Lago, the president of COP30 with us. So he can hear. So he can hear everything that you're saying. And my provocation to both of you is as we get closer to COP30, what do you want to see delivered by the end of the year? What legacy should Brazil leave? And if you had to choose one concrete action as a special envoy from the Amazonian private sector and the bioeconomy, what would it be? Who want to start?
So just a brief comment. I noticed that Marcelo used the word mutirão as André Correia do Lago was walking in. I know you're trying to get bonus points. You know, that's the word of the year.
I mean, you see the boss, you have to do something.
Yeah, so, okay. Well, from the standpoint of the Amazon private sector, my aim as special envoy is to try to help create thousands of sustainable business activities in the Amazon, to generate thousands of entrepreneurs that engage in sustainable activities. My one ask, and this I ask of all of you, is that we figure out this carbon market stuff. Listen, I mean, if you put a decent price of carbon in front of Amazon entrepreneurs, we change the whole thing. I mean, we change the whole game. In the very few instances when that has happened, and my family, we fund a few different startups that focus on agroforestry systems, on taking degraded land and making it productive. Any decent price of carbon changes the whole equation. Today, that equation doesn't work out. So we can't bring the externalities in. It makes more sense to plant soy or to do cattle breeding. Put a price of carbon. That's the one ask, that it be deep enough and we really, really change the game.
Thank you. Marcelo?
I'll go on the...
And mutirão, so...
Well, starting with mutirão, which is an indigenous word that everyone understands in Brazil quite well, and we explain easily, which is a common task that we all know how to do. In the same spirit, I think my wish for COP, and I spoke to Ambassador about it a few times, is connecting the dots between nature, climate, and finance, and use the carbon market for that. And I think we won't solve anything in 2 months, but we'll set at least the pace for the 4 stages on how I think we can all work together to shape up what the Dennis Martin Luther King moment of his dream will come true, which is the first one, operating with new standards for the voluntary carbon markets. It's impossible to run projects with $3 per ton, $5 per ton, while you have in Europe at the cap and trade scheme $72 per ton. It's a major gap that we have to get closer, and organizing the accountancy, the legal rules that will avoid double accountancy, that will make investors comfortable with projects on jurisdictional projects and voluntary carbon market projects. The second one is working on the interoperability between the voluntary and the regulated one. The third one, Brazil is doing its homework. It passed last year in November, the regulated carbon market. It will shape up by this year, together with COP, the framework that how this will operate, how we operate the system, and by next year, how can we exchange on the 4th pillar, on the 4th and final stage, how can we use the Paris Agreement 6.2 instrument to exchange between those who are willing to exchange. So creating the coalition of the willing between Brazil, Canada, Brazil, Australia, Australia, China, so we can work on a framework that will help carbon markets to be established. Once we do that, we'll allow the projects on forestries to flourish, the projects on agriculture to flourish, and social bioeconomy to flourish as well. So this is, I think, a common dream. We are about to get there.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be with both of you today. I think it's very clear that we don't have only, Brazil has not only a responsibility, it has a unique opportunity to lead on climate solutions and bioeconomy solutions. And this is the Brazil we want to showcase at COP30. So thank you both so much, and mutirão.
To introduce our keynote speaker, I have the honor of inviting Wafa El-Sad, Executive Vice President of Columbia Global and Global Director of ICAP at Columbia University.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm really honored to be here with all of you and to have the opportunity to introduce the esteemed ambassador. First, I'll just mention that my office is right upstairs here on the 3rd floor, and I always look forward to this event, the Brazil Climate Summit, because it's an amazing opportunity for me to see so many people from one of my favorite countries in the world, Brazil, and to see also the amazing vibrance and energy that Brazilians have. Just walking down the hallways, up and down, including right outside my office, the animation, the connections, the discourse is just so, it really is infectious. You just feel like when you're with Brazilians, you feel like you can change the world. So thank you. So now let me get to my introduction. So again, it's a great honor to be here with you today on behalf of Columbia University and also on behalf of Columbia Global. To welcome you to this is the concluding session of this year's Brazil Climate Summit at the Forum. As you know, this gathering is an annual tradition now and is a product of a really valuable and amazing partnership with the Brazil Climate Institute and the Columbia Global Center in Rio de Janeiro. And many of you are aware of the Global Center in Rio de Janeiro. However, I will let you know that we celebrated the 12th year anniversary of our Global Center in Rio. And I'd like to just take a minute to acknowledge the founding director, Tom Trebat. Stand up, Tom. While Tom is not really born as a Brazilian, but he is a Brazilian, and he brings that enthusiasm and energy and passion to everything he touches. Thank you for all your hard work and commitment, Tom. I would also like to acknowledge many of the Columbia alumni in Brazil who are here. Several of them are here today, and others who have been supporting the center over the past more than decade. And I especially want to acknowledge, of course, Luciana Ribeiro, the co-founder of the Brazil Climate Summit. Thank you very much for your amazing success. Now, throughout today, I know that there have been many conversations, many discussions like the panel we just witnessed. And I think all of these discussions have again and again reinforced the urgency and the interconnectedness of the challenges that we're all facing. From agriculture, we heard forestry, energy, AI, finance. I think the message has been clear again and again that progress depends on all of us working collaboratively across the different sectors. And that, of course, as we know, that bold action is what's needed at this point in time. Now, at Columbia Global, I'll tell you just a bit about what we do. Our mission is, one of our missions is what we say is really to do the thinking and the doing. We link the thinking and the doing. And one of our purposes is to convene across borders, across disciplines, and also across different perspectives. And I'll give you one example that, as an example, we have 10 global centers, including in Rio. These, at this point in time, at these global centers from Beijing to Nairobi to Paris, and of course at Rio, we're hosting online conversations that we have entitled The Road to COP30. And these look at the big questions that are shaping the local discourse in the context of where these global centers are situated and bring these conversations from the local to the global. So now I'll shift to introducing our esteemed guest. So against this backdrop, it's a great privilege and indeed an honor to welcome and introduce Brazil's ambassador and president of COP30, André Correia do Lago, to this closing session of the summit. Now, Ambassador Correia do Lago has long been one of the world's most respected diplomats on climate and sustainable development. Over decades of service, he has represented Brazil in multitude of events and venues, and he has served with distinction in the United Nations climate negotiations and, of course, in more recent COP gatherings. He has also served as the personal envoy of Brazilian president to the G20 and many other contexts, as well as Brazil's ambassador to India and Japan, bringing a global perspective to his country's climate and foreign policy. He's also been a leading voice on the links between climate policy, energy, cities, and architecture, authoring books and essays that reflect his commitment, but also deep intellectual engagement with sustainability. So we are really grateful for your presence with us today. I want to take a minute to introduce as well Marina Cansada, and she will be actually the person who will be moderating the conversation with the ambassador. And she's a co-founder of the Brazil Climate Summit and founder of Converge Capital. We're grateful for her leadership and look forward to the conversation that she will be moderating tonight. So I want to introduce now with great pleasure and invite the ambassador and Marina to come up. Thank you very much.
Wow, what an amazing day. I think we are so grateful to close the fourth edition of the Brazil Climate Summit with such a good vibe, such good energy, and we are truly honored to have you, Ambassador André Correia do Lago, with us. I think on behalf of the Brazil Climate Summit team, we are very grateful, especially 50 days ahead of COP, that you are here with us today. And actually, it's not his first time in the Brazil Climate Summit. Actually, is his third time in a row. And we were very, it's something that we always talk in the Brazil Climate Summit, that in the last editions, he was always seated in the front rows, taking notes, eager to learn, eager to listen to everyone, and I think observing your way of learning and be engaging with this event made us admire you even more. So thank you. So let's talk about COP. COP30 is symbolic on many levels. 30 years since the first COP, which was a result of Rio 92. We are celebrating 10 years of the Paris Agreement, so a lot of expectations around COP. What are the results that COP30 has to deliver to be considered a success?
Wow. Well, first of all, I want to thank Wafa for the very kind words. And I really recognize the Brazilians here by this excitement of being here. And by the way, I take the opportunity, since you mentioned I like architecture, that it's wonderful to be in a Renzo Piano building that is so amazing. It's always good to be surrounded by good architecture. And I want to thank all of you for being here. And Marina, you asked me a difficult question because we have to manage the expectations, regarding COP30. And I'm delighted that there are lots of expectations, but I think that we have to have expectations at different levels, because we're going to have the formal negotiation. The formal negotiation, as you all know, is particularly complex because you need consensus. Then the formal negotiations also only start after you have an agenda, and the agenda also needs consensus, and the themes of this year are a bit difficult because some of the most talked about themes of the COP are not in the agenda. The NDCs, for instance, the discussion of the NDCs, the 1.3 trillion is also not in the agenda, although they will be looming subjects during the conference. But then you're going to have the action agenda. And the action agenda, I think, is very innovative because we structured it to find solutions for the many things that we already agreed. And I think this is going to give a very special dynamic. And I have to mention how happy I was to watch two of the special envoys in the previous discussion talking so enthusiastically about what we can achieve, and I agree with them. And don't think that I only watched you here. I was watching you from the room there, so I saw everything you said. But I'm completely fascinated by the number of people that are supporting us at the COP. And the special envoys understood very well, I have to say the word, the mutirão, because one of the elements of the mutirão, which is this movement towards the same objective, is that you don't have a centralized operation. You need to give lots of autonomy to all the actors. And I'm so glad, because with all the autonomy that you have, you've been building so many things, and it's really like dream special envoys. And remember that your job is until November next year. Don't think that you get rid in Belém, because one of the things of trying to define what are the results of Belém is that we're going to have to build it also next year. Because it's going to be very intense, I think there's going to be many things. So I didn't answer your question, but I promise you there's going to be lots of results.
Okay, so let's go back to the NDCs. So by COP30, all parties to the Paris Agreement must submit new nationally determined contributions that reflect bolder ambitions that are crucial to change the trajectory, the current trajectories of global warming. And to accelerate the delivery of the NEDCs, there will be a meeting next week with Lula and the Secretary General to foster the delivery of the more ambitious NEDCs. You have been involved in climate negotiations for many years. Brazil is recognized by its climate diplomacy. How Brazil can support that other countries submit these more ambitious NEDCs?
Well, you know that in the Paris Accord was possible because somehow everything is voluntary. So you cannot force countries to do things. Why was it voluntary? Because you will ask. Because the original reason for the Paris Accord was to bring back the United States to the negotiations, because we had Kyoto, but the US were absent, because the Senate of the US had decided that they would never ratify an agreement in which you would have a differentiation between countries with obligations and countries that don't have obligations, which was the case of Kyoto between developing and developed countries. So Paris was designed for the US to join. So there is a certain irony that now the US is leaving. But anyway, but the fact, you can interpret in many ways, but the fact is that since there is no obligation, you cannot tell countries, come on, you have to present your NDCs, because if not, no, it's voluntary. But there are deadlines, it's nice if you present, et cetera, et cetera. And the Secretary General and President Lula wanted to do in the most subtle and correct way to bring, to create a circumstance in which countries would have the opportunity to present their NDCs in a special way. The very good news is that we thought, according to the UN, we were thinking that like 50 or 60 countries would be participating in the event, and today I learned that we have more than 100 countries that are going to participate in the meeting next week. So I think it's working very well, and this is the kind of thing that you have to do in a subtle way to get a better result. I think it worked. So I think with the announcement of the EU yesterday, I think we will have enough numbers to have a consistent synthesis report at the end of October, with numbers that will indicate, as you were mentioning before, that we need to know how far we are from the objectives of Paris. And again, since I'm very Brazilian, so I'm an optimist, you know, so I have to bring the optimistic side. When we were negotiating Paris, we were on the trajectory of 4 degrees. Now we are around 2.7. We hope that with the synthesis report, we're going to be even lower. But the fact is that Paris is working. This is, I think, the first thing that we have to remember with the 10 years.
And I heard you say in an interview that after 30 years, most of the negotiations already happened, and now it's time for implementation, so to shift to implementation. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, the UNFCCC and the Paris Accord were, and mostly UNFCCC and Paris Accord were designed for negotiation. So, because you need to have rules to go ahead, no? And in fact, there was like, we agreed on having a rule book of things that we had to decide for Paris to be implemented. And this rule book is basically already negotiated. So that's why we can claim that Belém will be a COP of implementation. It's not that it's better than others, but it's because we already had all these COPs before. And Dubai was very important, and Baku also, because things that were pending, like, for instance, Article 6, you're talking about carbon markets, these things were negotiated. So this can be an implementation COP, thanks to the job that was done in previous in previous COP. So I think that this circumstance allow us to try in Belém something that was not done yet, which is to decouple negotiation and implementation. Not that they have to be separated, but in the sense that people have to understand that we don't need to negotiate how we're going to implement. No? Obviously, we need to have financial resources, we need to have technology access, etc., etc. But the rules are there. The rules are already there. So now countries, again, because it's a voluntary exercise, countries have to use these rules in their favor. And I think that Brazil has exceptional circumstances to use these rules in our favor. We are delighted that the rules can also will be very good for other countries. But we have, I think, in Brazil, this that you could see today here, is that you have in Brazil the best experts on Brazil. So this is very, very important. This was not true in 1991 before the Earth Summit. We relied very much on foreign knowledge, and we had lots of, we needed more institutions, we needed more people. Today, we are experts of Brazil. And so this is something that Brazil can offer to the world that I think is very attractive for investment. And what was great about today is that you talked about the technology, about agriculture, about forestry, about heavy industry, completely different dimensions. In all of them, you are going to have Brazilians that will show that the country is ready to receive investments.
So to guide implementation, your fourth letter proposed an action agenda with 6 pillars. What are your expectations about how the private sector can really step in and deliver concrete solutions?
Well, then there is the 7th letter. I know, lots of letters, inviting specifically the private sector, but to explain a little more about the action agenda. The private sector is simply essential, because from a rational point of view, and that's why we thought it's important to decouple implementation from negotiation, is that negotiation, only countries can negotiate. The private sector can pressure the country for the country to have a position or another position. But the fact is that the negotiation is it's responsibility of the countries. The implementation, it's obvious that central governments are very important, but local governments are even more important, for instance, for adaptation. The local governments are more important than the central government. Then you need the private sector, because the numbers are very clear. If you take all the funds that we have been able to put together through negotiations, and with all the resources that we could get for these funds all over these years, you are going to see that with the GCF, with the JEF, with all the funds that you have, you don't reach 40, let's be optimistic, $50 billion. And we're talking about $1.3 trillion. So for this to happen, you're going to need different sources for financing, and you're going to need the private sector to be the one that is going to oversee and develop those projects. So for the Belém COP, the private sector and civil society are absolutely key. And I think that these are the big strengths of Brazil. We have a very recognized and respected private sector, and we have a very dynamic civil society with all the qualities of our diversity. I think that us as Brazilians, we grew up valuing diversity. We think diversity is an enriching element of our society. And so, civil society and the private sector are absolutely key for what we would like to call a success of Belém.
So we will be in Belém showcasing many of the Brazilian transformative cases. So it's a unique opportunity for Brazil to show what we are doing at scale. What we can do in the next 50 days to really seize the moment. What advice would you give for us of the private sector to really seize the moment and show the world the amazing solutions that we have? Are we doing good so far, or we could do more?
I think we are. I think we are. No, I think we are. I think we are. I think that the first objective of COP30 was to have this internal movement in Brazil to understand the opportunities of this agenda. This happened in 1992 in Brazil. It completely changed the perception of Brazil regarding the agenda. I think that in this past year, there was such an involvement of inside Brazil, of states, of cities, and also of institutions, for instance. I think that very few people can see the dimension, for instance, of what CNI is doing with the SB COP. It's an amazing thing. I mean, it's a sector that a few years ago, people, you remember the negotiations, WTO, etc., everybody would think that CNI was an institution that was very conservative. CNI has been incredible with this. CNA, the agriculture one, is also incredibly active. And with the stimulation of Dan Yoshpi, our champion, it's an incredible title. No, he is what is?
High-level climate champion.
High-level champion. There is no title that a Brazilian would love more. So I envy so much Dan. But anyway, so we have a super high-level champion. We have the special envoys. Everybody's so active, and the local governments, and you're having like small COPs in different regions, and the rediscovery of what the different biomes can do. And I think that Dennis was saying something extremely important that I saw in the video, which is to understand how the different regions of Brazil have their own intentions and realities regarding their future. I think that I'm from the central government, so it's a bit delicate to say that. But the fact is that all regions of Brazil resent very much a centralized vision from Brasilia that decides what each region is going to do. This happened in more unfortunate times, and by the way, the results were really not particularly brilliant. But we have to remember, for instance, something that very few foreigners imagine, it's a number that people are very impressed, is that Brazil is 87% urban. The Amazon biome, not the Amazonas, not the legal Amazon, the Amazon biome is 75% urban. So the solutions that we think for the Amazon, generally people are thinking of the forest. We need solutions for the cities. We need solutions for the youth. It's the last area of Brazil where you still have a growing number of young people. So the reality of the Amazon, and one of the greatest moments I had as president-designate of the COP was last month in Manaus, by the way, you were there, was when all the technological institutes of the Amazon and the universities presented their vision of solutions for the Amazon, structured in the logic of the action agenda. So with the 6 pillars and the 30 main subjects. So it was wonderful because you were seeing these results from inside Brazil. So coming back, I'm sorry, I take a long time, but it is what we have achieved inside Brazil is already a great result of the COP, because Brazil, with with so many people that are experts in Brazil, to understand and to understand the contemporary aspects of this agenda, we can have enormous gains in this agenda. And so this is already a great achievement. Then there is the international thing, and although Brazil is big, we don't control so much the international circumstances. And by the way, if we control the international circumstances, they would be quite better than the ones that we have now. But the thing is that we will have to deal with the reality that there are many challenges. But I think that we are preparing something that is longer term. But it's not long term, because I believe very much that we have to always have in our minds urgency, the urgency, because science tells us we have few years to do the right things, and everything that we do now will have a much better impact if we do the same thing in 5 years or in 8 years. So we have to accelerate. That's why we want so much this COP to be seen as a COP of solutions, a COP of implementation, a COP of action.
So let's fast forward. We are in the day after COP ends. What are the headlines that you hope to see in the media?
I'll be sleeping.
After you woke up.
No, I'd love a COP that really people recognize that it's a COP of implementation, that it's a COP of adaptation, that it's a COP that really fulfilled the main themes of the negotiation. But it's a COP that brought a perception that this agenda is evolving strongly. I mean, not that it's paralyzed or that it's going backwards. It's going forward, and I think it's very important that people recognize that people recognize that there are much more opportunities, that it has, it is so present in the economy, but creating much more opportunities than difficulties.
So I want to end this conversation talking about hope and joy. So you are in a very privileged position because you are talking with youth activists, you are talking with CEOs, with other governments. What gives you hope, despite climate change being the greatest challenge and the deadlines and the urgency and all the challenges? What gives you hope, and what gives you joy to move on? I learned with Mary Robson in the London Climate Week that for us that work with climate, joy is crucial. So what gives you hope and joy?
You have difficult questions. Look, the main problem of climate change is energy. And for the world. No, it's not the case in Brazil because we are a bit jabuticaba style. No, so we have our profile of emissions is completely different from all the large economies. But in general, in the world, it's about energy, and it's in energy that we have the most incredible answers. We have today, according to most experts, solar is the least expensive energy. And on top of being the least expensive energy, because we have to remember that the alternatives, the installation is more expensive or takes longer. So, for instance, for gas, the infrastructure for installation of gas you have a line to get the equipment. So I have the confirmation of Siemens here. So for nuclear is good for climate. There is no doubt about it. But the initial investment is enormous, and it takes years and years to build a nuclear facility. So the good news is that you have alternatives in the sector that you need to reduce more emissions. But it's not only what many people are seeing is that the increase of energy is being with renewables, but you're not reducing enough the installed capacity that you have today. But the fact is that you have answers. I think that if at this COP we could have answers for forests, I think it would be also an amazing result. Again, it's not in the negotiations, but I think that we can have very important answers, not only with the TFFF for conservation of the forests, but with carbon credits for restoration of forests that really have a price, that become attractive and that become realistic to convince all over the world that this is going to be a good solution. So I think that the economic answers, because I know we have all the philosophical and ethical reasons to be favorable to what needs to be done to fight climate change. I think that in an ideal world, these would be the reasons. We know it's dangerous. We know it's going to kill lots of people. We know it's going to be a disaster for the economy. But if to convince those that are reluctant, we need to have credible economic answers. And this is what makes me quite optimistic, is that there are economic answers, and they are getting better and better. Now, it's a race, unfortunately, because climate change is arriving much earlier than we thought. And so this is, I think, the great challenge, is the urgency. But I think that we have most of the answers we need, and we have some countries that have proven that even if they were not responsible to do what needed to be done, they have accelerated the fight against climate change in an amazing way. China, with its scale, have allowed the reduction of the cost of energy in an amazing way, of electric cars also in an amazing way. India has a potential to reduce also many of the costs that is really something that we're all expecting. So many amazing engineers from India to have more and more good ideas. So that's why I'm optimistic in that sense. Now, unfortunately, the acceleration of the impact of climate change is really very bad news. But the more we have economic answers, the more we're going to have the reluctant actors embracing this agenda. And I think we do have these economic answers.
So let's end with a call to action. What can, but I have one more. What can, but because it's a call to action to our audience. What can we do, this audience, in the next 50 days to help COP30 to succeed? What do you want us to do?
I have to answer. I think that if there is something that is still, that we can still do more, is to have more, to have more examples of solutions. We already have these activation groups that are putting together lots of these elements, but I think that a stronger participation in the action agenda is something that would be wonderful. And I just want to remind a very subtle but very important difference. The action agenda doesn't need the approval of 195 countries to happen. The action agenda is really about action, and it's about all the actors that cannot negotiate. So it's the subnationals, it's the business, it's academia, it's civil society. So I think that's an even bigger movement of information for the action agenda to have more and more solutions. I think this is something that would be fantastic for the COP.
So I think we can all imagine the weight, the pressure that you are carrying in your shoulders in service of our shared future. So we are extremely grateful for the work that you are doing for the planet, for all of us. So let's give a huge round of applause for this incredible leader.
Everyone, I would like only 5 more minutes of your attention. I promise, we're almost over. So it was an amazing day. I want to thank you all for being here and for supporting this event. And to really close out the day, I would like to welcome to the stage again to their final remarks, Marina, Luciana, Jorge, and Arthur.
Just 2 minutes before the wine and the beer and the celebration, I think our message here, we wanted to end this event with a call to action for our engagement in COP30. So there are many opportunities for us to engage and be part of these relevant agenda. So we have events happening in São Paulo, like the Climate Implementation Summit that is happening on November 8th in São Paulo, and we'll gather 500 plus CEOs to spotlight transformative solutions from all over the world. In Belém, we have one day dedicated to bring together the financial sector, Brazilian, international, at the investment COP. We created, with the support of Arapiaú, X, Itaúsa, COP30.events. That is a platform, a website that you can access through this QR code that is collecting, mapping, and sharing events that are happening in Belém, in São Paulo, in Rio de Janeiro. So I think the message from the ambassador was very clear. We need to be present. We need to showcase our solutions. So let's seize the opportunities, enjoy these events that are being prepared so the private sector can send this strong message of commitment. Lu?
Every time we start to do a Brazil Climate Summit, we think, what can we do better, what we can do different? And honestly, I'm so happy because I think that we have, again, done an amazing job of bringing people together, discussing, and with this amazing finale here with Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago. So thank you very much for coming. We are accepting ideas of how to improve for next year because now it's going to be very tough to have something different and better than this one. And just to finalize, we are also organizing some events by SB COP. And as Ambassador Corrêa do Lago mentioned, we are gathering lots of cases from the private sector that showcase what has been done so far and how we can advance the agenda. So if everyone has cases, if you are interested in helping SB COP, please let us know. Thank you very much.
I think everything's been said, okay, so, and a lot of things. If you don't know what Mutirão is about, you shouldn't be here, okay, so. So this is really what it is. And I think the only message I leave to you, okay? And come to Belém. I think it's very important being there, okay? There will be events in São Paulo, there will be events in Rio. It will be difficult. Maybe it's as expensive as coming to New York, but I think there's no excuse not to be there if you think this is important.
And just to reinforce what Artur just said, it's going to be a very symbolic COP, as we're all saying. And it's our responsibility to be there and to support the symbols. And if you're not convinced because of that, so come not only to Belém, but come to São Paulo, come to Rio. We've been talking about solutions. There are interesting cases in Brazil everywhere. You can go to São Paulo, to Rio, but also to Mato Grosso and to Manaus to get to know different business models in the Amazon. And if you're still not convinced, I would invite all of you to come, stay a few days in Belém, take some time off, and get to know the largest tropical forest in the world. For those of you who have never been there, once you are there, it's going to be a transformative experience. It's really different, and it will touch your hearts in a different way because it's different from everything you've seen. You're going to understand a little bit more of the Amazon. If you're still not convinced, as Wafa was saying, I promise you, we're going to use all the Brazilian energy to make the funniest COP ever. Thank you very much.
We are going to have a reception on the first floor, ground floor.
Pessoal da camisa verde.